I think the quality of competition has been the highest it's ever been the entire year. This tournament was probably one of the hardest tournaments to win that has ever been played in WoW.
We know that those players are the best at their respective classes, and it's always a challenge to face them.
Is the Bergen Crusader just pick up the mill, but they dismantle it. They completely dismantle in game 2.
Chance falls and the Gosu crew are 1 game away.
Blizzo 10% out. What is going on? They actually hit it in range. Temporal shield Wildcard gaming. Blizzo is undoubtedly the best warrior in World of Warcraft.
Blizzo is an unstoppable force. Literally nothing can stop him. Roots, nothing.
Master's gonna fall. Bomb dropped. Kidney shot on Blizzo. Massive damage. A big takedown. Wildcard gaming in Arctic 2019. BlizzCon champions. MIM sets up for the kill. 1-star surge, 2-star surge.
Now another counter spell comes in though. That's a beautiful counter spell. Is there an execute? There is. And Wildcard Gaming upset the stock and go 1-up, 1 game away from the grand final.
Watson Raikou, they just need a little bit more damage. He saps it, but Looney just can't make it there. Is he gonna stay alive? No! Black tie it up.
Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadow.
No way.
Starts it in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Hello everyone and welcome to day number 1 of the AWC BFA circuit. My name is Jea. I'll be your host this weekend and I'm joined by Venruki, Supatees, and Zico. Zico, how does it feel to be back after the break?
It feels amazing. We're back. I got high energy. I'm super stoked to see what these teams have came up with here during the off season, and we got a new format. I'm just super stoked. AWC is back, baby.
Yeah, we're all super excited to get started here with these games. We have teams from the NA and the EU region that we're going to be seeing today. If we want to take a look at the NA standings that we currently have, Cloud9 up at the top there, always super consistent team. Golden Guardians, of course, and the mystery team, which is Sidu's team, of course. Ven, break down these teams for us.
Well, I mean, you kind of already mentioned it. Cloud9, this is really the team to beat. They won all 4 of the qualifier cups. They are looking to be completely unstoppable. In fact, they only lost 1 series, and that was to Golden Guardians. But they ended up beating them a little bit later on. But yeah, lots of really strong teams in this region. The round robin format makes it really interesting because we're going to see, obviously, all of them play against each other. And it is going to be the team that ends up doing the best, that will get the most points and qualify to that finals bracket.
Yeah, NA region definitely looking super strong, and the EU region also looking really well. Wildcard super consistent, always in that first place spot, followed by XSET, and then Zico. Let's talk about those teams.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard Gaming, they picked up the hat trick in terms of cup wins to get here. The number 1 point earner right now, we got XSET, of course, reigning BlizzCon champions. You know, these two teams have been going head to head, have been each other's fiercest competition, and these two teams actually played a 4-3 BlizzCon finals last year. And of course, we also have nLite, kind of being that third top tier team, I would say, on EU, as well as some of the other really strong teams such as AWC, won BlizzCon 2017. We got F2K MyWay. It's going to be Hydra's team, you know, Coffin Dance with Joe, who also won BlizzCon. A lot of really strong teams here from Europe.
Yeah, super strong teams coming from both of these regions here, Supatees. And this round robin format, something we haven't seen in quite some time. How is this going to elevate the competition? What does this mean for those teams in terms of practice?
Yeah, I mean, it's been, I want to say, longer than half a decade since we've seen a round robin format, which basically means that every team plays against every other team. So normally in the format for the Cups, if you're a team like Cloud9, who just wins all the time, you're usually only playing like 3 series in the upper bracket, and you only see 3 teams in the tournament. And then there's so many other ones that you don't even get to face up against, and we don't get to see them kind of trial Cloud9 and give them their shot. In a round robin format, they will get their shot. So I'm thinking of teams like Unitas that are more focused on Rogue Mage, where if they get a bracket where Rogue Mage isn't too great for them, they don't get their chance at Cloud9. In a round robin, they will get their chance. So I'm excited to see what Cloud9 does in this position. Are they still as dominant when they have to face everybody in the competition?
Yeah, I'm excited as well, Super Tees. And we can see what teams are going to be facing off against each other today. We're starting off the morning with F2K versus MyWay, or F2K MyWay versus Coffin Dance, excuse me. And that is the EU region for the top games of the first half of the day. Then we're going to be moving to the NA region. Venruki, any matchups you're excited for today?
Well, there's a lot of matchups I'm really excited for. I think Wildcard Gaming versus XSET will be, an incredible game. This is normally something we do see in the grand finals in Europe. Of course, Golden Guardians versus the Mystery Org. That'll be another one. Basically, every single one of these matchups is going to be really, really nice. For F2K versus Coffin Dance, that one should be phenomenal as well. I mean, Coffin Dance, this is a cleave setup, and that actually will be our first matchup of the day. F2K playing that jungle cleave with Hydra. I think that's going to make for a really, really explosive matchup.
And we've had quite a bit of a break since we've seen these guys play in the AWC Cups. Do you think that, given that they've had so much time to practice here, Zico, that maybe there's some new strategies that we might see coming out today? What does that mean for a player?
Well, I feel like it depends on what team we're looking at, I think for XSET and Wildcard, they're always looking at each other like, okay, what did we struggle with last time? How are we going to beat it? But if you're Cloud9, I feel like, well, you just keep doing what you're already doing. No one has figured out how to beat you so far, but that also means you have a giant target on your head now. And all the other teams that aren't Cloud9 in North America, they probably have been practicing and trying to figure out some new compositions to bring here to try to beat them.
Mm-hmm. And let's talk about that first match we're going to see coming up shortly here, F2K MyWay versus Coffin Dance Subatees. What do we think we can expect from these two teams into this first game?
So both these teams are pretty limited in compositions. F2K MyWay, I'm anticipating it's going to be playing only one composition, and that's the Feral Druid, Survival Hunter, Healer. Whether or not Hydra decides to not play Discipline Priest is going to be up to him. I feel like he's more likely going to play the Discipline Priest, and he's going to be the Priest rep, really, for the tournament. And Coffin Dance on the other side is kind of all melee cleaves. So they have a Warrior, they have a Windwalker, and they have a Demon Hunter, and then they have Lontar as their healer. So this, I'm anticipating to be very fast matches where Hydra is going to be put through the trials and tribulations of a Priest, getting tunneled down by Demon Hunters, Windwalkers, and Warriors potentially. And he's going to be incredibly tested. Whereas on the opposite side for Coffin Dance, I think the Windwalker Rezus is going to be tested on his ability to survive while chasing down the Priest.
Mm-hmm. And these two teams both have quite a bit of arena veterans on their rosters, a couple of BlizzCon champions as well, Ven. So I think this is just a great way to start off the morning here.
Yeah, I mean, there really is no question about it. I think some of the matchups today will probably be on the longer side. I think this is one of those matchups that will likely be, I would say, pretty fast. I mean, Coffin Dance playing that cleave setup, their main objective in this game is going to be just getting onto Hydra, staying on him as long as possible. If they can do that and they can rotate through all the defensive cooldowns, I think that's going to be really their key to success. If they're unable to do that and Rezus gets pressured away too often, then I think it's going to be F2K's game.
All right, well, the gates are going to be opening soon here for the first match of the day. We will find out who will be the winner of game number 1 for F2K MyWay versus Coffin Dance.
Very excited to get this. AWC is back. Both of these teams are going to be coming in with heat. It's excellent to see Hydra back in the competition this year. It's been a while since we've seen him in the tournament play. And then on the opposite side, seeing Joe come back as well with some of the newer players. Like Tren and Lontar. It's going to be awesome to see these teams go head-to-head in the first round for Europe and start to earn some points in the circuit play to qualify to the BFA finals. The top 4 teams from each of these circuits for NA and EU will compete in that for the respective regions championship. There's a lot on the line in every single series. Every game counts. Every win in a series counts as points. So you want to make sure that you're winning as many as you can. You can't afford any throwaways. This is likely to be a very high intensity game number 1. as the damage profiles on each side are a little bit unrelenting. It's not going to be like those Mage Warlock games where the Mage and Warlock are just trying to drag the fight on into those deeper stages of dampening. I think the Demon Hunter Tren is going to be trying to get into the fight, Mana Rift as much as possible, burn the Priest Hydra out of the game. Meanwhile, Hydra's trying to deflect that, get on top of Lone Tar, find Psychic Screams to burst down a target before he's run out of time on his clock. So this is likely to be a very interesting game number 1.
Yeah, and the gates are open. Let's see what goes on very early on here. It does look like Coffin Dance. They are going to be playing the Windwalker Demon Hunter Restoration Shaman. F2K going with the Discipline Priest Hydra, or Discipline Priest Jungle. We'll have to see what Hydra really can get done. Like I said, for Coffin Dance, their main objective is just going to be sitting on Hydra, using the Mana Rift, trying to chase him down as much as possible. And for F2K, they are going to have to pressure Rezus away.
Beautiful triple Psychic Scream by Hydra initially there. Not finding any cooldowns though, unfortunately. Hydra repositioning at the pillar to line of sight Lone Tar, but Trent secures another Mana Rift, that purple circle. Every single one of those purple circles is going to be a tiny bit of Hydra's mana drained away when his mana is at 0. He's likely going to be unable to continue healing. They need to try and disrupt more of those Mana Rifts moving into the future. Hydra still trying to line of sight. They secure a Freezing Trap. There's no reverse magic available. This is when they need the most pressure onto Rezus. Rezus going to respect the trade here, activate the Touch of Karma, and just go all in onto Hydra. How is he going to deflect this attack? He activates a Vitality Conduit. Is it going to be enough for him to sustain through the damage? They stun up Rezus. He catches a big Shadow Mend. He line of sights Rezus off to the side. They use the Tracker's Net on Lone Tar to try and hold him out of position. Rezus not falling for the bait, stays in line of sight of Lone Tar. Lone Tar picks him up and now moves in on top of Hydra. All 3 members of Coffin Dance trying to pressure him down. Will he be able to handle the pressure? Purge is coming in. Reverse magic on the Freezing Trap. Beautiful timing by Tren. Hydra trades Pain Suppression. But look at the mana, already 35% down. Hydra moves in for the triple Psychic Scream. He snipes out the Tremor Totem. Beautiful play, but Rezus with an equally great answer. That Fortifying Brew totally negating the assault.
Definitely good off heals there by Tony as well, but Hydra's actually getting pressured quite a bit here. Down to 50% mana already. Lone Tar doing pretty well. The thing is, Rezus with no defensive cooldowns whatsoever. He's going to have to play a little bit scared. Every time Hydra brings Rezus out of line of sight, that's going to allow him to line of sight Lone Tar's heals. So definitely a risky game to play. Hydra pushes forward, gets the full Fear Psychic Scream. Now Rezus getting bursted down. It will be Trinket and Spirit Link from Lone Tar. Now we'll do a full trap. They're going to do it. F2K, the darkness. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Rezus barely holding on. He gets interrupted. Do they have any more crowd control for Hydra? And somehow he manages to survive. And now he actually has his Touch of Karma coming up in just a few short seconds. And that's going to allow them to continue this pain train on Hydra.
Beautiful darkness timing there by Trent. I know hanging out in his streams, he always gets mad at me for calling him out when he does in darkness because Lone Tar is usually in charge of it. This time around, they rotate through their cooldowns. They stay alive. Now they've got a Touch of Karma for the next trade. Hydra's got barely any mana left. Lone Tar's getting in on top of him for some purges potentially. Hydra's looking for a Psychic Scream. He's trying to make his way over to the Shaman, but he gets leg swept. Beautiful interception here by the opponents. Hydra stunned up into another Mana Rift. Basically no mana left. Rezus has so many answers. How is Hydra going to pull this off? Touch of Death is activated. Potentially a huge amount of damage. Hydra in position for Psychic Scream. They're baiting out the Grounding Totem potentially. They're not going for any crowd control just yet. There's the Freezing Trap. Reverse Magic snipes in off to the side. Psychic Scream gets Tremor Totem instantly. Beautiful disruption by Coffin Dance. That's going to allow them to just have free reign on Hydra. Another Mana Rift. He drops the barrier. This last line of defense to try and stabilize. But look at this little mana bar below his health. There's nothing left there. Kasuo leaps over for a Harpoon kick onto Lone Tar. Lone Tar now has to deal with being interrupted potentially. How is he going to heal his team? Get aggressive and close this out. Kasuo is doing everything that he can. Goes for the Tracker's Net out of line of sight. He gets Tiger's Lusted out of it. They know that they've got this in the bag. They just need to stay on top of Hydra a little bit longer. Dogpile and trade out the cooldowns. Hydra has to work with basically nothing. Stunned up into another Mana Rift. Rezus is a little bit reluctant to push in and end the game though. Hydra's going to get a moment to breathe here.
Is he going to be able to drink? They're not going to let him get out of combat and drink. No, Tren leaps over. He realizes he is so close to actually finishing. Rezus with the Touch of Karma has more than enough defense to close out this game. I don't know how Hydra could possibly survive. A big Fear coming in. Lone Tar does have his trinket available. Is he going to use it? Actually, pre-Karma on the stun. Nicely done there by Rezus. And Hydra, I don't know, in complete defiance, although has 0 mana left, is somehow holding on. Vitality Conduit, such a powerful essence in order for this healer to survive. And now they're actually going after Kasuo, potentially switching their focus onto the DPS. I know Hydra really doesn't have any tools left to live, and potentially Tony and Cass are going to be a little bit more vulnerable to their attacks.
Nice reverse magic here by Tren, but Rezus' defenses are starting to crack. This could be dangerous for him. Hydra snipes in the Psychic Scream. If they can follow this up with more crowd control, potential to take out Rezus. Lontar drops down the earthen wall. I don't think he's going to go down. Hydra barely holding on by a thread. Both his teammate Kasu is low as well. He's trying to pick himself back up with the Vitality Conduit, but he can't heal his Hunter at the same time. Caught into a full leg sweep. Rezus is going in for the kill. Can Hydra hold on? Look at how low health he is. No mana remaining. Desperate Prayer up in 1 second. Rapture up in 1 second. Vitality Conduit. Hydra holds on for just a tad bit longer. A freezing trap onto Lontar. Once again, Coffin is just pushing and pushing and pushing, and Hydra refuses to fall. Triple Psychic Scream. They stun up Rezus. Are they going to pull off the miracle? Penance off to the side by Hydra. Rezus at half health. Lontar holding on to Spirit Link Totem, and he trades it out at this crocodile. Now Tony gets stunned up and swapped to and dropped to. F2K MyWay go down in game 1, and Coffin Dance show a solid defense.
Coffin Dance, a couple moments there where Rezus may have gone down, but they did end up being victorious in the end there, Zico. What did it really come down to? Was it a mana thing on the side of F2K MyWay? How were they able to secure that victory?
Well, F2K MyWay, they're always going to be on that timer. They're playing jungle, which is just a fast-paced comp. You know, you're playing priest into shaman. And then, of course, you also have Tren, which you could see in that new little player cam, looking very handsome and pressing his mana rift on cooldown. So very hard for Hydra to kind of deal with that in terms of mana. So they need to find a kill early on. They almost had it on Rezus with that excellent mind control on Lontar into the DR trap and everything. But they just couldn't find enough pressure and no real defensive overlaps as well there from Coffin Dance. So Coffin has just played a clean game. You can see here on the damage as well. It looks very nice from their side.
I love all the things we've got now for the circuit here. We've got cameras, we got player cameras, now we have match results here. But we are, of course, working on the microphone. We've got Ben. I think he stacked a little bit too much corruption on his microphone, but we are working on that, guys. But yeah, match results here. We can see the damage breakdown, Sid. Any takeaways from this?
I think one of the main things is Tony's healing at 4.2 million. That's quite a lot. I mean, that has to be a big contributing factor to why Hydra was able to continue to heal for so long, deep into dampening. The composition that Rezus, Tren, and Lontar are running is so disruptive. You have to prevent reverse magic on the freezing traps, so maybe they should try the Demon Hunter as the main target. I'm sure they've got war games in on this, and they've established that they would prefer to go after the Windwalker, but it seems like Tren was too easily being able to dispel freezing traps from Lontar, and basically every time reverse magic was up, he was able to dispel a freezing trap. So I would like to see them disrupt Tren a bit more during those crowd control chains.
And now F2K MyWay, they're down 1 game. It's their map choice here, Ven. Do you think that this is something that they can maybe turn around? Were we expecting a game 1 loss from these guys?
Apologies about the microphone. It's still messed up, but I think the big thing in this matchup is they had too much uptime on Hydra, to be honest. So they had too much uptime on Hydra. What they need to do is allow Hydra to escape a little bit more, try to avoid those mana rifts, and I think what we're likely going to see is something like Pulveron, a map where the pillars are really, really big and it allows Hydra a little bit more breathing room to kind of kite around, drag Rezus out of line of sight, making him a little bit more afraid to actually push in.
And Zico, if they do decide to do that on the side of Coffin Dance, how sustainable do you think that their technique going into game 1 is? Do you think that they can repeat that success for the rest of the series?
I think for Coffin Dance, it's going to be all about the consistency. They need to never overlap, their touch of karma with, maybe a reverse magic or a darkness or Lontar's trinket. They always need to use everything separately, rotate through their defense like they did this time around. And also, they can never really allow MyWay to get like that big setup where they can force, let's say a touch of karma plus the Spirit Link, and kind of get 2 big cooldowns in one go, because those are the moments that really open up opportunities for MyWay to find the kill later on.
Now we see here on our screens, Ashmane's Fall has been locked in. Coffin Dance responding with their composition here with Windwalker, Demon Hunter again. Now F2K MyWay, it's up to them to pick what comp they want to pick. Do we think that we're going to see Hydra on that Disc Priest again, Sid, or what's their move here?
I would actually be afraid of him playing Mistweaver into this particular Demon Hunter Windwalker. I feel like would be able to chase a Mistweaver really easily, unless he's like as good at Mistweaver as he is at Priest. I don't actually think it would be much better. I think their crowd control chains just need to be timed better, coordinated better. So he's using Tracker's Net a lot on Lontar, which is a root. I would rather see him use that on Tren when they're going on Rezus and they've trapped Lontar, so that Tren can't reposition to dispel Freezing Trap, or use maybe a Psychic Scream even, rather than using Psychic Scream on Lontar, use it on Tren to stop him from using Reverse Magic. That gives you at least 6 or 7 seconds to attack the Windwalker Monk. They need to remove all 3 players from the game with crowd control, I think, if they're going to find a kill.
All right, F2K MyWay locking in their composition. Hydra playing that Disc Priest. Ven, what do you think? How do you think they're going to fare here on Ashmane's Fall with that composition that they just locked in?
Well, I think Ashmane's Fall is a nice option as well. The pillar that has the big tiger on it, as you can see on your screen right now, that's a large pillar, and that's going to allow Hydra to kite, similar to what I was looking for on Pulveron. So I do like the map pick here. For Coffin Dance, there was a few close calls. I mean, that wasn't a one-sided game at the end. I mean, Hydra was completely out of mana, but Rezus held on at like 5% health at one point. So definitely opportunities for F2K. If we saw just a few more crits or something like that, it could have been a completely different outcome. So I think this is one of those matchups where both teams have opportunities to win, and it's just going to come down to little outplays.
And this is a best-of-5 series. F2K MyWay, of course, looking here to tie it up. But my question for you, Zico, do you think that they're going to go to Game 5 here, or is this going to be like one of those back-and-forth series? You know, we did see them, like Elliot said, Rezus almost went down a couple times there. F2K MyWay ended up losing. But do we feel like this is going to be a 5-game series?
Well, I think it's hard to call. I could see this going 3-0 for Coffin, but I could also see it, going a 3-2 for MyWay. Just because these two comps, I wouldn't say that one comp super hard counters the other. I would say Coffin, if they play a perfect defense, if they never, give out any real openings for F2K MyWay, then they should be able to walk away with the win. But if F2K MyWay, they can set up a big setup, and maybe they trap Lontar and they get a big go on Rezus. Rezus has to use his Karma and Lontar has to use his Trinket Spirit Link. All of a sudden, you have an opportunity to kill Lontar, or you have an opportunity to secure a kill on Rezus where Lontar won't be able to escape. So that's definitely what you want to be going for. Only time will tell here, Sid. The gates are open.
All right, Casu looking for a freezing trap. Gets intercepted by a triple stun, but Hydra breaks up for a triple fear. Nice counter assault here by F2K. Great burst damage. Love that Tren was crowd control, but he uses Metamorphosis to immune the roots and get the reverse magic. Unfortunately, overlapped with Touch of Karma. So 2 defensive cooldowns on 1 assault for F2K. They can't really be unhappy about that. Lontar looking for some Hex. Not going to find that on anybody. A bit weird that he used his Spirit Walker's Grace for a Hex against a Feral Druid. Seems like that may come back to bite him, as he won't be able to immune interrupts in the future. Hydra gets stunned up in the leg sweep. Fists of Fury are flying. Touch of Death rolling. Hydra trying to counter assault this with his pain suppression. Thorns activated. They purge the Thorns, stay on target, just tunnel the healer. Appears to be their main strategy. Casu looks like he's attacking Lontar a little bit. Curious if they're looking for a Shaman swap. I don't think that would be advisable. Earthenwall Totem about to fade. They go for the Psychic Scream onto 2 players. Beautiful Psychic Screams in Game 2 by Hydra. Freezing Trap to follow up. Rezus activates the Fort Brute. Might not be enough. He's got a Gladiator's Maledict absorbing some heals. He gets on top of Lontar, but he's getting critically low. Huge penance comes in, but Lontar responds. Nice timing on that Spirit Link, but this crowd control is looking clean from F2K MyWay.
Yeah, but that was another overlap. That was the Fortifying Brew from Rezus, as well as Lontar's Trinket Spirit Link, and they had to use the Trinket Spirit Link, so Rezus should have tried to hold on to it. That greed, they're not going to pay off. Hydra, you're going to respond to this assault here with that Power Word Barrier, still taking a lot of damage, and if you're on F2K MyWay now, you just forced out the reverse magic, and now you have a clear kill window here on Rezus. 5 seconds left on the Karma. I don't know if they can force it out here. Then they're going to have a 100% kill window onto Rezus, but it looks like Rezus is going to be able to hold on to it. So the next time they land a trap onto Lontar, they're going to have Rezu's Karma, and then they also have Trend's Darkness. So I think it's very likely that Lontar gets his trinket back here, and that there's not going to be any real kill opportunity. I think that fear right there, or the next one rather, is going to be what basically makes or breaks the game. Unfortunately, Hydra used his Dark Archangel on the last try, and he is getting pressured hard right now. There's a full Intim stun into the fear, but they don't get it onto Tren, and they don't have the damage here to back it up. But can they get a trap? Looks like a DR bash into a potential trap here. They're not going to find it, and I think that trap is going to be a little too late. Rezu's using his Karma, and now Hydra's in big trouble here, Sid.
Ooh, that instant kick by Trent on Hydra's Penance. The Vitality Conduits, he's trying to stabilize here. Nice powered solids usage. He's going to need to activate that every single 9 seconds if he wants to maintain his mana here. He needs to stay away from Trent. He's got that Feather activated to max speed, but Trent ducks right back on top of him. Lontar is there as well. Touch of Death is rolling. How are they going to respond to this? Fell Eruption, Touch of Death. He can't use Barrier just yet. Barrier comes down. No knockbacks available. Hydra interrupted on heals, though, pressured heavily by Coffin Dance. Despite their great offense early on in this game, they are starting to fall back. Hydra pushing in for a fear. Lontar repositions. He just can't keep up. They go for the Master's Call. Kasu roots up Lontar for Hydra to get in position. Snipes out the Psychic Scream. Rezus, how's he going to respond? He Fists of Furies. He's parrying Trend's attacks, tunneling down Hydra, but Vitality Conduit stabilizes Hydra. He gets sprinted out of the Mana Rift. Well timed there. It's going to buy a little bit more on the clock for F2K. Hydra line of sighting Lontar. Doesn't want to get purged behind a pillar on his Rapture. Good positioning by Hydra. They're swapping over to Tony. They took Tony down in game number 1. Hydra's got to be ready for the swap.
Yeah, that was a nice little hex snipe there by Lontar, but now big trouble here. Fear on the reverse magic. This is a big chance here to get big cooldowns, and they do get the darkness, so they get the trap onto Lontar and immediately fear the reverse magic, and that is the reason why Tren has to use his trinket and his darkness right there. Rezu's gonna have his Touch of Karma. Lontar gonna have his trinket Spirit Link, and the reason why you don't want to use Lontar's trinket in that situation is because he doesn't have his Spirit Link, so he's gonna trinket and then he has to cast. So very nice trade there from Coffin Dance. Next time around, it's going to have to be Karma. Then it's going to have to be Lontar cooldowns. Tren getting mind control behind the pillar. It's a 2v2 here between Lontar and, of course, Rezus and Kasu. Tony going to be sitting in that leg sweep now. Rezus looking to get back on target onto Hydra. They want to try to set up a drink for Hydra, but I don't think Tren is going to allow it. The last Mana Rift here connecting. Hydra has his Pain Suppression. He has his Powered Barrier. He's looking for the fear. He gets it. Rezus drops dangerously low. Trinket uses the Touch of Karma right there, but he should be completely fine. And then the next time the pressure rolls around, they have reverse magic, they have Trinket Spirit Link, but Lontar gets stunned up. He might need to use it right here and right now. Big Spirit Link gonna be dropped there by Lontar, and he is gonna stabilize Rezus. Hydra looking for a drink.
Oh, can Tony CC Lontar gets harpooned? Hydra didn't get any mana there, unfortunately. Rezus is now back on target. Confidence push in to close this one out. They're denied by the pain suppression of Hydra, but he can't really heal. He's just providing damage. He's getting purged on his Rapture-powered shields. This could be devastating. He's doing what he can here. Radiance at that low mana? That's desperation for Hydra. He's basically got nothing. Tren goes for the I-Beam. He gets the full channel. His damage is maxed out. Going for the Metamorphosis I-Beam, kicking him instantly on the Penance. Hydra goes for the Vitality Conduit. He's moving in for the Psychic Scream, but he gets stunned up. Will it be enough? They need to find a kill soon here. They're working with nothing. Rezu's Fort Bruise. He knows he needs to close the game out. He's just tunneling Hydra into the dirt. No defense for such a long time. Lontar just trinkets out of crowd control. It's do or die for Confidence. End this game now and close it out before they've run out of cooldowns. There's no darkness, there's no Spirit Link. If Hydra can hold on to the next freezing trap, they could win the game, but there's no mana. He's at 10%, and a triple stun in by Tren is more than enough to close it out. Coffin Dance move to match point.
Dude, these guys are absolutely on fire. Just a couple of moments there where they're, Rezu's almost going down and they're saying, no, we're not letting anybody die on our team. They turn it around and then they get that game 2 victory, and now they're finding themselves on match point. They only need one more win to move on in this bracket here. Zico, talk about those moments. How are they able to keep their team alive so well, play so well defensively into the deep dampening to just get that jungle cleave down?
It just comes down to that defensive cooldown rotation. Once again, they had actually a blunder there early on. They used, I think it was, reverse magic and Touch of Karma at the same time. Then the next trap actually forced out Lontar's trinket, but because of that reverse magic having only a 1 minute cooldown, they're able to rotate back their Touch of Karma, Lontar's trinket Spirit Link, really good darkness as well by Tren. Honestly, I think Coffin has just had, aside from that one mistake in the early stage of the game, just a 100% perfect defense. Never anything was overlapped, and they stopped all the drinks. They had good pressure, as you can see here as well.
I mean, it seems like all they really need to do, Ven, to going into this game 3 is just do what they did in games 1 and 2 on the side of Coffin Dance, and they're fine. Like, they're just playing so well defensively, and this Jungle Cleave just isn't really a match for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what can happen. Unfortunately, if they have enough uptime on Hydra, it's inevitable that he will get mana rifted, and the pressure is just too great. So, Casu and Tony, they need to figure out a way to generate more pressures onto Rezus, and if they can't, I don't think they can win the series.
Yeah, not looking too well on the side of F2K MyWay. Those Super Teams, what do you think their options are here? What are they talking about right now, do you think, to try and maybe scratch out a victory in this series here?
Well, I like that they went for a map with bigger pillars. I think Tolvaron might have been better for them. That's probably where we go for game number 3, if I'm anticipating it, if they want to continue this drag the Mistweaver, or drag the Windwalker around corners. I'm wondering why they're not trying the Demon Hunter. I feel like I'm double checking the build on Tren. Is he running Conflict Major? He is. So I guess he would be a little difficult. I mean, everybody is playing Conflict Major though. I feel like when you go Demon Hunter, then you can use Freezing Trap on the healer while he's stunned. You can maybe even use Binding Shot. So Binding Shot is, I think it might be one of the only routes in the game that doesn't break on damage. So when Tren tries to jump over to dispel any crowd control, he'll get rooted while being attacked and it won't break. I would like to see them just try a different target more. I feel like maybe they're too tunneled in on Rezus, and because they're only attacking Rezus, then Coffin Dance are like, all right, this is how we rotate our cooldowns for the entire game. And we know exactly what we're rotating because they're not doing anything different. And we're not panicked because they're switching anything up. So I would like to see them try switching their target around, if anything.
Yep, and once again, these guys, Coffin Dance, only need one more victory to secure this series with a 3-0. If you guys want to see the armor that Sid was just talking about, you guys can go to awc.gcd.tv. If you want to check out what armor these guys are running, you can see every player and what they're using for these games here. Zico, what do you think their options are here on the side of F2K? What's their best move if they want to try and secure this with a reverse sweep, maybe?
I feel like the biggest issue that they have, I don't think that you swap target to Tren and then you just do the same thing but on Tren. I think what you need to do is, and this is a lot easier said than done, but if you can have 2 people that are pressured, then you're going to be in a great spot, because if Rezus thinks he's dying and Tren thinks he's dying, you're going to land a trap. You're going to see Rezus already running. You're going to see Tren maybe using his early defensives, like Blur. And then you can start forcing out some of these cooldowns, swap back and forth, and then eventually you're going to be in a situation where, okay, Rezus doesn't have Karma, Tren doesn't have his Trinket, who do we want to kill? Let's land a trap and try to take down Tren, for example, and that's how you can set up a win. But I feel like the game, like Sid kind of mentioned, it becomes too scripted when you're just going for one person over and over and over again, and especially if that person is Rezus. Rezus is not going to make a mistake that's going to cause him to die.
And I feel like jungle is one of those compositions that we see pretty, it has its moments where it's really, really strong. nLite's had success on it. We've seen it with Reformed in the past, winning the spring finals. But is this just an issue of maybe this jungle cleave is just not good enough against Demon Hunter Windwalker, or is there just something that's not quite clicking on the side of F2K, Sid?
I feel like they're getting good setups. Like, their crowd control is on point. They're living a decently long time. I would say the only thing that is underperforming is their damage output. If they could just do more damage, all 3 of them, Hydra, Casu, and Tony, like even 10% more damage across the board and still get the clean setups and still last as long, then I think they would be in a good spot. That's the only thing I'm noticing, is that it just seems like their overall pressure could be higher. They're maybe too focused on those specific windows of time rather than maximizing their damage at all times. I think they could try and do that. I think attacking 2 targets, like Zico said, that will help them maximize their damage. And then Lontar has these tough decisions of who are they going to go after in the next freezing trap. Is it my Demon Hunter or my Windwalker? Which cooldown should we call? It becomes a much more difficult game for Coffin Dance to navigate when there's multiple pressure points. So more damage from F2K MyWay and more target swapping is what I would like to see.
And F2K MyWay, they have locked in Dalaran Sewers. They have Hydra on that Disc Priest again. Coffin Dance playing that same composition here. Zico, what do you think the positioning is going to look like for F2K MyWay if they maybe want to implement those strategies that we're discussing?
Well, I think, it's going to be Hydra playing on the opposite pillar of Lontar and then trying to get into his face and land as many fears as possible. I think the most important thing here is just going to be if Tony can keep his bleeds up on Trent and Rezus, and they can kind of get somebody to 80, 70% before a trap, and then they land a trap and go on the person who's low. That's, I think, the most important thing is. But the gates are open, the game started, full fear secured onto Lontar, big damage here onto Rezus. Not going to be using any cooldowns right now. Lontar trading out the Earthen Wall Totem maybe for this attack, but it looks like so far Coffin Dance actually has a lead right off the get-go.
No, Coffin Dance are actually focusing Tony a little bit more this time around. Hydra's team is on match point here, and Coffin Dance are mixing it up to try and throw him a curveball. Double stun lock here by Rezus. Tony getting bursted down. Big swap onto Tony. Is he going to be able to survive 10% in the barrier? Barely holding on as he's in bear form. Okay, fine. It's not that funny. Hydra gets interrupted. Can they keep dogpiling these interrupts when the barrier is over and continue the assault here? I mean, Tony is just taking a beating this game. Touch of Death is rolling. Survival Instincts on 10%. They're absolutely tearing him apart. Karma used here for that freezing trap to stay on target. Pain suppression, everything but the kitchen sink to keep Tony alive, and he's still just barely holding on. Nice Tremor Totem on the Psychic Scream. Tony jumps back in. Trent's chasing him down. Double stun. Trent looking to close it out. Big damage. Tony Shadow Melt stuns Trent to hold on at sub 5% health. It's just run, kitty, run for Tony. He jumps back to Rezus, stuns up Rezus, goes for the big guidance device to try and burst down Rezus and find some counter pressure. But Tony has just been dying for the better part of a minute straight. Is he finally going to recover?
I can't believe it. I thought he was dead like 3 times there, but I actually managed to get a nice little counter set up there in the midst of things. Beautiful kiting there by Tony, and he's going to be able to stay alive. No trinket, no survival instincts for another 30 seconds. And of course, Rezus though, no Fort Brew, no Karma. The next trap could easily just be a trinket from Lontar, but Tony taking huge damage there in that leg sweep. Hydra getting wind sheared into a paralyze, but unfortunately Trent breaks it with his dash. There's the full trap secured onto Lontar. Trent actually holding on to his reverse magic. Now he's outranging Hydra so he doesn't get feared, and then he potentially could reverse the fear if he wants to. He's just going to hold on to it, wait a little bit longer before he uses that, and Tony's just taking so much damage in this stun. There's no way he's going to be able to survive that, and they make it look easy here on the side of Coffin Dance, taking down F2K MyWay 3-0.
And F2K MyWay just... Man, I mean, there wasn't really much they could do there. That was probably, I think, the fastest game in that whole series from Coffin Dance. Didn't really look like they were in trouble at all there, Zico.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Tony maybe swapped out Versa gear for gushing or something, but it looked like Tony was not wearing that much Versa because he was taking huge damage. He was already down to 10% in the first stun lock, and if they noticed that Tony isn't running Versa and they decided to swap up their strategy for that last game, hats off to Coffin Dance. They're not getting complacent. They're up 2-0. They're thinking, what we're doing is working. No, they're still looking for ways to win the game faster, to have more pressure, to not give out even a chance of a reverse sweep. So really, really good stuff here. You can see Tony's damage. Not the best game for Tony in terms of offense. He did a good job kiting, but yeah.
Well, and look at the damage from the Demon Hunter too. That's...
Oh, do you see what Tony did on his gear? He went full mastery. No. That's not what you do. You go full versatility. There's no way you're getting away on a Pharaoh Druid. I guess he was just fed up and they wanted to try something different.
I like that.
So he went for more damage.
You like that, Zico?
He died instantly with full mastery.
Yeah, but you already lost 2 times with Versa, so you may as well YOLO it up a bit. Maybe you get a fat Ferocious Bite.
Why not Gushing? Is Gushing just not good or something? I feel like Jungle used to always play Gushing.
I don't know. Actually, doesn't DH take reduced damage from Gushing?
Yes, they would, but you're going Windwalker mostly. I don't know.
I guess that's true. I have no idea. I'm not going to question Tony, though.
I'm waiting to see nLite. Okay, if nLite play Gushing, then I can clearly say that I think that their builds were wrong. But if nLite
Are you
doesn't play
saying gold?
gushing,
nLite
then
is the gold standard for jungle super teas?
yes.
Okay.
He's
All
not
right.
wrong.
Anyways, congratulations to Coffin Dance winning the first game of the day with a 3-0 too. Is that how we had all expected it to go, Zico?
No,
I know.
well,
I think you said. Go ahead.
I give you a kind of a like a Van Rookie answer, like kind of a Canadian answer, to be honest. I said, well, I could see it going 3-2, but I could also see it being a clean sweep 3-0. But with that said, I think Coffin Dance, they never made any defensive mistakes, and in fact, they were actually looking like they were the team that was improving the most throughout the series as well. So, not that surprised, maybe.
Yeah, it's very true. And, F2K definitely not out of the running just yet, as this is round robin. And then next up, we're going to be going to nLite versus Diabolus, another jungle team here versus Diabolus again here. Super T's, are we excited for this series? What do we think? Is this going to go similarly since this is another jungle cleave?
Diabolus, I feel like I don't know what to expect from them because their roster, I believe they don't have the Mage Warlock. They were playing Mage Ellie a lot, and they were winning against Mage Warlock with it in the cup stage. I don't know if that's what they'll want to play into jungle. I think that the Rogue Mage could be a bit volatile. I think it's still a good comp overall, but it might be a little bit more risky than some sort of Spellcaster cleave. That's typically what jungle has struggled with. So nLite, well, they'll play Feral Hunter. I'm pretty sold of that. As to whether or not Zuniaki plays Mistweaver, Priest, maybe something else too, maybe even Paladin or something, with how powerful Paladins are at the moment. It could be anything in game one, and that's what I'm most excited about.
Yeah, and as we've seen here, it's all going to be up in the air as this is a round robin format. Super excited to see how these matches are going to play out here. Zico, what do you think? Are you excited for this next matchup?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think I love to watch jungle. Getting more jungle, nLite, of course, looking like the best jungle in the world right now. Let's see, have they, kept their form? Did they lose some steam? Are they even better than before? Is that even possible? And then, of course, we have Diabolus as well, which honestly looked like one of those teams that we kind of had higher expectations than what we've seen from Diabolus so far. So, but they did add a new member to their roster over Acro, and they did make it here. So maybe Diabolus is one of those teams that really have been improving and reached their potential at this point.
And we will find out shortly. We're going to go to a quick break. Thank you guys for being patient with us as we have some couple issues that we're working out, but hopefully we'll come back even stronger. We'll see you guys after this break with nLite versus Diabolus, and we'll be right back.
Chaz. There needs to be a little bit more crowd control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game. Battlemaster's going to fall. Battlemaster's going to fall. Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Blitzo. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li had the preemptive diffuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The Shadows down. The kidney shot, and Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We just saw Coffin Dance beat F2K MyWay with a 3-0. Now we're moving on to nLite versus Diabolus. Then what do you have to say about that last game? Oh, he's speechless. He's speechless.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, that game had me speechless as well.
That was uncalled
We're going to let him figure out his mic issues for a second there. So Zico, thoughts on that last game? Anything you want to recap before we start talking about this next matchup? Are you speechless?
Well, I'm
Oh wait, did you unmute, Zika? Did you unmute?
Wait, did I unmute?
Nah, you're good. You're good. He's messing with you.
Okay, we're good. I had 2 people beep me in my ear and go, Zico, Mike. So we're working hard together, all of us here. You know, big shout out to production as well, trying to keep us on track, trying to prevent history from repeating itself.
You're doing good so far, though. No mute.
So,
I mean, it's only the second. It's only the second series of the day, but you're 100% uptime. What was the meme? Uptime.
Most improved.
Most improved.
That didn't stop during the break. You know, I was practicing every day how to unmute my mic.
You were practicing how to unmute your mic. You were practicing how to unmute your mic while all these other teams were practicing for this round robin circuit. We need like a music compilation of that. Anyways, nLite versus Diabolus. We talked about it a little bit before the break. It sounds like, Zika, you kind of think nLite is like the gold standard for the jungle cleave. Why do you think that? Why is that?
Well, the best way to describe nLite would be... nLite is like Patrick Swayze in Dirty Dancing. Everything is just perfect, you know? Especially
who are they lifting
Zuniaki.
up in the scene in the lake? Who's that?
Kara on his red pala. I think Coffin
Someone on Twitter,
lifting him
please
up as
make
well.
that a video. Sorry, go, continue with your thought. I didn't mean to put you off track there.
No,
Patrick Swayze, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think a big reason though to why nLite is such a great team. Obviously, you got an all-star priest in Zuniaki. What you do with Hydra as well, I would say they're both really really up there. But the fact that Zuniaki plays that jungle with his Mistweaver a little bit better, I would say is the reason why I put them at that gold standard. And also, I just think that the synergy, with Cassidy, and of course the damage that Faciles. I don't know what this guy eats every morning, but I think I need the Faciles diet because this guy is doubling and tripling everybody's damage in war games. Like we're watching these guys play mirrors, and Faciles is literally 2 hunters.
He's eating just pure azurite or something.
Oh my god!
I don't know, but he's very focused.
Azurite breakfast cereal. Wait,
Azurite for breakfast.
That would have been Azuritos.
Azurite.
I don't know.
Didn't they make those? What were they called? Lucios?
They were Lucios.
Yeah, for Overwatch.
Lucios.
Yeah. What about
pretty
WoW?
You guys ever try those?
We need the WoW. I did. They tasted like apples, I think.
They
They're
need
pretty
WoW
good.
equivalent.
Yeah. Well, anyways, here on our screen, before these roll through, we can see Diabolus on Ragnaros. That was that's, sorry. That just popped in my head.
Are they shaped like little Ragnaros?
I don't know if you'd be able to put that into a cereal mold. I don't know how that works.
Cereal mold.
Allegedly.
They can get the alphabet on
should we
cereal.
talk
They
about
can
the
get
stats on the
Ragnarok.
screen, or do we just want to keep talking about cereal?
Well, they can. I mean, they can see the stats.
I want to. I want to
us
explain it though, because this is the first time that we've seen a card like this. So if you guys are a little bit confused at home of what we're seeing on the screen, we can see the breakdown of the team compositions that these teams have played. So we can see here in the upper left, we've got that Mage, Lock, Mistweaver composition here. They played it 7 times, and they have a win rate of 57%. And in the very far left, we can see the overall win rate for this team is 50%, with their average dampening of 35%. So super awesome that we're getting these stats delivered to us, and we can see the breakdown of what exactly these teams are playing later on in the day in this series, in this tournament. We're going to see also some composition stats for players as well, and we can see the damage break or the win loss breakdown for those guys too. So excited about that, Zico.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, if you look at these stats right here, you can see when they had the Rogue on the team, things weren't going so well. But once they got that Destro Warlock Mercy, things started going extremely well for them. You know, Gelu on that Fire Mage, he is one of the absolute kingpins of Mage. This guy, he plays the Panda Mage, goes up to Druids, Panda ratios them into a Ring of Frost, and all of a sudden he's setting up his team for a big win, you know. So definitely excited to see what these guys can do. And of course, we are going to get into Nagrand Arena, Jungle Cleave with the Discipline Priest versus that Mage Lock Paladin. And if we go by the win-loss, I think this is a great pick from Diabolus.
I mean, this is the composition that nLite have struggled with basically for the entire year, and their answer was to play a Mistweaver Monk. So Zuniaki is not playing a Mistweaver Monk. Will the Priest be able to last long enough against the Fire Mage Destruction Warlock? Both posted up here, blinking into midfield, looking for Greater Pyros, a Frost Nova onto both. Gelu getting right on top of Zuniaki. He tries to pre-barrier, but they're going to they might go out Zuniaki out of the Ring of Frost. Greater Pyro, oh no, a triple Ring of Frost? Oh, Cassidy barely gets in there in time to stun up Gelu, but he's in a full Hammer of Justice. Mercy has got so many cast bolts onto Zuniaki. He paint suppressions on 10%. Vitality Conduit barely holding on with the Desperate Prayer. Zuniaki is boldly just chasing down Clyde. Clyde repositioning away. Greater Pyro still a threat. Interrupted on that one. He gets feared on his gateway. Nice fear timing by Zuniaki. Zuniaki all over Gelu, and nLite are nothing but aggression in game 1.
Big pushes here from both teams, but a trap secured onto Clyde. Preemptive Hand of Sacrifice, excellently done. Zuniaki now in a DR shape into the fear. If they can stun Zuniaki, this could be a big go there. 1 cast bolt, 2 cast bolts. Greater Pyroblast gonna fly in there in the backside. Not gonna be doing too much damage there though. Zuniaki gonna be able to duck behind the pillar. Facil's getting Hammer of Justice. He's going to be able to get the spell on that one. And now the jungle looking to make an offensive push here. Zuniaki's mana is looking good. Clyde, what are you gonna do here? He needs to use a preemptive Blessing of Protection or something before he gets stunned into a trap. Clyde doing a great job so far to sustaining Gelu. And look at Mercy's positioning. He is standing between Zuniaki and Cassidy. Zuniaki wants to come out and heal him. Well, guess what? You're going to get feared, Zuniaki. And if Zuniaki wants to do anything, he's going to have to run into that Warlock. The only way that they can stop it is by landing a trap onto Clyde, which they have. Do they have a follow-up bash or something onto Clyde? Not going to happen. And because of Mercy's kind of goalkeeper positioning there, he's actually able to shut down the Psychic Scream. You saw Gelu on about 10-20% HP there. Imagine if they have a full fear crowd control on the Paladin. Surely they will be... Oh, big damage on Cassidy here, though. But surely if Mercy isn't positioning the way he is, they could force out the Ice Block right there, Sid.
All right, let's see if they can get that situation. Clyde is currently interrupted for a moment into a stun lock. Blazing Barrier activates, but a Freezing Trap lands. Is there an Imp Dispel on it? Doesn't look like it. Gelu is just trying to retreat away. Facile feared off by Mercy, but Zuniaki moves in for the Psychic Stream. Clyde breaks out with Glider's Medallion, goes for a Blessing of Protection. Gelu uses Demonic Gateway to escape the clutches of nLite. Zuniaki's mana still healthy, not great. If he can manage to drink here on the reset, that would be excellent. Is Mercy going to snipe him with a Rain of Fire? I can imagine that Zuniaki wants to drink right now. Mercy moving in on the right side, gets stunned up. Rain of Fire hits Zuniaki, stopping the drink. Cassidy landing a nice interrupt there on the Clyde. Really like this two-pronged pressure onto Gelu and Mercy. Stun on Clyde now. Freezing Trap snipes. They mind control Mercy. Nice Scorpion Sting, beautiful crowd control, but the Imp was able to dispel the freezing trap. Mercy eats the guidance device for Gelu. That could have been enough damage to get maybe cauterized, but nice soak. Regardless, it was the second Blessing of Protection. Clyde doesn't really care, as I would imagine he's running full Ineffable Truce, so those cooldowns are going to be coming back quite rapidly. Greater Pyro in the sky onto Facile. He ducks around the corner. Zuniaki down to half mana. nLite need to get out back into midfield. Gelu baits him even deeper, and Facile is a little bit reluctant to chase just yet. Zuniaki mounting an assault with that Angelic Feather. Mercy intercepts him with a full fear. Facile into a Polymorph. Hammer of Justice onto Cassidy. Gelu lines up the Meteor. He's not going to go for the Combustion. It looked like it would have been a pretty decent timing on it, but holds on to the Combustion. Snipes a Polymorph onto Zuniaki. Cassidy runs for his life. Facile is the only member out in the open at the moment. I think they want to set up on the Zuniaki out of the Polymorph. They go in for the Hammer of Justice. There's a Chaos Bolt over on the Zuniaki. Only tickling him, though. Gelu's actually falling behind. Big Drestagath connects onto Gelu. Sacrifice trades up for Clyde. Recovering with the Avenging Wrath. Combustion's rolling. Gelu wants to spice things up, but not finding any damage. Repositioning. I love the way Gelu is playing the map, going side to side, playing the opposite that Zuniaki is, and it's really making it difficult for nLite to get a good position.
Yeah, and now Gelu's going to get kicked. It looks like they're trying to set up another assault here, and Zuni really wants to cross the map. So now, because of that, they had to stun Mercy, and now he's going to get mind controlled. And now, if Zuni can walk Mercy behind the pillar, he can potentially cross. But it looks like Zuni is actually happy just playing the max range game here. He can still heal Cassidy, he can still keep Facile alive. And now he's actually trying to run on the outskirts here and try to avoid Mercy's fear range. But he does catch a fear. Gelu going to trinket here. Dragon's Breath onto the Hunter. He's looking for a sheep, but Gelu, that blink was not exactly where you wanted. But it looks like they're going to set up an assault here. Chaos Bolt, Greater Pyroblast. Gelu's going to get stunned on it. So it's only Mercy's damage here, but he might be able to solo a Mortal Call coming through. If he gets another Chaos Ball, that could just be it. Mercy almost soloing Zuniaki there, forcing out the pain suppression. Get it with the blink counterspell. A little bit too aggressive there. Now he's going to be forced to port back. Clyde catches a big heal there onto Gelu with that big Divine Favor. And now Zuni's mana is not looking too good, but we are just setting foot here in Dampen Land. You can see 4% dampening there, and as the game goes on, everybody's healing will be reduced by that number at the top side of your screen. Full sheep on the Zuni, big damage here. Greater Pyroblast going to connect onto Cassidy. Trinket, Survival Instinct, and now they have an opportunity to swap to Zuni potentially as well. One Chaos Bolt is going to connect, and Greater Pyro as well. Big damage onto Zuni, but he's just going to tank it with the Rapture, and now he's going to go look for the Fear, and this is exactly what he needs to do. He finds it, and now if they can follow that up with a trap, that could be big, but it somehow. But Gelu almost proking the Conrad still. He did temp all of that, so that should be a big temporal shield. Gets him back to 50% Clyde in a full trap. Trinket's out, trying to keep Gelu alive. He gets immediately kicked, and that's going to be the Cauterize. Potentially the Ice Block as well. He uses the Health Stone, and he is going to be safe for now. The Avenging Wrath. But Cassidy is just dead here. Full Fear secured, and now Mercy taking things into his own hands there, popping that dark, that unending resolve there at the end to get to get immunity on his cast. It's beautiful.
Alright, I gotta say, I'm a little disappointed that nLite lost because I had a really good Patrick Swayze and Dirty Dancing pun ready to go. Do you guys want to hear it?
Do you think they were going to win a game? You could have held on to it.
Yeah, but then the moment would have been lost. Like, people would be like, what is she talking about? So I gotta do it when it's fresh. I was gonna say,
they would have been like, wow, she's super smart.
In the corner. But they put themselves in the corner, and Diabolus has secured a game 1 victory against nLite.
The camera's on us? Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You got a second? You wanna?
Yeah, I was just...
You good? You good?
Yeah, we're good. What are you drinking,
cool.
Oh,
alright.
Look at Facile's damage! Look at Facile's damage! This is what I was talking about. Look at Facile's damage! He's playing Melee Hunter against Mage Lock. He tops the damage. He's basically Cassidy and Gelu put together. What is this? How is he doing that?
And look how many times he got CC'd, and he's still, like, look how...
35. He was the most crowd-controlled player in the game. Yep. He did the most damage.
He probably spent the third in crowd control of this game, but he still is by far out-damaged everyone.
So this is something we were talking about last game, that the issue with F2K MyWay is maybe their damage output just wasn't quite there, and now we're seeing this damage coming from nLite. What's the big difference that we're seeing between these two teams, Ven?
Facile played Gushing. Oh wait, is Ven here?
I think I'm here.
Yeah, I think Ven's good. Are you good?
I think I'm good now. What a nightmare that was. And I'm going to be honest, I didn't even see that game. I was panicking, trying to fix my mic,
Okay. All right.
But I mean, I'm just taking a look at the gear.
You sound nice and clear, though.
Oh, that's good. That's great. But I was taking a look at the gear, and there is a lot of gushers. Facile has a lot of gushers. Like his lunchbox was definitely packed full. So.
Well, I guess that is the answer. But unfortunately, they did lose that game 1. Diabolus is 1-0. How were they able to secure that victory, though, in the end, Zico, especially against such high damage output?
Oh, well, you know, I think it's a combination of things. Number 1, they obviously played well. Number 2, they had a nice, big, fat, large map to play on. And number 3, I would say that the Mage Warlock has a bit of an advantage in this matchup. As long as the person who is not targeted by the jungle is kind of just standing in the face of the enemy healer and just being super annoying, every time the jungle wants to do anything offensive, they're going to need the priest to be there to fear. And every time the priest wants to be there to fear, Gelu's going to sheep him if he's the free casting one, or Mercy is going to fear him if he's the free casting one. They're going to turn the pressure back onto the DPS. DPS is going to have to run, and then they're going to say, oh, we have a sheeped healer here in the middle of the map. Let's have some fun.
And now it is going to be nLite's map choice here. Do we think that, I don't know, what do you think they're going to go here, Zico, or Supertees, with this next map choice? What are their options here if you're on nLite?
I feel like they like Blackrock Hold. Just you seem to always go to it at some point. And look at that! Look at that!
Look at
I can't even cheat.
You're
I
so
can't even
good at your
cheat.
job!
I just said that. I just said it, and it happened. Look at that.
They always go there when they lose, man.
No. Yeah, but I remembered that.
It's like saying, "Oh, Wildcard went to Blade's Edge." What? No way.
All right, well, they are going to be playing Blackroot Cold. Diabolus is going to be playing Mage Lock. Once again, Clyde on that Holy Paladin. Now it's nLite's comp choice. Probably going to go jungle again, if I had to guess here then. But what do you think they're going to lock the same healer? Like, what could they change up if they want to try and secure a Game 2 victory?
Well, I think this is a composition Diabolus has obviously been playing quite a bit, and I think nLite was expecting it. So, yeah, they're not going to be changing it up. I think these teams have played against each other enough right now, and they're familiar with enough with each other that, Zuniaki, if he had any intention of playing the Mistweaver Monk, it would have been in game number 1. And I think the fact that he went with the Priest is kind of a telltale sign that they are going to be sticking with that. And I think on the smaller map, Blackrock Cold and nLite, they always seem to do really well on this map, but Diabolus, they're running an incredibly solid composition. The Paladin just provides so much defense against the all-ins that nLite really have available, and it just seems like if they can get enough setups, then nLite is inevitably going to lose. But we did see the crazy damage from nLite last game, especially Facile on the Hunter.
Yeah, we really did. So much damage. Like you said, Facile had, I think, almost 10 million damage, as we saw in that match score at the end of game 1 there. But they still lost to Diabolus. And if it's about setups, then on the side of Diabolus to get another victory here, Supertees, what do you think nLite's goal is? How are they going to try and shut down any of those setups and try and maybe turn it around for a victory for them?
Well, Gelu and Mercy just want to reposition across the map, but on Blackrock Hold, there's not really anywhere to reposition because the rooms on the side are so close to the center. Zuniaki and Cassidy and Facile will always have a place to retreat, and that's what they're looking for. So they can get in, go for the crowd control, go for the burst, retreat away, and repeat this multiple times until they can find a kill. One of the major difficulties is that while that strategy used to be really effective in the past, Paladins now have the Corruption Ineffable Truth, which just makes all of their cooldowns very short. So nLite will make a push, Clyde will use Sacrifice, they'll make a push, Clyde will use Bop, and then almost likely Clyde sacrifices back up again. So it's this indefinite rotation of cooldowns from the Corruption that makes it difficult for nLite to find victory. They're really just banking on a surprising amount of damage from Drestagath, I think, to find a win.
Then we'll see Infernals get dropped out right away. Good pressure coming in basically instantaneously, forcing Cassidy to retreat. I like the build Gelu is playing. I don't know if he was playing this in game number 1, but playing that Flame Patch build definitely helps, especially when nLite is trying to get out of line of sight. Playing the World in Flames, the Flame Patch allows them to get a lot of range damage and allows, basically forces nLite to not just turtle behind the pillar.
Look at these flame strikes from Gelu at the moment. He actually gets interrupted on a flame strike. I feel like he's pretty happy about that. Mercy is just freely casting Chaos. Big dress to get hit onto Gelu. He temporal shields. He blinks back to Clyde to try and eat the freezing trap of Facile. Facile holds on to the freezing trap, trying to bait out a cooldown. Now finding the bait. Cassidy retreats. Facile gets caught in midfield. Clyde's moving forward slightly. Is he going to charge in for a Hammer of Justice, or is just going to continue poking? Mercy switches over to an Imp to get ready to dispel the trap. Freeing up the Hunter Pet as well, maybe trying to set up potentially in the future. Infernals have been called in, actually just a Vision of Perfection proc. Clyde's charging in. Hammer of Justice is down. Chaos Bolt being casted, trying to fake out the Skull Bash into a Mortal Coil. Nice combo of crowd control. Chaos Bolt to follow it up. Zuniaki wraps around the corner, looking to pick himself back up, but this is unrelenting pressure. I like that they're going after Mercy, trying to punish the Vision of Perfection choice so he doesn't have conflict and strife. Switching between the Warlock and the Mage is definitely going to be important for nLite to find victory.
To get aggressive, Zuni and Hammer of Justice taking some damage here. Clyde actually getting stunned up on his Divine Favor. Zuniaki gonna land a fear. He's gonna purge it as well. He does manage to purge it, but Clyde preemptively Hand of Sacrifice right there, gonna be able to break out of that fear. And it looks like he is playing the ultimate sacrifice, which means if he uses that sacrifice, it is a 100% damage transfer to himself. So another sheep here landed, and now another setup here onto Facile's van.
Yeah, Facile, what is he going to do? Zuniaki right now into the DR Polymorph. Facile's still on the run. Unfortunately, Gelu isn't able to get there to get off too much damage right now, and he still does have the aspect of the turtle if he does need it, but the pressure is just unrelenting. Hammer of Justice on Zuniaki out of the Polymorphs into a Dragon's Breath. All three members of nLite are kind of rotting down. If we look at mana, Zuniaki's behind in that regard as well. So far, things are looking really good for Diabolus. They've just built their characters. I mean, Jungle is a composition that kind of wins in big setups, big all-ins, and Diabolus with the Paladin, with both Gelu and Mercy just playing full versatility. I mean, they are as durable as you can possibly get, and still they might be able to shred through. Gelu getting a little bit low, but I think the Temporal Shield should be enough for him to survive and force nLite to retreat once again, and it's just, who do nLite go after? What is their all-in? I mean, if they could go after Gelu, but he's even playing Mechanome to really have an extra cheat death on top of Cauterize.
Oh, Cassidy stunned up. He's in. Is it? I think so. I mean, he's just trying to like unwash his team, help out a little bit maybe. Cassidy into Mortal Coil, Dragon's Breath, very low on health. Zuniaki catches a powered shield there just in time with the Vitality Conduit. Cassidy moves in, gets the double stun, can Facile snipe the trap. He throws it over. Is there an Imp to dispel it? Doesn't look like he was able to find it. Zuniaki's in position for a fear. This is the best crowd control chain we've seen so far in game number 2. Can they get a Cauterize with this push? They need a tiny bit more damage to do it. They're just not finding it. Temporal Shield about to go off. Big heal from Gelu. They don't get the Cauterize. Nice push. Maybe just with raw pressure? The Gushing Wounds are proccing like crazy for Facile here. Clyde struggling even with the Avenging Wrath. Cassidy's trying to retreat back to the side room. Facile making his way potentially in the future. Wants to kick this Pyro. He feigned deaths it, actually. Nice feigned death timing. No interrupt available. Nice bait on the Pyro cast. Clyde stunned up. Gelu in position to try and soak the freezing trap. Facile needs to snipe it. He tries to bait him with the snare trap, then goes for it after Gelu blinks away. Nice freezing trap timing. Scorpion Sting to silence up Gelu. He has to trinket a Scorpion Sting. He could get stunned up. Beautiful fear timing. Excellent crowd control from nLite. Time and time again, but it is so difficult to punch through the multiple immunity cooldowns that a Holy Paladin brings in the current meta.
Yeah, that was a nice push though. And so far, nLite has been showing a lot of signs of life. Their mana is looking good, their cooldown's looking good, and the damage is looking really good. Big drastic connect there onto Gelu. Clyde though, not gonna be getting trapped in that situation and be able to answer with that Hand of Protection. And another thing here that we've been mentioning is the fact that Mercy plays the Imp, and then he swaps to his Hunter, and then he swaps to his Succubus, and then he swaps to his Voidwalker probably, if there's anything it's useful for. And he keeps dispelling these traps with that Imp, and if he does that, when there's an Entangling Root on the target, you're going to see Cassidy now. He's going to cast an Entangling Root. You can see it right there onto Clyde, and now he's going to get trapped, and then it's a 50-50 if he gets a Fear Dispel or if he gets a Trap Dispel. There you got the Fear Dispel because Clyde used his Blessing of Freedom on himself before the Fear connected, making it and Zuni is getting swapped to. How's he going to live? He actually does! I can't believe it. How is this man alive right now? But I gotta say, Diabolus is playing a very clean defense as well so far.
Yeah, and I mean,
Zuniaki's not
Zuniaki
even
is running
phased.
out of time. He barely, yeah, I was gonna say, look at his
didn't even
camera
react.
right
He was
now.
at
He
1%.
actually didn't react. But that, I mean, he's just a veteran at this point, right? This guy's played at BlizzCon 4 different times. Tournaments are just another walk in the park for him. And he hold on. Hammer of Justice, one big Chaos Bolt does land, but Zuniaki, he's got no defense left. A beautiful preemptive powered barrier, and that should be enough for him to connect the Vitality Conduit and ultimately survive. But things are just unraveling here for nLite, but they're getting big pressure here onto Gelu. Can they take him down? That was a double Drestagath. If Gelu could just hold on a little bit longer. He actually chooses to Ice Block before the Cauterize. Doesn't want to overlap. And that might be enough for Clyde to connect some healing on. No! Trinket Sacrifice is forced out as well. And I can't help but feel like maybe Clyde should have traded that out a little bit sooner, and Gelu could have just held on to his Ice Block. But because of the delay, they are going to have to overlap, and that is a small opening for nLite.
Well, let's see if
He's trying to just rotate back up there.
Geller's
No, fair
Cauterize still available, but no blessing protection, I believe, for a little bit. So Clyde's going to need to rely on those ineffable procs. Cassie gets stunned up. He chooses to Trinket Survival Instinct. Zuniaki Mortal Coil out into midfield. Half diminishing Polymorph. Not going to be able to get too much follow-up with that. Cassie retreats back to midfield and charges right back in for a stun. They're pushing for the Cauterize, potentially pushing for the win. They've got triple crowd control. It's do or die for nLite here in game 2. Gelu deflects with a double Dragon's Breath, stalling the assault just in time. But Clyde gets mind controlled. Clutch mind control timing. Purged off there instantly. No follow-up. Gelu holds on with Temporal. His health recovering back to full with Avenging Wrath, likely in the near future. Cassie decides to retreat away. The Seal just still carrying the damage at the moment on the team, staying on target. Bursting him down. Zuniaki looks like he's trying to drink. Good opportunity to do it. Gelu blinks in. Is he going to be able to find any mana? I'm curious if the Imp is maybe chasing him and attacking him. Zuni's in the room. Cassidy charges back to the Imp to root it. Zuniaki, I think, maybe got one tick of mana there. I guess anything is better than nothing at this point. 17% dampening.
Yeah, he did get one tick there, but mana's not looking great on both sides, actually. And I would say if mana is this close, it's actually in Zuni's favor, because the Paladin, he is not going to have, things like the Solace, things like...
This is big.
Oh, Zuni, if he can get a couple of ticks here...
A couple of ticks.
I think they just won the game.
Mana.
I'm pretty sure they just won the game.
Mana. That is insane. nLite, 20% dampening. This is a perfect time for Zuniaki to be getting that additional mana. Big heals going out onto Facile, and now it's going to be nLite's time to get aggressive. Silence on Gelu. He had a nice temporal shield, but the crowd control's unending on Clyde. Bash out of the trap, but now counter pressure coming in. Nice fear on Zuniaki. Hammer of Justice on Cassidy, and they're going for it. Gelu potentially fakes the premonition. He does, and Cassidy, that's it. I mean, that was such a good counter aggression there by Diabolus. Gelu coming in, faking the premonition from Zuniaki, getting the full polymorph, and it was just a stun lock on the Feral Druid. Diabolus will ultimately claim game number 2, and those are the setups I'm talking about. They're so durable. They can deflect the all-ins from the jungle and eventually find these big one-shots with the crowd control they have.
Yeah, we saw Zuni get almost a full drink. He was at 70% mana there, and then it just wasn't enough in the end. They're down 2 games, only 1 loss away from losing this whole series here, Zico. Do we feel like, though, I feel like they looked kind of healthy throughout that game, though, on the side of nLite. It looked like they may have been able to pull it off a few times. It just wasn't enough in the end, though.
Well, I'm going to have to disagree. At one point, Zuni was literally under 1% health.
Yeah.
That's true. You know what? You're right. You're right. I recount my statement.
I'm not sure if that was the healthiest they've looked, but absolutely, though, during the end of the game, they had great mana. They had, their cooldowns coming back up. Cassidy had like 15 seconds left on his trinket. It was looking really good for them, but Diabolus, they had a great, punish on that drink. Gelu really stepped up when they needed it, and they were able to find the kill right before Cassidy could get his trinket back up, and that's how it goes sometimes. That's the beauty of Mage Warlock. They can win early, they can win late, they can win randomly, they can win at any point you want.
And if we look at the damage breakdown too, Facile, we saw him at the top of the meters
There.
last
Oh
game,
my
and now
God.
it's Mercy there at what? Wait.
Sorry, I was just seeing the replay on Zuni.
Oh no,
1%.
go ahead. I'll let you. You can talk about the replay, man.
Oh no, that was just that moment. Sorry.
I was just gonna say,
Yeah.
Mercy had quite a bit of damage there, so it was really the Warlock that was coming in hot with the DPS for that last game, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, it was just this moment. I mean, they had a really, really good setup onto Cassidy, and unfortunately, Zuniaki was just caught into a full fear. There's basically nothing he could do in that position. There was no line of sight after the premonition. Gelu, abused that, gets the full sheep, and that's all it is. But I mean, that's got to be so disappointing for them, because I mean, for nLite, sitting down, getting a full drink, basically a full drink at 20% dampening, that's kind of like, that's the best case scenario for them, right? They could actually find themselves in a situation where they could actually out mana Clyde, but unfortunately, it's just one big setup, and that's going to be it. And I just feel like this matchup seems really difficult for them. And if I remember correctly to when we actually were in the cups, jungle was completely owning, and people realized, you know what, paladins are good into jungle. And I think that's what we're seeing right now.
Do we think we can just owe that to the fact that, these guys have had about, I think, like a month to practice here, and nLite, like you were saying, Ben, it was really looking so strong on that jungle, and a lot of people didn't have super consistent answers. And now is that really just the answer every single time? Is Holy Paladin?
I think for Mage Lock, it's definitely, it's a solid answer, because you can prevent the all-ins. I mean, let me take a look at what Clyde is running. He's running full Ineffable Truth, so he's getting really fast resets on all of his cooldowns. The Blessing of Protection, the Blessing of Sacrifice, the Ultimate Sacrifice, in order to just prevent those all-ins. There's just a lot of tools that the Paladin has, a lot of CC breaks with the the Divine Shield and his Gladiator's Medallion. It's just basically the perfect answer. And when you have Gelu and Mercy building their characters in a way where they're basically, I don't want to say invulnerable, but close to it with the Paladin, it just makes it really difficult for a composition like jungle to actually push through.
Yeah, and it definitely puts them in a tough spot as well on the side of nLite. They got to pick their map. They went with Black Root Cold, which Sid said is something that they really tend to pick a lot, and even with Suniaki getting nearly a full mana drink up to 70%, they still lost game 2, and now they're on game number 3, and it just seems like things aren't really looking very good for them, Supatees.
No, I'm wondering if they're trying the Priest. They want to see how it feels, because there have been some changes to Warlocks and Mages, and then maybe they'll switch to Mistweaver if they're like, all right, we gave the Priest a shot. It's still not working out, so let's try to go back to Mistweaver. I'm curious to see if they do it here in this round.
Do you think, I feel like Mistweaver would just be a disaster. Like, I don't know if
Probably.
Mistweaver jungle would, you have no dispel whatsoever for, Blazing Barrier, Blessing of Protection. Like, it feels like you give up so much of your offense, and that's where they're kind of lacking right now to begin with.
Think they could bring Kara in on the Ret Paladin?
Absolutely not.
What do you mean?
I think that's actually the answer. Yeah, I'm sure Ret Paladins
Ret
everywhere
Paladin.
would love to play in the Mage Lock.
Let's get Vanguards here. Vanguards.
Yeah, Rets are actually the counter.
Well, let's hope Vanguard's didn't hear you say that.
He's probably laughing right now.
I don't think about it. I just got shut down so hard. Jeez.
If Vanguard's heard that, he's probably sitting back laughing, but it's the kind of laugh that where he's actually like a little sad inside. It's like
it's like his I think every time somebody subs on his stream, have you seen that? It's like him smiling and then him sad. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? That's the face he's making probably right now. Okay. Anyways, looks like nLite will luckily not be going with Kara on the Red Paladin. They are going to be locking in that jungle once again. Zuni's still on the Disc Priest, and they also decided to lock in Dalaran Sewers as they did lose that last game. So this was their map choice. Diabolus, of course, running with Mage Lock once again. How do we think this next game is looking, Ben?
Well, I think it's going to look very similar to I assume that game number 1 kind of looked like game number 2. I didn't actually get to see it, but it's nLite trying to make these all-in plays. Diabolus kind of just deflecting it, and eventually Zuniaki gets caught in extended crowd control, and that's where they can kind of burst him down. I mean, Gelu right now, he's playing Fire Mage, he's playing the Greater Power Boss, but he's got like no haste, and I feel for him trying to get off, these really long casts like Greater Power Blast, just constantly getting interrupted. But just having that as a threat and forcing nLite to worry about it the entire game, it's super good. And when he can finally get off that Greater Power Blast and he can connect with the Chaos Bolt, that's when kind of the sparks fly in this matchup. And that's one of the things. I mean, that's one of the things about tournament play versus ladder play. Like on the ladder, like if you're just queuing up 3v3 trying to push a rating, a lot of the time when you play into Mage Warlock, they're going to be playing, really, really heavy haste. and they give up a lot of their defense to do that. And maybe a composition like jungle can, burst down a mage really quickly. But all of a sudden in the tournament realm where you're playing, Mechanome for an extra cheat death, and you are, playing Netherwind armor to avoid crits, and full versatility and surging vitality and full versatility gems, all of a sudden those burst windows are kind of gone, and it makes it really, really difficult.
And that's really the entire, for all of the AWC Cups of this last season, is really the question is, what is a solid answer for Mage Lock? And so far, there's just nothing. There's just no clear answer, it seems like.
I think Rogue Mage
even stronger.
Yeah,
I think Rogue Mage is actually good into Fire Mage Destro. Like, I think it's advantaged, honestly. I think it really depends on who you ask, but
in a best of 5.
Well, honestly, what I think a lot of the experienced mage, I keep saying I think, but I really do think that a lot of the experienced mage locks, what they're going to end up doing against Rogue Mage is playing Frost to kind of prevent them from getting those resets and all-ins as easily. But we'll table that discussion, and we'll have to see what happens a little bit later on in the day. This is game number 3, Diabolus and nLite. Let's see what Gelu and Mercy are going to be able to get done.
All right, we're on match point. Gelu blinking back, immediately dragging Cassidy and Facile out into midfield, timing for a double Infernal Stun. Good coordination. Zuniaki going to respond with Rapture. Big powered shields coming in from Zuniaki in the back line. Neither team really taking an aggressive stance just yet. Who's going to push in first is the question, as they just kind of slap each other in midfield. Clyde gets stunned up. Facile moves in, but Gelu blinked back and secured the freezing trap. They're swapping over to Mercy instead, bursting him down. Looking to find some opportunity onto the Warlock, potentially trying to punish that Vision of Perfection pick that he was running in game number 2. Cassidy is isolated, though, at the moment. They swap back to Facile in the stun lock, looking to blast him down to half. Now a Fear to follow it up for a Chaos Bolt. Beautiful combo. Facile catches a big Exhilaration heal onto himself. Zuniaki penances him back to full health, and nLite stabilize.
Yeah, Mercy, I mean, he is also, this is something we did not see during the Cup stages. He is also playing the Mechanome, so really kind of using those ratios to their advantage. But Mercy is built just as durable as Gelu in this matchup, so I don't think it's going to be easy for nLite. Full trap, though, secured onto Clyde, and I believe it was dispelled. So yeah, the Imp from Mercy was able to dispel that trap, and that's another thing that makes it really, really difficult. Clyde having to play catch-up here onto Mercy. 1 Greater Power Blast lands, Polymorph onto Zuniaki. Nice premonition, but let's see if Gelu can land another Greater Power Blast. But he actually is making a swap onto Zuniaki. Zuniaki might not realize that 2 Greater Power Blasts are going to land, and now Gelu's trying to defuse this all in onto Mercy. Mercy could actually be in a little bit of trouble here, Sid.
Yeah, they're going after the Warlock. He's not going to be Dark Iron Dwarf, so he won't be able to remove any bleeds. That could be a win condition here for nLite if they can punch through that absorption shield from the Mechanome Racial. Zuniaki's mana maintains at a healthy margin. Cassidy getting disrupted by fears. Gelu just trying to line up a Polymorph. Looking to fake out the premonition. Zuniaki's line of sighting him. Gelu goes for another Greater Pyroblast, trying to sneak into Polymorph. Gets Mind Control. Trinket's Mind Control. Blinks in, snipes the Polymorph. Beautiful snipe, but Mercy's on the back foot. Clyde uses Bloodstained Protection to get aggressive. Cassidy jumps to Gelu, stuns him up on the combustion. Line of sight to Zuniaki at the pillar. Good reaction by Cassidy during that combustion Dark Soul, but they left Facile behind. He's running on the opposite side of the map. Gets pulled back by Zuniaki. Beautiful recovery. Nice usage of the map here by nLite. They continue to hold on.
Yeah, definitely do, but this is a prime position here for Diabolus. Maybe Zuniaki might actually try to sneak away for a drink. I think it's really unlikely he's going to be able to, but with no Fell Hunter to kind of poke him, falling out of combat is going to be a little bit easier.
Oh, drink!
He actually might be able to. He's sitting down, he's drinking. Gelu blinks in, trying to prevent it, but might actually get punished on that. Full Mind Control, nicely done. Here's a stun into a trap onto Clyde, but it gets singed. That Imp Dispel just so powerful. That was a really nice attempt there by nLite, but that Imp just completely denying.
Yeah, it went for the 50-50. That's why Cassidy had that groan. It didn't go for the Entangling Root. It got the Freezing Trap. That's definitely going to put nLite in an awkward position. Still trying to go after Gelu. Gelu is just boldly standing up there in nLite's face. Cassidy jumps back over to him as well. Ring of Frost to trap them around the corner. It's a bait. He doesn't finish the cast. Clyde's looking to stabilize with the Avenging Wrath. They're pushing in on top of Suniaki. He pre-barriers. He anticipates a stun. And Diabolus retreat away from that barrier, waiting for its defense to subside before continuing the assault. Gelu gets mind controlled. I love these mind controls from Zuniaki, pulling Gelu into a bad position, but Cassidy's feared. He can't capitalize on it. Triple Dragon's Breath, Hammer of Justice, potentially a Ring of Frost. Combustion, big damage pop here onto Cassidy. It's match point, and they absolutely destroy him. Diabolus take it 3-0.
Wow, and Cassidy going just melted at the end there, Benricky.
You can see him just laughing. Who was that in the
Was he laughing?
That was Cassidy. That was Cassidy.
Yeah, that was Cassidy. He's like, yeah, what can you do? Mage Warlock, right? He didn't seem upset at all. That's kind of funny. But that's going to be a victory for Diabolus, and they will claim victory. Very dominating performance by them, but I have to say, they played phenomenal, but I think it goes without saying they definitely had a compositional advantage here, but they were able to execute. And unfortunately for Zeniaki, Cassidy, and Facile, they weren't able to push through or overcome that disadvantage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely also unfortunate that they lost 3-0 to Diabolus, but that's not the end of nLite. They will have some matches later on tomorrow. They're actually going to play against F2K MyWay. What do we think about a jungle matchup?
Hydra
That's
versus
amazing.
This is a grudge match. These guys. Ooh, I can't wait. There's so much drama involved in this. There's so much on the line.
Ooh.
Is there actually?
He's the greatest. Yeah.
They hate each other. Have you not seen their beef?
No, there's real drama. There's real drama. This is a very important match here. Whoever wins this match is the greatest priest of all time in Europe.
Okay. Zico spilling
So
some
basically
tea,
the world,
but...
right? Because it's the...
Well, yeah, obviously. I didn't want to upset you guys, but yeah, that goes without saying.
We're all really upset as North Americans on the desk here. On the desk. All right. Anyways, that's 2 3-0s in a row. Now we're moving on to AWC versus Bergen boys. But let's talk about that last game for a second there. I don't know what it just nothing really. It seemed like they could have done nLite against Diabolus really here. Supatis.
Yeah, I mean, that combustion timing, they must have been able to crowd control the hunter pet, because normally the hunter will activate Roar of Sacrifice on a target, so it'll prevent all critical strikes. Combustion makes all of your spells crit, so it basically negates that cooldown. So they must have been able to get that Quadra Dragon's Breath and hit the hunter pet, and they used Blessing of Protection so that Gela would be immune to any crowd control. They removed the pets, they removed Roar of Sacrifice. It was just a checkmate position. Nobody could escape crowd control. They had no answer to their strongest cooldown, and they just absolutely destroyed them because of it.
Yeah, and as we did see, that's just the second 3-0 of the day. We're moving on to our third match of the day. Like I said, that's going to be ABC versus Bergen boys. What do we think? Do you want to make any predictions for this next matchup, Zico?
Batty and boys, first of all. And second of all...
It's not happening, dude.
Please don't do this to us. Like,
not again. All right, fine. Prediction, ABC.
Okay. All right. What about you
3-1.
guys? We may as well go around the table here. Ven and Supatis, what do you think?
You can't bet against Mage Lock. It's ABC for sure.
Oh, man.
Yeah, betting against Major Lock is, I'd say, I don't want to say foolish, but kind of. The thing is, this is what interests me about ABC is a team that they always barely qualified to things for the most part. During the regular season, during the regular season they barely qualified to things. Even I've talked to Alec about it. He says, yeah, we try a little bit. We don't really practice that much, but they always manage to make it to this spot. And
that's literally how they won BlizzCon.
Well, see, you're laughing about it. ABC didn't get top 8 in the first cup. ABC didn't get top 8 in the second cup. They got 4th in the third,
laughing.
And then they got 4th in the 4th. No, Zico was laughing a little bit. They got Zico.
No,
but it's actually factual. When they start the year, they start slow.
They always start the year crawling, and then they start walking, and then they start running, and we might see them sprinting here in this round robin, which is what I'm curious to see.
All right, and we'll find out shortly enough how they're going to do. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we will see that ABC versus Bergen boys series. We'll be right back.
think the quality of competition has been the highest it's ever been the entire year. This tournament was probably one of the hardest tournaments to win that has ever been played in WoW.
We know that those players are the best at their respective classes, and it's always a challenge to face them.
His Avenging Crusader just becomes available, but they dismantle it. They completely dismantle in game 2.
Chance falls and the Gosu crew are 1 game away.
Blizzo 10% out. What is going on? They actually hit it. Mid-range. Temporal shield. Wildcard Gaming. Blizzo is undoubtedly the best warrior in World of Warcraft.
Blizzo is an unstoppable force. Literally nothing can stop him. Roots, nothing.
Diabolus is gonna fall. Bomb dropped. Kidney shot on Blizzo. Massive damage and they take down Wildcard Gaming in Art Jordan 2019. BlizzCon champions. MIM sets up for the kill. 1-star surge, 2-star surge. Let's go.
Now another counter spell comes in though. That's a beautiful counter spell. Is there an execute? There is. And Wildcard Gaming upset the stock and go 1-up, 1 game away from the grand final.
Watson Raikou, they just need a little bit more damage. He saps it, but Looney just can't make it there. Is he gonna stay alive? No! Black tie it up.
Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done the shadows.
No way.
Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Hello everyone, welcome back. We are now on our third series of the day. We just saw 2 3-0s in a row, that last one being Diabolus versus nLite. Now we're moving on to AWC versus Bergen boys. But before we talk about that series, we do have some questions that you guys sent in to the WoW Esports Twitter using the hashtag AskAWC. And the first one we got is from Kalandra, is what is your favorite comp nickname? I'm going to start with you, Zico.
Cupid Cleave. Because
Okay.
you got rats with the wings, and then you got the hunter with the arrows, and I never face Cupid. Obviously, I'm single, so yeah. Cupid Cleave.
All right, Ben, what about you?
I'm gonna give like the old cranky man answer, and I just prefer when the composition names are like, you know, Rogue Lock Shaman, Rogue Mage Priest, you know, Mage Lock Druid, you know the old names. I feel like there's too many fancy names to keep up with. But if I had to pick one, it would be the Walking Dead Cleave, Windwalker Monk, and Unholy Death Knight. I like that a lot.
All right, good one. That's a good one. Super Tease, what about you?
This is going to be a one that you haven't heard for a really long time. The last time I heard it was Missa Pandaria. It's an enhancement shaman. It's a boomkin or a balance druid, and then a healer. And no one else remembers what it is except me.
Isn't that like LSD4?
No. Mongolian Earthworm Cleave. It's
That's
real.
what
That's
I
what
was
its name
gonna
is.
say!
That's what its name is. That's what its name is. It's the most bizarre name, but that's why I like it.
That's a good one.
What does it mean?
I don't know. That's just what it is.
I don't know
That's
why.
not- it's
It's
I'm
like
this is what I'm
African
talking-
turtle cleave. I don't get it. Like, well,
I think it's because it's a prot warrior. He's like a turtle with a shield, right?
okay.
I have no idea. I'm sure somebody in the chat knows.
My point
isn't there
exactly, by the way.
What's your point? That
That's
nobody knows why. Nobody knows.
Rogue Mage Priest. Back in my day, double warrior was just double warrior.
Back
not
in my
damn
day.
cleave.
We just called the
That's
Cubs
right.
by what the classes were.
I like Spicy Chicken
All right.
Cleave as well. That's a good name.
Spicy chicken
Oh, yeah.
cleave. Is that the mage druid? Mage druid,
Mage
right?
Boomkin, yeah.
Mage Boomkin, yeah.
Mage boomkin. Yeah. All right.
You guys,
All right.
Wait, what was the other one? The one with the dots.
The dots.
Dots?
The dots.
Dot Goose or what? I can't
I have
remember.
no idea.
I blanked on it.
Put the
I'll
dots.
let you know.
Connect the dots. Connect the dots.
No, that was your
Connect
that was
the
that
dots,
was that was
please.
your one good joke like 3 years ago.
That's why I remembered it.
Yeah, that's
I
why
have
I
no
remembered
idea.
it. I told you about that. I was like, you
Oh,
had the line
Scooby
here
Doo.
that year.
See, Kalandra's disappointed with us because we didn't mention Scooby Doo Cleave.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
Scooby Doo cleave. That's a good one too.
Ret Rogue.
There's some
Ret
really
Rogue.
good ones in
Ret
chat
Rogue Shaggy.
here
Ret
as
Rogue.
well. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Okay, well, thank you, everyone, for submitting those questions. We will have more with that hashtag AskAWC. Follow Wowie Sports on Twitter if you want to do more of these fun little viewer interactions things we've been doing lately. But now the gates are opening soon. It's our third match of the day. It is ABC versus Bergen Boys.
Well, yeah, this is going to be interesting. I mean, what do we think from ABC? Are we expecting, a little mage lock? I mean, we're actually no. We're going to be seeing Nixie. So if you can play mage lock, I mean, you can still play rogue mage. I mean, I feel like if you could have two compositions right now in World of Warcraft, the rogue mage paladin and the mage lock are probably the best two options.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, immediate start of crowd control by ABC. Infernion isolated. Is he going to get blasted down? He gets a spell steal on the Nether Ward. Reflects the Mortal Coil right back at him. Double blinding light. Insane setup from ABC initially here. Burley, though, will recover with Vitality Conduit. And the battle continues. No Gladiator Spite shenanigans here from ABC. Something you've always got to consider with that Rogue Mage.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's all good. We got a sheep being interrupted here on Alec. Nice hex onto Nixie. He's not going to be able to decurse that because he is locked on Arcane. But now, no more interrupt, so could potentially look to set something up here. Alex moving forward. They get the Ring of Frost there onto Burley with the Hammer of Justice. Monkarn as well. Actually making a mistake there, tanking that one. Alex going to get a resheep onto Monkarn and then swap it over to Burley, but he does get Mortal Coil, and he's not going to be able to find the crowd control that he needs. That push didn't really force out too much, but the next time they do that, they're going to have Combustion as well as the Vendetta, so Infernion is going to be in a lot of trouble here, but Alec, though, taking a decent beating here. Asgarath going to respond with the Hand of Sacrifice. That is going to be the ultimate sacrifice, and now it should be fine here. The next kidney shot connects. Where is the Vendetta, though? Nixie going for the blind here, and there's the Vendetta as well. Burley's going to trinket out, and now Burley has no trinket, Infernion has no defense, and Alec has Combustion. The next go has kill written all over it.
Yeah, and not only that, they're going to have their claws, and that's a huge win condition. The Forbidden Obsidian Claw with the Paladin blind. I think that Infernion, he is looking at falling down here relatively soon. There's a Combustion. Actually, it wasn't the Combustion. It was actually. Got dispelled immediately. That's super unlucky there for Alec. Full Polymorph now into Burley, though. Infernion's still in a little bit of trouble. Actually getting his Mortal Coil reflected. Unfortunate, but nicely done there by Alec. The crowd control, unfortunately, fades, and it looks like Infernion will be able to hold on.
And you know what's interesting is Nixie's actually got one Ineffable Truth in his build on Rogue, so his blind is going to be desynced with trinkets on healers. That's an interesting play on his part, and it could net their team the victory here as blind is coming up in 50 seconds, and Burley's trinket isn't up for over a minute, so let's see if that blind is going to be the game-winning play. Still 45 seconds away, but they get a full polymorph. That could just be it. There's really nothing for Infernion. Nixie is tearing into him. They drop the Infernal Stun into the Fear. Desperation to stay alive. Burley barely gets the Spirit Link off. The sap was just a quarter second too late, but it wasn't all three members in the Spirit Link, so Infernion is still critically low. Burley pops the Ascendance, pulling his team back into the fight, but that blind is ticking away. 24 seconds till it will be utilized. Likely going to be the game-winning blind. Infernion gets stunned on his Dark Soul, totally shut down, but in the meantime, Ascraft gets paralyzed by Monkarn. Monkarn trying to carry through and get some cooldowns from Alec. Double stun onto Nixie and Ascraft, really trying to find the kill. Combustion gets popped. Infernion Nether Wards gets stripped off. Sap out of the Polymorph. Beautiful sap timings here by Nixie. Full blind comes up in 3 seconds. They got a full blind off this. There should be no way Infernion survives if they connect the blind. They've got a smoke bomb. This is overkill. Burley into the Dragon's Breath. Barely holding on at 1% health. No, it will not be enough. And ABC come in strong for game number one.
Infernion going down there in that last bit of that game there. Bergen Boys losing to ABC, and now ABC is up 1-0. Zico, break down how they managed to get Infernion down. It looked like they may have recovered. They might have recovered, and then they just couldn't keep him alive.
It's just, honestly, Alec had a monster performance this game. He was getting sheep after sheep after sheep onto Burley. They were able to land all of that crowd control, and every single time they were able to back it up. And actually, Nixie going for that sap in the previous setup when they got the Spirit Link. Unfortunately for him, Burley dropped combat really late, so he was able to get that Spirit Link off. Instead, they should have just used the Hammer of Justice, and they probably could have killed it even one setup ago. Didn't matter, however, though. Alec just landed another sheep, so I think Alec just had a really good first game here, and that's exactly what you want to see from the former BlizzCon champion.
Yeah, for sure. We can now see the damage breakdown for that last game. Nixie up there at the top. ABC, like you're saying, Zico, looking so strong. Is this something that they're going to be able to repeat, though, going into Game 2 here, Ven, and maybe even close out the series with another 3-0?
Absolutely. I feel like we keep seeing these two compositions go at it. I think the Rogue Mage Paladin is definitely favored. It's really difficult because every single kidney shot, there's basically two major win conditions for the Rogue Mage Paladin. It's the Paladin blinding light, as well as Nixie using his blind. So when you have either one of those, every single kidney shot is absolutely devastating. And the thing is, Burley can only trinket one of those extended setups. And eventually, if you just get enough of those, either the blinding light or the full blind from the rogue, and there's no trinket available, and you have, an Obsidian Claw or a Maledict rolling, or you have Combustion or Vendetta, it's just almost inevitable that Infernion will end up going down. However, there was a few close calls onto Alec in the match. But I really don't think Asgrath, Alec, and Nixie were ever really fully in trouble in that match. I mean, they got low on health, but they always had a defensive option.
Yeah, also, I feel like it's been a while since we've seen Holy Paladin as one of those healers that are consistently picked, and now we've seen them quite a bit so far today here. Subatees, what is it about the Holy Paladin? What does that bring to the table for these guys?
It's more like, what does N'Zoth bring to the Paladin?
Okay.
With Ineffable Truth, because Paladin cooldowns are normally so long, like upwards of 3+ minutes, you usually have to wait between your cooldowns. When you stack Ineffable Truth, you can reduce those cooldowns you're normally waiting 3 to 5 minutes for down to maybe 1.5 minutes to 3 minutes. So you're getting twice the amount of cooldowns that are so potent for Paladin in a match. And I mean, I think single-handedly that's what's allowing Paladins to have such a dominating presence in Arena at the moment.
Yeah, and if you guys want to see the gear that we are talking about, once again, you can go to awc.gcd.tv. You can see everything that they're running for the game. And it really just goes to show what things like Ineffable Truth are playing such a huge role in these games here, Ven.
Yeah, I mean, they really are. It's like Subatees was saying, an ability like Blinding Light, normally a 1.5 minute cooldown, it gets reduced heavily. You have more Blessing of Protections to, remove the touch of death from Monkarn that denies a lot of his setups. Blessing of Freedom on Alec consistently. There's just so many cooldowns. Your setups are so consistent for the Rogue Mage Paladin that Bergen boys, it's really difficult to get any sort of offense going. I mean, even for a Windwalker monk going after a Fire Mage, it's a nightmare. A good Fire Mage basically will shut down a Windwalker monk in multiple ways. If you use Frost Nova on the Storm, Earth, and Fire, if you save your Frost Nova for the Storm, Earth, and Fire, that negates a lot of his burst damage, and then as well, using Dragon's Breath on every single Fist of Fury removes a lot of his burst damage as well. So unfortunately for the Windwalker monk, their lockdown on the mage just isn't great enough, where Alec is, afraid for his life throughout the game, and that just allows ABC to play so aggressive in the match.
We're seeing everything locked in here on the screen. Draft is complete. They're going to Ashamane's Fall. ABC playing the same comp as well as Bergen boys. Do we agree with this decision, Zico? How are we feeling about this next matchup? Do we think Bergen boys maybe has a chance here to turn it around?
Well, I think Ashamane's, it's pretty obvious. This is what they want to do. They want to just survive as long as possible. But I feel like I don't see that win condition happening. I think for Bergen boys, they're gonna just have to stop the setups, and then whoever is exposed at the time, that's who they're gonna have to go for. Try to play a longer game. Try to maybe get a little bit better gate usage and things like that on a larger map like that. But still, as a mage, I can't say Ashamane feels bad to play on. Like, you can have a lot of fun with Windwalkers on this map. You just drag him behind the pillar, Dragon's Breath sheep him, can't do anything. Definitely could backfire.
All right, well, Bergen boys looking to try and tie it up against ABC. It is game number 2, ABC versus Bergen boys.
One thing I want to see Infernion improve is those Nether Ward timings. He got spell stolen twice on Immortal Quell. I feel like that was really putting him behind. But look at this start. Crowd control across the board onto the Bergen boys, and Infernion's already at half health. goes for Immortal Coil, saved his Nether Ward for after it. Good timing there so he doesn't get stolen on it. Looks like they will recover through that initial assault. Asgrath is feared. They're going after Nixie. I think Nixie is a better target as he isn't running that versatile corruption, so he's going to take more damage than that of Alec. The dangers of leaving the Fire Mage open, though, is that he's running Fire Starter. These fireballs reduce combustion's cooldown, so you need to really kill that rogue fast if you're going to commit a lot of time to him. Otherwise, swapping between the mage and the rogue is going to be a better option.
Yeah. Another thing I just want to point out for Infernion, for anyone watching, he's doing an incredible job at one thing, and what it is using his disruption at the end of a crowd control chain. So right before a polymorph is going to end, before Nixie and Asgrath can extend it, that's when he's using his Mortal Coil. That's when he's using his Infernal to deny. So just the timing of the lockdown from Infernion to deny crowd control is absolutely spectacular. But the full Hammer of Justice is going to be landing onto Burley. Infernion already down to half. We still have Blind available as well as Vendetta. Blinding Light comes in, and this is where the big damage is going to land onto Infernion. Is there anything else on Burley? Unfortunately not. Not the greatest crowd control there coming in from ABC, but they just still have so many options now. Full polymorph lands, and Burley is just struggling to keep Infernion alive.
Sap out of the polymorph once again by Nixie. A sap out of the sap. Perfect timing, but they're still not crunching through any major cooldowns there. Maybe that was a Hellstone forced out from Infernion at least. Earthen Wall's down. Unlikely Infernion takes any more damage here. Asgrath's paralyzed. They're going after Nixie. He's going to faint. They have committed a lot more damage to Nixie, and they need to be careful. He will be vulnerable. He uses Cloak of Shadows. Outside of a Dark Soul timing, could be a big opening. He's got no Gladiator's Medallion. He's got no Cloak of Shadows. This could be devastating, actually. Touch of Death is available. Asgrath charging in, looking for crowd control. Dragons for Polymorph. Nice counter assault by ABC. Monkarn's trying to help out with that Ring of Peace, bouncing Nixie away. Ferdinand looking for some unending resolve. Chaos Bolts activating that at a high health, not wanting to fall behind. Snipes of Fear. Asgrath breaks out, goes for a Hammer of Justice. So really trying to push Infernion down here. He denies it by fearing Alec. Nether Ward as well. Fist of Fury flying over onto Nixie. That was the Touch of Death. Big damage combo. Dressigat drops. Alec barely blinks in time for a triple Dragon's Breath to save Nixie and buy time for Asgrath to get that sacrifice. They tried to catch Nixie off guard, but Alec was more than ready.
Yeah, really nicely done there. I think going after Nixie, definitely a great strategy. You can see Asgrath actually falling behind. I mean, Monkarn just sitting on Alex. I talked about earlier the way he can really deny that. So sitting on him the whole game sometimes just doesn't work out. And at least when he's on Infernion, he can be using his Expel Harms on him, throwing in some additional healing, and really just making it more miserable for Nixie to kind of train him down. So the pressure from Bergen boys with their target swap is looking good. Now actually going after Alec, full fear onto Asgrath. This could be his Divine Shield, and all of a sudden, the Bergen boys are looking a lot better in this matchup. Full blind does land, interrupt onto Infernion. Is there anything out of the blind?
Oh.
Looks like it will be a full sap into a Hammer of Justice, but that's enough for Infernion to survive. Here's the thing, Asgrath, when he has that blinding light available and they can get another crowd control chain, this is when Infernion's in trouble. There's no trinket, there's no unending resolve, there's nothing really available for this Windwalker Lock Shaman. I think ABC, if they can hold on just a little bit longer, they're going to secure the win.
Yeah, they got Vendetta, they got Smoke Bomb, they just popped Combustion. They should just go all in at this point. Kidney Shot dropped in here. Where's the Smoke Bomb? Blinding Light. I don't think it's enough. Spirit Link sneaks in right before the Hammer of Justice. That could have been easily a KO there for ABC. But Burley holds on there with a nice clutch Spirit Link totem. Can they still hammer down here on the Nixies? No Gladiator's Medallion, but Leg Sweep isn't up for 30 seconds. Monkarn just waiting eagerly for that stun lock to go after Nixie. Fist of Fury flying, Asgrath rotates in. Earthen Wall totem down by Burley, anticipating crowd control. The Shadow Fury Asgrath, they're hexing the mage, so utilizing hex on the mage. He can't decurse himself. I like that. Triple crowd control with that cap totem into a fear. Beautiful crowd control right now by the Bergen boys is going to net them a sacrifice from Asgrath as well as the Gladiator's Medallion, setting themselves up pretty well here for Leg Sweep and Touch of Death in the immediate future.
It was just a disaster for ABC. They had the win in the bag, but Asgrath, unfortunately, triple DR, Blinding Light, and missed the Hodge, so he was able to get the Spirit Link Totem. But that didn't happen. If he just used the Hammer of Justice first, it would have been game over. ABC would be up 2-0, but unfortunately for them, Bergen boys were able to hold on and capitalize on that mistake. Now actually getting massive counter pressure on Nixie. Still no trinket available, but he does have the Cloak of Shadows, he does have the Vanish, so if they can't just kill him 100-0 in a stun, he will be able to use those defensive options. Now getting aggressive with a Kidney Shot onto Infernion. early, using the pillar, just trying to line of sight Alec and Asgrath, doing a great job. Might actually want to reposition here, but doesn't want to be in the open. Too susceptible to crowd control, likely just going to be sitting at that pillar with the Earthen Wall Totem, keeping Infernion nice and healthy.
All right, let's see if he can keep it going here. Full polymorph. Nixie's on the run. Asgrath is paralyzed. Monkarn tearing in right now. Storm Earth and Fire. Big damage with that Rising Sun kick. Ring of Frost around the corner, though. Infernion in trouble. Will he die through the Unending Resolve? Vitality Conduit stabilizes Nixie. But they have a Vitality Conduit for Infernion. Unending Resolve is stalling for now, spamming out Fears to buy time for Burley, who is now finally out of crowd control. Might be looking for a Hex in the near future. Nixie gets blasted. He feints some of the damage. They have to sacrifice anyway. Asgrath is starting to run out of mana. If the Bergen boys can prevent him from drinking, they could win on that. Full blind onto Burley. Everyone is crowd controlled. They really need a response. Infernion pre-mortal coils the kidney shot. Nice play by Infernion. Sap out of the blind onto Burley. Still crowd controlled for some time. Cheap shot on Monkarn. 3 versus 1. Ring of Peace trying to bounce Nixie away from Infernion and buy time. It looks like they bought just enough time. Burley repositions. Gets the Earthen Wall Totem down. Lob it in some big healing surges. Paralyze on Asgrath. Power play attempt here. They have leg sweep. Double leg sweep. Nixie has to trinket out of that to stabilize through the Fist of Fury damage. Alec is taking control of Infernion, preventing him from assisting Monkarn. They're still going after Nixie. Down at half health. Divine Favor. Big heal from Asgrath as he line of sights Burley. Repositions. Hammer of Justice. Ring of Frost. Oh no, did he miss it? It looks like he missed the Ring of Frost. They get the polymorph anyway. Combustion gets popped. Nether Ward gets stripped off by a spell steal. Infernion's getting blasted. Double Mortal Coil. Again, beautiful Mortal Coil timing, but the Blinding Light was there. Fortunately, though, Infernion stood on top of Burley, and Blinding Light removes damage over time effects. And that might actually be the only reason that Infernion is alive right now. He removes the Ignite. He removes the Rupture, reducing a lot of damage on himself because of good positioning, and they survive yet another assault.
Yeah, very nicely done there by Infernion in order to survive. And now ABC, they might be running out of time. I mean, Asgrath, his mana is not looking good, already down to 15%. And going after Nixie as the main target seems to be a huge improvement for Bergen boys in this matchup. Burley with his Trinket, with the Spiritling Totem, is going to be able to survive the next couple of setups, more than likely. Nixie caught into stun. Beautiful stun lock combo coming in from the Bergen boys. This is Dark Soul, so ABC cannot be feeling too confident. Looking to line of sight, get behind the pillar for just a little bit before they can re-engage and initiate crowd control onto Burley. Combustion still not just up yet, but if Alec can get off a few fireballs, that will be ready to go. But ABC's definitely got to be feeling scared in this situation.
All right, let's see if they can keep it. Oh, no! Massive Whirling Dragon Punch, Drestagath. Beautiful targeting here by the Bergen boys, taking advantage of that full Gushing Moons offense build. And they pull it off. They put a point on the board. We're 1-1.
All right, so for those that may have missed it, Zico, that was so quick. Break down what happened in those final moments there for the bigger Bergen boys' victory.
I think, did Nixie Trinket offensive like prior to that, or what happened?
Muted.
I think he might be muted or something, but
I'll let you do it, man.
I shouldn't be muted.
I think the major improvement that game for the Bergen boys was just going after the rogue a lot more. Nixie's super vulnerable. I mean, Super T's called it out at the beginning of the game, playing full Gushing Wounds. He is very susceptible to being caught into a leg sweep, into a Mortal Coil, a Drestagath. And if they don't have a proper response, or they're messing up their crowd control just a little bit, then Bergen boys is going to be able to capitalize on that. But there was a moment in the game where I feel like ABC had a 100% win condition, but unfortunately they kind of fumbled with their crowd control, and they lost the win because of it.
Yeah, now we're all tied up here, and it just seems like at this point, really, Super T's it's anyone's game.
It's still anyone's game. I was really impressed with Infernion's defense this game. His Mortal Coils were on point. I think he pre-Mortal Coiled a Kidney Shot like 5 times or something. So Kidney Shot is an instant stun. So you've literally got to guess the next global cooldown that the rogue is wanting to use is going to be Kidney Shot, anticipate it, and then hit it. And then the rogue can't attack you for 3 seconds during his stun, which reduces a huge amount of damage. That's not easy to do once, let alone like multiple times in succession.
Mm-hmm. And that's why these guys really are the best of the best, the top 16 teams of the AWC. Zico, are you back? You good?
I don't think I was muted for the stream. I think I was only muted for you guys, which is a new kind of mute, and I'm not sure if that counts or not. I don't think it actually
Zico
does.
finding new ways to mute himself. All right. Well, anyways, you had a moment there that you wanted to highlight for us from that last game.
Yeah, well, it's actually the moment Benruke was talking about, where it feels like maybe they fumbled a little bit on the crowd control, and we're gonna take a look at it right now as the clip starts to roll. You see here, Burley, he just got Dragon's Breath into a full sheep, and now they're popping big damage. The problem is this Dragon's Breath is on DR because Burley trinketed prior to this on a blind. He gets sheeped again, and then here, this blind is triple DR into the Hammer of Justice. Now, I don't know if Asgrath could have gotten that Hammer of Justice off before the blind. If he could have, it was probably a win. If not, then I think Alec could have tried to wait a little bit longer with that one sheep to buy Asgrath more time to get that off, or maybe initiate the crowd control just like, a few seconds later. But that was the big opportunity where, honestly, I thought, okay, well, ABC's won this game here, but a little bit, unfortunate there on the execution. And of course, nice punish there at the end as well, catching Nixie with no trinket, getting that leg sweep dressed 1D combo.
All right, I don't know if you missed it. Production was defending you, Zico. There was a little lower third that said Zico not muted with the thumbs up.
Yes, the chat said they heard me.
Let's be fair. He was muted to us. He was muted to us. Let's be fair. He was muted, just only to us.
Thank you, production. Thank you, chat. Thank you.
And to be honest, Zico muted himself, so where we can actually hear him. So.
Do you guys want me to talk to you guys while I'm talking to replay, like while you're casting, or what's up? I have to mute there and then unmute myself from the stream. And
if your camera's on, you can
just unmute back. It's annoying.
Trust me, man. I know all about sound issues. Okay, I can't really talk.
Stupides Stupides and myself are the only real professionals here, really.
I don't know about
that. It wasn't my fault.
Mine
actually wasn't my fault.
No, I know it. Well, thank you, chat, for being patient with us. As we know, we are still on a remote broadcast here. We're all still working with our own equipment, so sometimes there's just going to be weird moments like that, but we are trying to bring you the best show possible, as is everybody in production. So thank you, everyone, for being here today with us. And on that note, we have ABC versus Bergen Boys, game number 3, going to Hook Point. Same compositions on both sides here. How do we think this is going to go? It's tied up now 1-1. Stupides, how do we think this next game is going to go? What do we think?
I mean, it's a really aggressive map. So you could even go after the Windwalker. So you could see ABC maybe switch targets a little bit, do an all-in with an aggressive Blessing of Protection. It's going to be really hard for the Bergen Boys to stall as much as they did on Ashamane's Fall. So I'm a bit worried. And now they know that Nixie is going to be a target, so they basically had that entire last game to get comfortable with it. This is going to be tough. Game 3 here for Bergen Boys.
Do we want to make any predictions on what's that sweet spot that Bergen Boys is trying to get to on dampening here, then?
I don't think it. Honestly, I don't know if this one really does come down to dampening. I think more so what it comes down to is Nixie not having a trinket and getting Drustagath. And I think if that happens and Asgrath isn't ready for it, that's the win condition for Bergen Boys. It's not a healing. It's not like a healing issue, really. It's more of just Nixie's getting absolutely blown out of the water by the Windwalker damage, the Destro Warlock damage, and Asgrath, unfortunately, either running out of cooldowns or just under-responding to the situation. And that really is the win condition for the Bergen Boys. For ABC, I think if they can just clean up their crowd control and continue these goes, they can win the series for sure. But Infernion, Super called it out. I called it out as well. He's playing absolutely insane, and he's doing something that I just really love to see, and it's something not enough players do, where when your healer's crowd controlled, you just kind of freak out and throw everything, oh, I'm going to Infernal Sun, oh, I'm going to use the Mortal Coil. But quite often, what can happen is ABC has time to react to that. The Mortal Coil will fade, and then they could still get the Repolymorph anyways. It's the timing of using those interrupts, which is everything, and that's right at the end of the crowd control, right when they want to get the crowd control. Because if Burley gets one global to get off, an Earthen Wall totem, a Spirit Link totem, Vitality Conduit, Infernion will survive.
All right, here we go. Game number 3. All-out aggression already off the bat. Infernion gets stun-locked. Monkarn stabilizes him with that Ring of Peace. Beautiful Ring of Peace positioning. Double Mortal Coil to try and stall crowd control. Doesn't stall it out perfectly. Blinding Light for follow-up. Infernion spamming out Fears. He's at half health. Big damage incoming here by Nixie as well as Alec. Alec gets spell-locked for a moment into a Fear. And Infernion has managed to stall it long enough. Vitality Conduit brings him into the fight. Paralyzed leg sweep, beautiful combo. Alec blinks in for a double Dragon's Breath to stall out the pressure onto Nixie, but the damage is already done. They got the Gladiator's Medallion from Nixie. They landed double Shadow Fury around the corner. Infernion lobby out Chaos Bolts over onto Alec. He Temporal Shields. 2 Chaos Bolts racing in, but not enough damage to close it up for Cauterize. They switch back over to Nixie. They snipe a Fear onto Asgrath. They go for the blind on Burley. Burley breaks out, drops the Earthen Wall. It was baited a bit, potentially. No Vendetta. So now Nixie has that as an option, but he is being focused so heavily. Bergen boys are making it difficult for Nixie to carry as he was able to in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure is just, it's a lot less coming in from ABC. Bergen boys going after the rogue, definitely a really, really scary situation. We're basically just waiting for leg sweep to rotate back up. You can see Monkarn, that yellow leg icon, it's got 13 seconds left. When that's up, that's when Nixie's going to be in huge trouble. They're actually going after him right now. He might just be in trouble now. It's a Vitality Conduit from Asgrath. He's got no trinket. Likely, we're going to see Divine Shield and Blessing of Protection or the Ultimate Sacrifice during the next setup because, I mean, Nixie is going to be in so much trouble. One lands. Here's the stun lock combo I was talking about, and Asgrath does end up using the Sacrifice to keep Nixie alive. Good rotation, and I just feel like the Bergen boys, they could have played that a little bit more patiently. If they had any crowd control on Asgrath, I guess it's hard to get off, but maybe even just waiting for a Paralyze to secure getting Divine Shield. Instead of allowing Asgrath to just use the Ultimate Sacrifice, I think that would have worked out a lot better for them.
They're swapping to the Shaman, but they didn't stun him. That was, maybe they're trying to fake him out, a little bit uncertain. I guess they baited his Astral Shift. They could go for a Vendetta all-in, a Kidney Shot into a Hammer of Justice, but they're still committed to Infernion for now. Alec falling behind, interrupted. They're switching pressure onto 2 targets. I love this 2-pronged assault, but a Ring of Frost is sniped around the corner. Infernion drops Infernal Stuns, spam Fear, trying to stall. Can he break up the second Polymorph? No. Combustion gets popped. He Netherwards immediately. They spell steal it off. Infernion has no unending resolve. His entire team locked down in stuns, spamming out Fears. Full blind with that ineffable truth means that Burley can't shrink it. This could be the end of the game. They just need the tiniest bit of damage to close it out. They sap out of the blinds. A big Hellstone comes in from Infernion. Monkarn stabilizes him. ABC were anticipating victory there. They get shut down, and now they're in trouble. Beautiful double stun lock, triple stun lock follow-up by the Bergen boys, ripping through the Blessing of Protection. Nixie on the ropes, running for cover. Burley chasing him down. Infernion getting in position. They stun Infernion, but Monkarn is soloing Nixie. Vitality Conduit stabilizes, but the whole team is struggling. Polymorph on Burley. The pre-vitalities, looks like pre-vitality Monkarn. Infernion still the target, down to half health, Polymorph subsiding. Nixie gets Mortal Coiled, Fist of Fury, a flying cast bolt. He shadow steps behind him, interrupting the cast. Paralyzed on Asgrath, Fist of Fury potentially in the near future as Nixie barely holds on. Asgrath's got Avenging Wrath, he's poking around the pillar with those Holy Shocks, looks for the Hammer of Justice. Alec needs to get a Polymorph. Is he in position? He goes for a Ring of Frost. Lands the double Ring of Frost. Infernion could be in trouble if they keep the chain going. Triple crowd control by ABC all over Infernion, but he's just taking no damage. I believe a pre-Earthen Wall Totem by Burley soaked that entire assault. Bergen boys once again shutting ABC down.
Yeah, really nicely done there by Burley. That Earthen Wall Totem just basically allowed Infernion to shrug off that damage. And that attempt in ABC, I mean, they're running out of time. Look at Asgrath. There's nothing. This could actually just end the game right here. Full leg sweep. Nice Dragon's Breath by Alec, diffusing that situation. And Asgrath doing a great job line of sighting, not allowing Monkarn to actually get out the Paralyze. But Nixie's still in some trouble. Uses the Cloak of Shadow, still a little bit low right now. Fear onto Asgrath. He just cannot top off Nixie. Surprise, Justagath! And Nixie's on the run right now. Mortal Coil does come in. Nixie uses his Shadow Meld to try to get a re-stealth, but he's just caught into a root, and things are unraveling very quickly here for ABC. Nice wind shear on Asgrath into an Infernal Stun. Any damage? Infernion looking for a Chaos Bolt. He gets Dragon's Breath. Alec doing a great job diffusing that situation. Full Hammer of Justice now onto Burley. They're turning it around here onto Infernion. They just cannot believe, the Bergen boys cannot believe that Nixie is still alive.
I mean, Infernion's on the ropes right here. Monkarn protects him with the Ring of Peace. Monkarn has been so MVP here, but a sap by Nixie. Infernion's still at half health. Asgrath in position, but the Earthen Wall's down. The kill should be denied. They go for the Blinding Light anyway. I don't think they're killing the Warlock through Earthen Wall Totem. So Blinding Light out of the way for free here. Bergen boys are getting their cooldowns back. They've got Gladiator Medallion on their healer. They've got Spearlink Totem. They've got the Unending Resolve coming up in 17 seconds. They're in a good position. Touch of Death is rolling. They need to retreat. Nixie on the run, but Asgrath gets sniped by a Fear. He drops Smoke Bomb defensively here. onto Burley to line of sight the Warlock during Touch of Death. Just wants to make sure that he doesn't go down during that timing. Asgrath needs 10 more seconds to that Blessing of Sacrifice to make sure that Nixie doesn't die. 5 more seconds away from it. They stun up the Warlock, but Fists of Fury are flying in from Monkarn. Infernion stun locked. Ring of Peace again, but they want to respect this assault. They use Unending Resolve anyways to trade out here and get some free casted spells. Hammer of Justice nailed down. Dragon's Breath onto Monkarn. Polymorphed up. 3 versus 1. And the Unending Resolve is not even enough. The Trinket Spirit Link comes in 1 second too late. ABC moved to match point.
Now 2-1 in this ABC versus Bergen boys series. Infernion going down in the end there. ABC looking pretty strong throughout that game. What do you think about that, Ven? How were they able to secure that victory?
Well, it's just consistent, right? It's the consistent setups onto Burley. If they can get them often enough, just with the kidney shot, they can get combustion rolling. Eventually, those rinse-repeat setups will net them a kill. It's just about how well Burley, Infernion, and Monkarn can disrupt that, and if we do see Asgrath, Alec, and Nixie make any mistakes. Honestly, I feel like Nixie got a little lucky to survive. I mean, there was some good defensive plays coming in from him, but it was such a close call for the team of the Bergen boys to actually secure a Game 3 win. But unfortunately for them, ABC was able to hold on. They did a great job near the end. Alec diffusing that one situation on Nixie very, very nicely with interrupts onto Infernion, Dragon's Breath onto Infernion, lots of polymorphs, allowing Nixie to survive, and eventually they were able to turn it around.
Yeah, and now ABC only one more win to secure their win for the series. Bergen boys down 1 point, and now Bergen boys, it's their map choice here. Zico, what do you think their move is? Do you think that this is something ABC is going to be able to repeat again going into this next game, or is Bergen boys going to be able to tie it up again and bring us to a Game 5?
I think ABC takes it 3-1, and I think Bergen boys are going to take us somewhere big, maybe Tiger's Peak. I don't know about the Tolvir. I wouldn't be super surprised if I saw Tolvir, but I think like a Tiger's Peak is probably what they are thinking. And yeah, I mean that game just kind of come down to just a kind of a misplay there at the end from Burley. Could have Trinket linked that blind a little bit sooner, but you know what happens? Rogue Mage, super bursty.
I feel like the Trinket Link was as fast as humanly possible on the blind. He was in a really weird situation where he was so low.
Well, so we were talking about this before the break, before we went into the series. ABC is one of those teams, they kind of take a while to ramp up. We saw that with their when they won BlizzCon. And we're in that stage, if they're going to repeat that kind of structure again, as we've seen with ABC, do we feel like, where in this stage do you think they are, Supatees, if they're sort of ramping up? How do we think they're playing today?
I think their game 1 looked stellar, like beyond stellar. Their game on Ashemanes, I think it still looked good. Like, I wouldn't say that they're playing sloppy. It's nice to see them back on the Rogue Mage. I feel like that's something we haven't seen in a long time. They've been playing the Mage Warlock a lot, so Nixie getting some airtime has been awesome. He's getting a lot of these clutch saps in the game. It's nice to see him get a chance to shine again. I'm curious if they do ever decide to break out the Mage Warlock. Potentially as a counter pick for maybe Windwalker Death Knight, if the Bergen boys ever block that in blind, is what I would be guessing. But here on Dalaran Sewers, Bergen boys could actually make a comp swap if they wanted to. What do you think of Windwalker Death Knight in the matchup, Ben? Is it good?
I don't think it's a great pick. I think what ends up happening in the match is the Windwalker Monk is just super susceptible to going down. Before, maybe with a Frost Death Knight, you could get stuff down, but some of the changes that they made really hurt Heartstop Aura. So before, what would happen with Delirium and Heartstop Aura is your Gladiator's Medallion would actually be a longer cooldown. So it would be increased from 2 minutes, and that allowed the Bergen boys to get off, more setups in the match, or the Frost Death Knight to get off more setups in the match. That was changed when they made some changes to Ineffable Truth and Holy Paladins. So getting those consistent setups in the match are a lot more difficult without ABC just having a straight up answer, break out of crowd control. So I think Windwalker Death Knight, probably not the greatest answer. I think if they can just stick with what they're doing, play as well as they do, and just maybe capitalize on the situations a little bit better, or maybe just have a little bit more fortune go their way with some extra crits, they can definitely still win the series.
All right, looks like they're going Windwalker Warlock. Zico, what do you think about that? Do you think that's a wise choice coming from Bergen boys?
Well, I think the comp-wise, it's a wise choice. I think the DK would be a pretty quick ticket to losing, but I don't like the map. I think if I was an Asarog and I was playing on Data and Sewers, that would be like one of my favorite maps to play on because I can just do whatever I want. Like,
Right.
I don't have to run very far to reach anybody. And if I was a Paladin as well, I would be very happy about that. I can just use my little Divine Steed and I'm already across the map basically before it even fades, right? So I feel like if you're a Paladin and a Rogue, this is a good map for you. But if you're a Warlock, it's not that bad either. And if you're a Monk, because if people group up behind a pillar, you can definitely punish them with, like a big leg sweep or a big Infernal Stun and Cataclysm and stuff like that. So we'll see who uses the map better, but I would say I think ABC is going to close this one out 3-1 pretty quickly on this map.
All right, well, we will shortly find out if ABC is going to close this out with a 3-1, or is Bergen Boys going to be able to tie it up in a 2-2 fashion. It is ABC versus Bergen Boys.
Curious to see if they keep playing the same strategy of going after Nixie. They're going to mix it up a little bit. Maybe have Infernion hit whoever he can, because Nixie has now been repositioning a lot whenever he's attacked, so he line of sights Infernion. So maybe Infernion spend a couple soul shards hitting Alec, just try and max damage output and run Asgrath out of mana for late game. Burley charges in to try and get combat with the Earthbind Totem. Let's see, it looks like they managed to get combat, so there's not going to be a sap. They have to just open with stun locks. They're playing Gladiator's Maledict this time around. They need to be careful on this all in. Infernion immediately trinkets and Nether Wards to stabilize throughout the initial crowd control. Mortal Coil timing as well. Hammer of Justice is still active. Can they get a Polymorph or a Ring of Frost? Doesn't look like it. Alec gets disrupted on the Polymorph. Not able to find the Ring of Frost. The initial crowd control is shut down. Dark Soul is rolling. Infernion's trying to scare them away. Monkarn is tearing into Nixie right now. He activates the feint, wraps around the corner with Vitality Conduit. He's pulled back to full health. Both teams trading blows early on. Alec does appear to be more of a target. I'm curious if that's whether or not Alec has changed his build. No, still running full versatility.
I love this. I was actually going to mention this. I like what Alec and Nixie are doing. So when they were just using one on-use trinket, it was really, really difficult for them to get those on-use trinkets like the Claw and the Maledict on Infernion without him being able to just Dark Iron Dwarf it away. Now, Alec and Nixie, they're both using a double on-use. So then Nixie's actually using a Maledict and a Claw as well as Alec. So the setups are going to be a lot more difficult for Infernion to actually survive. Full kidney shot now into Burley with an interrupt on Infernion. Burley could just get smoked. This is big damage. Can he survive the stun lock? The Hammer of Justice lands, and that could just be it. He manages to hold on. I cannot believe at the off heals from Monkarn. And ABC must be so sad. They set that up with the double on-use trinkets, getting Burley's trinket out of the way, making that swap, and unfortunately, they barely weren't able to pull it off.
The Monkarn MVP on this Windwalker Monk right now, doing top damage, great utility, excellent support. I mean, this is nice plays from Monkarn overall. Asgrath has Avenging Wrath rolling. That's big heals. He just needs to get a couple of Holy Lights. He tops himself with that one. Nixie still the target, though. No evasion. Asgrath picks him up. Dragon's Breath Polymorph. Gets a putter from Monkarn. Goes for Hammer of Justice on Burley, trying to make sure that Infernion is isolated. But he needs to switch the Polymorph over to Burley as soon as possible. They don't find it. Burley wind shears it. Vitality Conduit activates. Infernion should recover. Burley repositioning away from the Polymorphs. Needs to line of sight. Getting on top of Asgrath, but he's able to line of sight it. Alec blinks in and lands it. Now Infernion isolated. Monkarn uses Ring of Peace to protect Infernion on the boxes. Maybe that's what they wanted, was a Ring of Peace on the corner so Infernion could run away from the Rogue. It's a nice little choke point. Infernion got some value there with it, and it's going to be good usage of the map from the Bergen boys.
Yeah, really nicely done. And let's see what the Bergen boys are going to be able to get done. Still no trinket on Infernion, no trinket onto Burley. There's an opportunity here. Blind is coming up very, very shortly. If they pull the trigger on the blind right away, they might be able to capitalize on that and go after Infernion. The problem is, do they have the damage available? Asgrath gets feared away, uses the Gladiator's Medallion. Asgrath actually has no crowd control, no cooldowns whatsoever left. Nixie's still in a lot of trouble. It's going to be running around this pillar, trying to avoid damage, allowing Asgrath to get some casted heals with that Defined Favor. We'll be able to top him, and now it is up to ABC to start getting some pressure rolling.
Let's see if they can. The mana's not looking too great for them overall. 3 minutes into this match on match point. Double Shadow Fury lands. No follow-up. Combustion available. Vendetta as well. They go for the blind. Triple threat crowd control by ABC. Burley trinkets out of this blind. He's not going to fall behind. Vitality Conduit activates. Gets free healing from the Polymorph on Monkarn. Nixie pulls away from the fight for a moment. Triple Dragon's about to stall. ABC are just retreating, waiting for their Hammer of Justice, waiting for their Blinding Light, and then they're going to make another push. Maybe a swap. I could see a swap to Burley again. Well, he has no Glaire's Medallion. Curious to see what they decide to do here. ABC have a lot of options, but right now Moncard clotheslines him with a double leg sweep, really tearing into Nixie at the moment. Poke of Shadows needs to be enough. Looks like it is going to hold Nixie strong there. They got Glaire's Medallion, though. Paralyzed under the Paladin. Big follow-up. Drestigat drops. Nixie has to vanish away from the fight. Buying time for Asgrath to pick him up. Nixie wants to go on Burley, but he's going to line of sight. This could be dangerous. Alec takes control of the other members. It's all 3 versus 1. Burley's in a ton of trouble. Beautiful stun lock. Excellent execution. I love the swaps here by ABC, closing out the series 3-1.
Burley going down at the end there. ABC securing it with a 3-1. Again, guys, that's not the end of Bergen boys, though. This is a round robin tournament. There is no bracket since everybody's just going to be playing each other in this circuit format that we're going on. But congratulations to ABC winning that with a 3-1. Break down those final moments for Bergen boys for me, Zico.
Well, first of all, drip. Second of all, their strategy was a little bit different this game, and I think a lot of it is because you are on that smaller map. They were trying to blind Burley, force out his trinket, and they were still going on Infernion. But if they felt like Infernion wouldn't die, then they would try to set up big all-ins onto Burley instead. They actually did a super clean all-in before this at the end here, where they could have killed Burley, but there was a couple of mechanical mistakes there. But then they set it up once again, and this time around it was 100% clean. They had him isolated. Burley saw it coming, but he couldn't have done anything about it. They're able to grab the win.
Yep, congratulations to those guys. Pretty clean series from them, closing it out only a 3-1, and then the first 2 matches of the day with that 3-0. Now, we can see the match results here. We can see Munkarn with that top damage there, 5.5 million damage, followed by Nixie. Pretty overall clean series. Any takeaways you want to talk about from that Super Tease before we start talking about the next series?
I feel like the score doesn't really represent the power that the Bergen boys had in that series. I feel like they're going to be a real threat, I think, throughout this entire circuit. ABC, on the other hand, their Rogue Mage is looking polished. Curious to see if they're going to utilize Walrix in the remainder of the circuit. And having Rogue Mage and Mage Warlock on their team, I mean, they're just a threat based on that. They've got greatly experienced players. I mean, Walrix was kind of arguably the best Warlock, right? I feel like we were always talking about Walrix versus Chanimal when we get to BlizzCon. So their roster, if they're on point, like, they are insane. These teams are absolutely mind-blowing. And this next series, it's Wildcard Gaming and it's XSET. So reigning BlizzCon champions XSET. Wildcard Gaming has been getting the upper hand on them recently in the cup stages, winning the past 3 cups over XSET. So it's XSET's chance at redemption in this series.
And before we get too into that, we actually do have a replay from Zico. What moment did you want to talk about for us?
Well, this is the moment we were talking about. So they blinded Burley earlier, and now they're going for the all-in. Blessing of Protection on Nixie, Bubble offensive, and look at Burley's HP. He gets kidneyed into a Hammer of Justice, into a Vanish Garrote, and the mistake here is the Vanish Garrote. It should be a Vanish Triple DR Sheep Shot. The thing that healed Burley right there was his Health Stone right there, and you can use it while you're Garroted, but you cannot while you're stunned, and also Monkan spamming those Vivifies. But here, they do the exact same thing. Blind Burley, get his Trinket, and then they find the setup. They have a nice Ring of Frost there by Alec on both DPS with that Blinding Light as well from Asgarath, setting that up beautifully. Burley already trying to duck for cover, already in Ghost Wolf. But Kleptomania from Alec, they have the stuns that they need. He's completely isolated as well, which means that Meteor is not going to be soaked by anybody. It's going to do full damage. So definitely a nice setup there by ABC.
Yeah, definitely. And we will see both of those teams play again tomorrow. But now we're moving on to, I think, the EU series that everybody's really been looking forward to. It's Wildcard Gaming versus XSET, 2 teams that have really just been neck and neck with each other for a very long time, Ben. What do you expect coming up for this next series we're going to see after the break?
That's a really good question. What I expect is a great series because Wildcard Gaming and XSET, they've been very back and forth for such a long time. I will say Wildcard Gaming has been pulling a little bit ahead. They did win, I think, 3 out of the 4 qualifier cups, XSET winning 1 of them. But Wildcard Gaming, they've definitely been on a tear. I think they're the top of the European ladder right now. Lots of different compositions, focusing on Maro on that Fire Mage, with the Elemental Shaman, with the Warrior. I'm curious to see what XSET is going to come up with.
I'm curious as well. XSET, of course, is Raikou, Chaz, Waz, and Swapsy versus Wildcard Gaming. Coming up after this break, we'll be right back.
from CMD's ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, when he gets caught on a polymorph, the Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Cloudride's about to trigger. 4 seconds, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block. To be careful, they need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to save just trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind, Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough vanish? Garode, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We just saw that AWC versus Bergen boys series go 3-1 in favor of AWC. Now we're moving on to our last European match of the day, and that's going to be Wildcard Gaming versus XSET. However, before we get into talking about that matchup, which I'm sure we're all very excited for, we do have another question from Twitter. If you want to follow WoW Esports on Twitter using that AWC hashtag, this one's going to be, who is the better dresser and who has the best transmogs? I'll start with you again, Zico. I guess they mean out of the...
Where? In the game?
Transmog in the game, I guess better dresser, best dresser IRL.
Out of all of us, I think.
Like, out of
all the four of us?
So out of us, I would say Manruki is the best dresser, and I will take any one of you guys out on a transmog competition. I literally spent 100 million gold on transmogs. There's no way you win. I'm sorry. There's no way. And by the way, at the MDI, it's the same production team, because I submitted a transmog, and I was wearing a wizard hat, and there was the stage, in Karazhan, the stage. I literally had people come there and put up lights, and they didn't nominate me. Why? I saw what they nominated, bro. I should have won that.
If it makes you feel any better, I submitted one as well, and I didn't make the cut. So they just don't like
rough competition.
I don't know. Yeah, there's some tough competition in the transmog competitions for MDI. All right, Ven, what's your answer?
I honestly, I'm gonna give it a double award here to. Actually, you know what? For transmog, I would have to say I'm gonna go with Zico. There's really no question in my mind. He's very serious about it. Like you said, he spent a ton of gold for the best dresser. I don't know. You guys all dress so well. I don't think I could pick one.
Ben's too pure for this world.
Ben's too Canadian. Like, I'm Canadian too, but I'm not as Canadian as Ben. Like, there's like a spectrum of Canadian.
What's your answer, Super Tees?
I think like it's. I feel like I'd be a hypocrite because I flame Venruki in his stream too much for his ugly transmogs, so I can't say that he has the best transmogs. So Zico's definitely the best transmogger. As far as best dressed, I feel like in what situations? Like, I feel like Zico's casual dress when we go for our walks is pretty high level, and like Ven generally is just kind of like he's just wearing joggers, like on our roundabouts. So like, are we talking about best dressed on desk or best dressed for most of the time in the day? Because there's most of the time in the day, I think Zico's probably the best dressed. But if it's best dressed in the show, I feel like Venruki usually looks the best. So it's like, it's kind of tough.
Hard agree.
Yeah,
With
it's
that,
tough.
Best in the show.
Wow, you guys are way too nice.
I'm trying to steal Ven away from you, Zico. You better watch out.
Good luck
All
with
right,
that. Our bond is nothing can break it.
It's unbreakable. It is. All right. Well, thank you to those of you that submitted your questions. Follow WoW Esports on Twitter if you want to do more of these things and get involved with the stream and ask us some of these fun questions. So thank you to those who submitted your questions to us at WoW Esports Twitter. And with that, we have some player stats that we're going to talk about. This is the Wildcard Gaming versus XSET series, and we're going to first off is Morrow with his little pose there with his jersey. Look at this. What do we think about Morrow's stats?
They're good. Like,
They're really good. What do you mean?
Good.
Yeah, he's got great stats. But it's surprising to me is he actually has a better win rate on his druid than his mage.
Well, to be fair, he only picks his druid when it's supposed to win, right?
A counter comp. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
he's not picking it when it's a hard matchup. He's only picking it when it's supposed to be an easy matchup.
You know, I think this is actually the highest. I could be wrong about this so far, but I think this is one of the highest interrupt rates. So successful interrupts, 74%, very impressive. You know, the juke rate or the rate in which you fake your opponent is on the lower side for what we've seen, but I think that might be attributed to as a mage, especially a fire mage. You kind of just don't even care if you get interrupted more often than not. You just cast, get interrupted, then use a different school of magic just to bait out interrupts. So I would say that's probably why we see that on the lower side.
Also, +1 for Morrow on that pose. He didn't do the classic like arms crossed PvP like esports pose. You guys know what I mean? He didn't. Yeah. He got a little creative there with his
looking good
with his jersey. Yeah, looking good, Morrow. But yeah, so we've got some more player stats for you guys as well. This time on the side of XSET, we have Raikou here, 76% play rate.
Oh, look at that!
1% better interrupts.
Whoa, okay.
Who's the better mage?
Win rate on his mage. Yeah.
Worse juke rate though.
Yeah, true.
That's true. It's yeah. I mean, basically, these guys. It's interesting though that they have such a similar like interrupt and juke rate in this match. Win percentage.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd see Fire has been faring a little bit better for Raikou this season. But I mean, both these mages. I would say when people talk about the best mages in Europe, these two names probably come up very, very consistently. Although I do think there's an absolute ton of good mages in Europe right now. It's actually really crazy how many good mages are in this European tournament, to be honest.
Yeah, and you know what? If you guys are watching from home in chat, let's have a little competition. Let's Raikou versus Morrow. Who do we think is the better mage here? I want to hear your answers. Raikou versus Morrow. But sounds like the game is ready here. Gates are opening for game number 1 of this Wildcard Gaming versus XSET series. Do we want to make any predictions of how you think this is going to go, Zico?
I think this is going to be a close one, and it's really hard to say without seeing the comps. But now that I've seen the comps, I'm going to go ahead and say I'm going to give a 1-0 for XSET.
Really?
What is Morrow doing? Dude, what? He just double blinked across midfield to pull Waz out of stealth. That was the most reckless thing I've ever seen a mage do, but it worked out for him.
Yeah, luckily for Morrow, mages are incredibly durable right now. It does look like XSET they're going to be going after Morrow in this matchup. And I've seen a few war games of this matchup play out, and it didn't look bad for Wildcard Gaming. Honestly, with the Mage, the Elemental Shaman, and the Paladin, you can survive for a really long time. You can do big one-shots on Waz if he gets caught into a stun lock. But right now, XSET, they have all the pressure, all the momentum, and Morrow is immediately forced into that first ice block. Incredibly well done by XSET.
Ooh, mind controlled on the Divine Favor. Can they remove the Divine Favor? No, Looney connects a big heal there. Morrow still on the ropes. Raikou getting blasted down by Zeepai. Zeepai still doing his best here, but a smoke bomb drops on Morrow, really trying to make Looney panic. Is Looney going to be able to recover here? There's a counterspell available. He's trying to max range the interrupt. Raikou's moving forward. Chaz is moving in. XSET are pushing in for crowd control. Can Looney avoid it? Morrow is dangerously low. Vitality Conduit's rolling, but blinding light onto Chaz. Is there anything to follow it up? No. He's looking for some cheeky mind controls. Polymorph lands in onto Chaz. Now Raikou on the back foot. Big damage by Zeepai. Wrapping around the corner with that cap totem. Raikou ranges it, but huge pressure is going to force the ice block. Wildcard Gaming battle it back.
Yeah, really nicely done. Both these mages already down their ice block. Full fear secured onto Looney. Where's the damage from XSET? Unfortunately, not able to find it. Nice temporal shield there by Morrow. Does look like he will be able to hold on. Mind controls coming in from Chaz just to slow down the game a little bit. Actually gripping Raikou over and allowing him to land a full polymorph. Great teamwork there by XSET. And now it's Morrow who's in a world of trouble. When he gets out of the crowd control, uses the Divine Shield, and big heals on Morrow will allow him to survive. And now it's going to be Raikou who's the one that is scared, using the Pillar, using Dragon's Breath to avoid Zeepai at all costs. But the crowd control's not over on Chaz. If they can force a cauterize, that would be huge. Nice Dragon's Breath to extend the chain. Morrow looking for a greater Power Blast, but he gets kidneyed on it. Great job by Raikou in order to survive that setup. And now it's going to be XSET to strike back.
All right, let's see what they get done here. Double fear. Looney can't heal for a moment with that Avenging Wrath. Do they get follow-up? Raikou's looking for polymorphs. He's faking out interrupts. He gets through the wind cherry. Polymorph Zeepai. Looney dispels it. Zeepai chasing down Raikou while Chaz is polymorphed. Raikou deflects Zeepai with the Dragon's Breath, but there's a double blinding light. Looney repositions, dispels the polymorph. 3 versus 1 under Raikou. Is he going to be able to survive? Huge connect in by Zeepai on that elemental shaman, tearing into Raikou. They get the cauterize. Temporal Shield is stabilizing him with Vitality Conduit. Now Looney in a polymorph. It ends up breaking. Was actually attacking him. They're going after Looney. They're looking for a miracle swap onto the Paladin, trying to exploit no Divine Shield. Looney needs to be ready. Pre-Vitality Conduits. Is it going to be enough? They're trying to cut through Vitality Conduit. I don't know if they got enough damage to do it. Now he's got Avenging Wrath. Raikou sits through a Hex. Waz Dragon's Breath off the polymorph. Looney gets counterspelled though. He's running away from Waz. Waz and Chaz chasing Looney around the pillar. Is he going to be able to stay alive? He's out in midfield. He's just begging for help. Zeepai is mind controlled. They disrupt it. Mara's going for Greater Pyroblast. He gets mind controlled on it. Raiku's blasting away. Looney's in trouble. He's got nothing left. He's on 1%. Is he really going to hold on here? 1%? No way. Waz closes it out. Beautiful swap to Looney. They immediately saw the opportunity and seized it.
I mean, we just have to give a big credit to Raikou there. That spell steal, I think it was a spell steal interrupt on the Divine Favor on Looney's heal. I mean, that's really what allowed them to get that set up in the first place. It was looking like Looney was completely fine. He had his Avenging Wrath up, was able to get out of LOS of Waz, and unfortunately that lockout into Groat into Kidney Shot was more than enough to set up XSET.
And that's going to be a Game 1 victory for XSET, 1-0 for this Game 1 series of this Wildcard Gaming versus XSET series. Did Waz shave his head?
Yes, he did.
Or something?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I was seeing all these bald Waz things in chat, and I was
what?
confused.
Your IQ goes up like 200 when you're bald. So no wonder they won that first game. Like, it was a good
He had
move.
her when they won BlizzCon, though.
But he shaved it.
Yeah,
to
but now
look
he's even
bald.
better. See?
I see
Because
that
he's
lower
bald?
third, by the way.
Wait.
I'm sorry that I thought Maro was 78%.
NA, man.
Oh man, production just ragging on us. But congratulations for that Game 1 victory. We can see here the damage breakdown of this. Any takeaways from this slide here, Ven?
Raikou did more damage.
Raikou did more
Raikou
damage.
better mage.
That's
Raikou better mage. Raikou did more
there's
damage.
nothing else
That's all
to
that
consider in the
matters.
matchup. Like
That's all that
Maro was in a
matters.
kidney shot for a 1/3 of the game.
No, it doesn't
Right.
matter. More damage.
Yeah.
Excuses.
More damage. They had the same amount of interrupts.
Top tier casting abilities, more damage.
Yep.
I could do that.
I really did. Did he dispel the Divine Favor? I didn't see it. I should go back.
I think I was actually just a regular.
I
CS.
just interrupted him. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Looney was just casting. I don't know.
A little greedy there by Looney.
Looney and Greed.
Okay.
Never heard that before.
So obviously these two teams, like we've talked about before, are just so close in terms of competition. And I feel like maybe this is going to be one of those series that goes to a Game 5, Zico.
Absolutely, and I think if you are playing El Clasico here, which this is in Europe, you probably want to win that blind pick, because when you look at Wildcard, for example, they can play Melee Cleave with like Windwalker DK. They can play Moonkin Ellie. If you're playing Wizards, they can play Mage Ellie. They can play Windwalker Mage. They can play Mage Warrior, which they came second at BlizzCon with. So, there's a lot of comps that you have to guess. Okay, so I need a comp that beats everything. Most people don't have that. So you're going to have to go in with a comp that you think, okay, well, if we face this, we're good. But if we face this, we're not. And I think that's what's going to happen now. XSET, they're going to have to go in, blind lock something that they think has a chance against everything. I'd imagine maybe a Rogue Mage Priest again, maybe a Rogue Mage Paladin. And then Wildcard probably has an answer from there, depending on what they want to run.
Yeah, and as we know, for the draft process, loser picks map, then in turn the winner picks their comp, and then the loser picks their comp in response to that. And Supatis, this is really one of those matchups where the draft process is just so crucial.
I feel like there have been some meta changes, though, since the last time we played, so I am wondering if we'll see some of those other comps. Like, in the past, I think if Waz's team blind locked a Rogue Mage Priest, Looney's team would have played Windwalker that night. So I don't know if that's still... No?
Warrior Mage. I think they're
Would they
going
have
to play
done
Warrior
Warrior Mage into Rogue
Mistweaver.
Mage Priest?
I think
I
would
Warrior
bet
Mage and they go Priest, right? Isn't that what they usually
Warrior
do?
Mage. No, you just don't die. You just play Warrior Mage Whisperer. You just survive forever, train the mage. I think that's what we're going to see from Wildcard Gaming. If they didn't do that, I'd be really, really surprised. But I still think, I mean, Mistweaver Monks have fallen off a little bit, but I still think that's a matchup that isn't too bad. And in fact, I think the Warrior Mage might, be really good into that particular matchup, especially against the Priest version of Rogue Mage.
What do we think about this map choice? Or you can finish your thought.
They kind of they want to dampen, so yeah, Warrior Mage dampen strat would work. I think Ellie Mage dampen strat might work too if they just want to play the same thing. It's not like it looked bad. Maybe Looney could have been in a different position before that swap. Maybe they weren't ready for something like that. So I feel like those are two really good options still for them. Not a bad idea to bring Blizzo in, period. Just like no matter what you're playing, really. So they're taking their
In any
time
situation, it's not a bad idea to bring Blizzo in.
You always want Blizzo on your team. Like,
He's a
in
god.
Dodgeball, like when you pick people, Blizzo is always picked first.
Who's picked last?
Out of all the players, who's picked last?
This is interesting.
I'm trying to answer the question. I'm trying to think of who is always picked last.
I'll let you think about that, and then I'll let Zico talk about this composition.
Well, I was wrong. Wildcard Gaming, they are going to be bringing in the Fire Mage, Elemental Shaman, Paladin. Same composition we just saw, and I kind of mentioned on the Grand that I did see some practice games of this particular matchup, and it didn't seem too bad for the Paladin, Fire Mage, Elemental Shaman. I think, unfortunately for Looney, getting interrupted was the reason why he did end up going down. And if he had survived that, Wildcard Gaming was not in a bad situation at all. I mean, they'd already gotten an ice block from Raikou. Chaz was behind on mana compared to Looney. And I think Wildcard Gaming still definitely has a capability of winning the series.
Oh, for sure. It's only game one, and it seems like you guys are kind of in agreement that this is probably going to go to a game 5. Stupides, do you get an answer?
I think the thing is, like, it would have been in the past, I would have had a good answer, because it used to be Warlocks that used to ride the bench and never play. So I could have just said all Warlock players at that time. But now the Warlocks are getting played, so it's harder. I don't feel like there's anybody that just never plays. Is there? Kara. Kara was last pick because he's a red paladin.
No, you had to say
Kara's
that.
last pick because he's a red paladin.
Dude,
Last
they
pick to
just
dodgeball.
lost
I found the one. I found the one that
Gosh.
just never gets played. I found the one. That's the one.
Leave Carl alone.
He's trying his best. It's just he's not coordinated. It's unfortunate.
It's not his fault. Okay, well, with that, it is Wildcard Gaming versus XSET. XSET up 1-0 for game number 2.
Oh, they find a sap on Looney.
Sap.
They're going on Z-Pie?
Yeah, sap on Looney. Yeah, big damage. I like that they're mixing it up a little bit. Maro trying to defuse the situation, getting Polymorphs onto Raikou. I'm really curious to see what build Maro is going to be playing here. I'm going to take a look at his gear really, really quick because he's actually playing all Expedient. So I was wondering what was going on with his haste, but he has a ludicrous amount of haste with this gear setup, and it's going to allow him to get Polymorphs out of thin air and potentially even greater Power Blast.
All right, aggressive plays here by Wildcard Gaming in their builds. Will they get punished? Looney's in a polymorph. Z-Pie is stun locked up. They're controlling Raikou, trying to stall damage for now. They managed to stall it just in time. Looney's Avenge's Wrath up. He's moving in for a hammer. Doesn't it look like he has it. They're going to go for a counterspell instead. Smoke Bomb gets dropped in a surprise fashion. Looney repositions. Gets Dragon's Breath on his reposition, looking for polymorphs. Not finding it. Raikou Windshirt on that polymorph. Chaz is controlled. Waz is taking a huge hit. He's going to Cloak of Shadows that Greater Pyro. Leaving Maro open with a full Expedient build could be devastating. They've got him polymorph. Chaz is crossing midfield. Z-Pie trying to reposition. Looney pre-Vitality Conduits the polymorph. Nice play, but he's still in control for a little bit. Big Earthshock on Waz. He gets gripped out of range of the burst damage. Line of sights with Chaz and recovers. Good response. I like how Wildcard Gaming are playing the big map with this Wizard Cleave.
I think they've realized Maro has no versatility whatsoever, and they should probably just go after him. I mean, he was the best target in the last game, and I don't think he was playing haste. So now it's going to be a complete nightmare for Maro to survive. However, they're just getting pressure. So sometimes the best defense is a good offense. They're going for a big damage swap over onto Maro. This could easily be the ice block, and it
Massive
is.
spell.
And that's the risk. The Massive Spell comes in, blind onto Looney, and Maro is just burning down and taken down. Wildcard Gaming coming out of the curveball, but the thing is, if you're the target having 18%, 17% versatility probably isn't going to cut it against a team like XSET. They were able to capitalize on it.
And that's going to be 2-0, putting XSET on match point. I feel like they got shut down there pretty quickly, Zico. That was only like a 2-minute game.
Yeah, 79% interrupt rate from Raikou once again, sniping Looney and leading their team to victory. And they had a good opener. They had good pressure right at the get-go. And I don't know, they got the Master Spell on the block. It looked like they had pretty good control over Looney and Zipai, and they're able to back it up with the burst that they needed onto Maro as well. So yeah, just XSET looking extremely dominant on this Rogue Mage so far.
Is this something though that they can repeat XSET for a game number 3? I mean, are they going to beat Wildcard Gaming at a 3-0 in this series? That would be kind of crazy. I feel like Subtees.
I think it's possible. I'm wondering what else they're going to try. I mean, they tried some cheeky haste build there. That immediately got shut down. So far, what I'm learning from this is that everybody still needs to play versatility corruptions. So Maro's probably going to switch that back ASAP if they're going to keep playing this composition. The main issue that Wildcard Gaming have is that they can't play Rogue Mage themselves. So they need a comp that counters it. And I feel like a really well-played Rogue Mage, I don't know like what counters it. Like Mage Lock probably has a good shot, but yeah. I don't think there's like an outright this comp beats Rogue Mage no matter what Rogue Mage does. I don't think that exists.
Rogue Mage can always win, I think.
Yeah. So they're in a weird spot. Like they can't mirror them, and they don't have a comp that's really going to pressure them. So this might just be their best option at the moment.
I would like them to at least try the Warrior Mage Mistweaver Monk. I still think it's not a bad matchup.
You just want to see Blizzo.
I do want to see Blizzo, but I really don't think it's the worst matchup. I think they can win with that, but maybe I feel like maybe they've been losing in practice or something like that, because I think that's a comfort pick for them. Probably one of their most played compositions. So if it was good into Rogue Mage, maybe they would just run it, but I don't think the hasted G-Pi Mage is going to work out into a team like XSET.
How's Windwalker DK against Priest, Rogue Mage fan?
Just lose, I think.
Just lose?
I think so, yeah. I think Rogue Mage is really... I think Rogue Mage is pretty good right now.
Beats it. So we know Boomkin Ellie doesn't beat it. Windwalker DK doesn't beat it. Mage Ellie doesn't beat it. So, I mean, they gotta play Warrior Mage at this point, right?
Maybe Windwalker DK
they can go. What about TSG though?
What?
They have TSG.
No way. I think Demon Hunter Death Knight might, but I don't think they have that, right? No one plays
Demon Hunter Death Knight?
Demon Hunter. Yeah, Demon Hunter
Death
Knight.
I think so.
Blizzo
I think it has a good chance in Priest.
But I think it's a get to the edge.
Okay, so that's not an option.
Right.
I feel like this is their only option, is like Ellie Mage, or try the Mistweaver Fire Mage Warrior, like they used to play.
Oh, look at
like
that!
Blades Edge Arena.
That's an interesting little stat. Wildcard Gaming has a 100% win rate on Tolvaron Arena. So maybe they need to go to their comfort.
The one before that as well was, if you guys didn't notice, Wildcard Gaming has a 75% match win rate against XSET. So this is kind of I don't know if it's unexpected, but it's been a while since we've seen these teams play against each other in a live tournament setting. Is this just due to meta changes, do we think then? Or is it because they've had extra time to practice? What's going on here?
Well, I think that XSET is extremely prepared. I mean, this team takes these tournaments more serious than I'd say any other team, potentially in the entire world. They're world-class players, and I think their main composition, Rogue Mage, is insanely strong. I mean, Chaz has obviously been playing the Priest a lot as well. They look like they're firing on all cylinders. I was reading the chat a little bit, and apparently Waz said, yeah, we're just going to play Rogue Mage into everything. So I think they're very confident with this composition right now.
Yeah, it seems like no matter what happens, XSET they're always the team that sort of comes together if they're feeling a little bit down, or if they're not playing quite where they want to. They're always that team that really just goes back to the drawing board, comes together, practices super well, and just comes back even stronger. And now they're about to beat Wildcard Gaming in a 3-0 fashion, which is not something I don't think we've seen in this matchup for the season at least. And now we have Wildcard Gaming going to Tolvaron Arena. We just saw that stat in that lower third there that they have a 100% win rate, Wildcard, on this matchup. And Wildcard, they've locked in their composition. Zico, what do we think about this? We were kind of going back and forth about what maybe they should pick. Do you think this is a good choice here from Wildcard?
Well, they have a 100% win rate here, so I think it's a good pick in terms of map. And since they're not playing like Warrior Mage or something, it feels like they are dead set that this is their best bet against XSET. And I'll see you guys in the replay room.
Let's go here. Match point. XSET's Rogue Mage Priest dominating. And that actually excites me for North America to see teams like Unitas, who are kind of the Rogue Mage Priest specialists, playing that comp almost exclusively. So I'm very excited to see North America after this. But we still need to conclude this series. Will the 100% win rate, the perfect win rate, remain for Wildcard Gaming on Tolvaron? They're starting with triple crowd control already. Blessing Protection and Sacrifice right before the smoke bomb. That might have been an ice block if that wasn't clutched out so quickly by Looney. Chaz moves out into midfield, looking to reposition. Looney's chasing him down, looking for Hammer of Justice. Chaz gets caught in a Polymorph Hex on the Raikou, 3 versus 1 over on the Waz. Lightning Lasso, but not enough damage to really do too much to him. Polymorph now over. Chaz going to pick him up in a hurry. Looney gets caught in a Polymorph. He pre-Vitality conduits, but it may not be enough. It was nerfed recently. If they can continue the chain, they sap out of the Polymorph. Go for the Garrode into the cheap shot. Beautiful setup for the Psychic Scream, but Chaz gets stunned on it. Not able to find it. Divine Favor. No spell steal opportunity. Maro's still just taking a beating. He's just not able to recover. There's no Avenging Wrath. They go for the Holy Avenger, trying to get whatever amount of throughput they can to stabilize Maro. And XSET are just happy to retreat for the moment, kind of re-engage at a later time when it's safer to do so.
Maro is playing so aggressive in this matchup, just shimmering in, out of line of sight, now full polymorph on Looney. This is not the Wildcard Gaming you normally expect. They're very calculated with their defense. Maro with this haste build is playing extremely reckless, and it might end up costing him, and it does. Maro gets mind-controlled on his Cauterized. There's no ice block, unfortunately, for Wildcard Gaming, and that, I would have to say, is the most one-sided we have, I feel like, ever seen this series between these two teams play out. XSET is looking absolutely dominant.
Absolutely, and now Wildcard have lost to them 3-0, and I wonder how, if they have to face XSET again, Zico, what they're going to try and do differently if they have to go into that series again.
Well, they're going to have to figure out an answer for Rogue Mage there. It definitely looked really one-sided, and I know XSET is, Wildcard is one of those teams, they don't like to run the same comp into something that they're losing to. They prefer to have multiple answers for something, so definitely go back to the drawing board there.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure every game win in a series counts on your points, right? Because in the circuit and round robin, all of your wins are added up. So even if you lost the series, if you manage to win 2 games, like that's better than losing all 3. I'm pretty sure. So like Wildcard Gaming kind of, I need confirmation. I'm pretty sure that's how round robin works. So by just kind of like playing aggressively and throwing that game away, it might come back to bite them later on.
So I noticed something interesting during this game, and I noticed that there were some people in the chat asking about it as well. Waz is running 98 corruption on his cloak, and that's not the max. The max is, let me see here. The max is 116 corruption resistance. The reason why Waz is running 98, so he's not maxing his cloak on purpose, is because there is an Azerite trait. It is called Heart of Darkness. And basically, your secondary stats are increased when your corruption level is 25 or higher. Gushing, which is what Waz is running, is the cheapest corruption. So if you have a gushing on every single piece and you max out your cloak every week, you're actually not going to have that bonus because your corruption level is going to be under 25. So that's why he's actually not upgrading his cloak. Not upgrading his cloak is giving him more damage.
Wow, big brain. Big brain. If you guys want to
about
see... Oh. If you guys want to see the gear that these guys are using, once again, I'm going to remind you guys in chat, awc.gcd.tv. You guys can see the corruption that they're running, the gear that they're running. And so thank you to production for having that available to us and to chat as well. And now that's the end of the European games that we're going to be seeing together today. And we're going to be moving on to the NA region. And that's going to be Golden Guardians versus Mystery Team is what we're calling them, which is going to be a really great matchup. What are we looking forward to seeing in that one, Supatis?
A mysterious opponent approaches Golden Guardians, formerly The Move, or also known as The Move. They've been leveling up. I've been impressed with WizK in particular in terms of branching off into more than just the Shadow Priest. I'm curious if they just start out with that, though, like the Rogue Shadow Priest Shaman, see how it goes, and maybe switch from there, or if they'll start immediately with WizK on the Warlock. They were opting for the Rogue Warlock a lot in the Final Cup. Mystery Team, which is... Do we reveal the mystery, or do we leave it a mystery? I feel like it's not a mystery to anybody that follows, but...
Everybody knows who it is.
Yeah, Sea-Doo's team. I'm wondering what they're going to play. Are they going to keep playing the Cleaves, the Demon Hunter Death Knights, the Windwalker Death Knights, or are they going to start branching out with that Warrior Mage that it felt like they were investing a lot of time in, specifically for Cloud9? Maybe not so much for this matchup, but I am wondering what they're going to bring to the table against the Golden Guardians.
Yeah, I am as well, and we're going to go to a quick break, but before we do that, let's take a look at the current circuit standings now that we're done with the European region for today. We can see XSET, Diabolus, Coffin Dance, and AWC all have a 1-0 win-loss ratio, and then on the left side we can see... What?
I was going to say, so, I mean, I think this confirms that it's
not
about,
it doesn't count,
It's about
match
wins, not game wins.
Okay.
We can see on the right side there we have all the teams that lost a match in that in those games that we saw this morning. So just a reminder, guys, there is no bracket for this. This is a round robin format. Every team will be playing against each other. So every time that we run through a day, we'll update you guys with this card here so we can see right now where the EU teams currently stand. And now we're going to hop over to the NA region for the second half of the day here. Once again, we are starting with Golden Guardians versus that Mystery Team or Sea-Doo's team. So we will be going to a break. We'll come to that match up after that break, and we'll see you guys soon.
was kind of toxic, kind of elitist, back when I was really young and just kind of getting decent at the game. And then I went through that whole phase for years where I was just like, man, I'm just complaining all the time about like all these other people, that the game is just not good, this game is pointless, this game is not worth playing. Once I changed my mindset and my whole attitude towards the game, I became a lot happier as a person. When I was always complaining and crying, I really lost that feeling in the game, and it made me like lose passion. And the move is completely tried to go against that whole mindset and trying to actually enjoy ourselves, and we spend hours and hours playing the game. The move is a community and group of people in the WoW section that is filled with the nicest, most generous, uplifting individuals around. I can't believe how lucky I am to be able to do what I love to do. I love to play the game, and not only that, I can make people's day better in any way at all. At least I try to, I can try to make some people laugh sometimes. And just what the game has been able to do for me now, this game has given me so many opportunities in life now, because I realized that, okay, there's maybe a chance to do something with this game that could change my life forever.
River Sting is surely going to be fading. Kikibu trying to line up for a stun. There's a ton of damage rolling up towards Dilly now with a silence on the milkman. Whoa! 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 His Avenging Crusader just becomes available, but they dismantle him. They completely dismantle him in game 2.
Kikibu is the best rogue in the world for the first time.
I can't believe that all this has come just from playing the game. I think that biggest thing was where I stopped trying to be really negative. I can't see any reason why I would ever just try to be really miserable or really pessimistic. I would love to give a major shout out to all the fans that have supported not only myself, but also the team, always being a huge motivating factor in wanting to constantly do better.
Hey Zico, how was that pizza?
It was almost as good as the words that just came out of Peekaboo's mouth. What an amazing video, first of all. That's a new video. Big shout out to the guys in the back, Guy D and everyone working on that stuff. That was amazing.
Yeah, definitely loving those content pieces coming out. If you guys want to see those as they're rolling out, you can go to WoW Esports Twitter. Some fire videos coming out from the production team, so thank you to those. Now we're moving on to the NA region, starting off the second half of the day with Golden Guardians versus Mystery Team, which is what we're calling them right now. So the moment you guys have all been waiting for, we can look at the schedule for what the NA side is going to look at for the second half of the day here. Once again, starting off with Golden Guardians versus Mystery Team. And then we're going to move into Cloud9 versus Turtle, and then M2KC versus Unitas for that last match of the day. You can see it here on our screen. Of course, we have these European matches that we had earlier. Anything you want to talk about, Ben, of maybe matches we saw today or some that we are expected to see later today?
Well, our next matchup, Golden Guardians versus the Mystery Org. These are two fan favorites. There's no question about it. Peekaboo, the Move, Golden Guardians. They're going to be going up against Sea-Doo and the Mystery Org. So I'm curious because I feel like both these two teams in particular are teams that I feel like have been trying to figure out how they can kind of, find their place in this meta. I know WizK has been playing a lot of different alts. I'm pretty sure one of the most miraculous things I've seen is WizK. He made a mage. And after like a week of having the mage, he got 3K rated on it. So we actually have WizK Mage who's been practicing a lot, and obviously Absurge practicing that Paladin. That gives them Rogue Mage Paladin as a comp option. Are we going to see that? Probably unlikely, but it definitely at least gives them some options, which I think is really, really good. And I think that's one thing we've critiqued on them in the past is they kind of got stuck into just the Roguelock Shaman, but now it feels like they have a lot more depth to the roster.
Yeah, and it also seems like you're kind of saying, Ben, WizK, he's such a strong member of that team. It seems like he's also kind of the unsung hero of the move, Zico. Yeah,
WizK, I have a little deal with him. Anytime you guys bring him up, I'm going to gas him up. That deal is extended from the previous season. But yeah, WizK, let's start with his Shadow Priest, This guy was the only person all the way in Legion that still played Shadow Priest. These guys were the only ones who played Rogue Shadow Priest Shaman, no matter what. And I think that that's kind of what got them their big following that they have today, is that they were able to do that. And I think a lot of that is at the back of not just WizK, but also the synergy between WizK and Absturge gives Peekaboo freedom to make the plays that he needs to do, and he can reliably know that his teammates are going to be fine. And then, of course, the fact that he also picks up, Mage, DK, Feral, whatever his team needs to try to improve their chances.
It really seems like Golden Guardians, this team has such a cult-like following behind them. No matter, win or lose, their fans are just so stoked on this team. We can see WizK here, his stats, play rate 100% currently, 46% win rate on that Shadow Priest, 53% on the Destro Lock, and they got the 0% on the Demon Hunter, but, it's still WizK, Zico.
Yeah, definitely. 100% play rate is one of the big stats here. You can really tell, definitely one of the unsung heroes. Have to be played in every single game, or, it's not going to look too great. As we know, Hunter's not going to be super meta right now. So Jelly, phenomenal player, but he's going to have to ride the bench a little longer. And WizK on that Warlock as well actually has better win rate than his Priest. I wonder if his Mage is going to have a better win rate than his Priest and his Warlock if he brings that out today.
My favorite thing about WizK's stream, my favorite thing about WizK's stream is he has a little banner over his chat where it's like, WizK, 20-time rank 1 Shadow Priest. And he actually crossed out the Shadow Priest and put Warlock. And then when he made his Mage, he crossed out the Warlock and put Mage.
Can you still, over it, or can you see the words crossed out, like the two classes?
It's just crossed out. Like, it looks like a 3-year-old did it, but it's really funny.
That's funny. And that's not the only stats we have as well. We've got some also from the Mystery Org that we're calling it. This is also another team that we've seen consistently do well. Maybe had some issues this last season trying to find their stride, but here's Mr. World of Warcraft himself, Trill, 54% win rate currently on that Windwalker Monk Supities.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. So what happened with Trill is, I think they won BlizzCon with him playing Demon Hunter, and then now suddenly Sam-I-Am is picking up the mantle for Demon Hunter. So I'm wondering if they're going to utilize that at all. Maybe bring Trill back onto the Demon Hunter at any point in the future, because he used to be the main Demon Hunter for the team. But at the moment, I'm worried that they're not going to be able to utilize him too much. It just seems like Windwalker Death Knight is not as prevalent as it has been. Mez, when I watch his stream, has been leveling up his Warlock. I think Benruki at one time said that he was the best Warlock he's played with on the ladder. And then Mez was super... super I don't know about that. I swear you said that at one point when you were playing.
I've actually been playing with Mez, or C. Drew and Mez W Jr., the Mez Warlock, quite a bit. It's fun. I mean, Mez definitely, not a bad Warlock. I think, I don't know, the thing about Method Orange is they're one of these teams where even if they have these different comp options and they have these ults that they practice, I feel like they don't take risks in their compositions. They're always just kind of just sticking with their bread and butter and trying to make it work. And even when they do have those ults ready and available and they can, mix it up, they decide not to do it more often than not.
Didn't they play double Demon Hunter once?
That was once.
Yeah.
What? They don't take risks.
I mean,
it's not really a risk.
Double
Demon Hunters are the safest comp in the game.
When they played that,
yeah, you know what? You're right. Go ahead. You're right.
I was gonna say when they put that comp, it was definitely a no risk, no risk. But I think it's unlikely we see that.
Probably. I think Zio even tweeted about that, sorry about that comp or something like that. But yeah, definitely, hopefully we'll see Trill come to play in this next game here, that while these teams get ready, Golden Guardians versus the Mystery Org, as we're calling them. Do we want to make any predictions? It seems like, again, just like that last match we saw with Wildcard Gaming versus XSET, now we have Golden Guardians versus Mystery Org, two teams that are also probably a little bit closely matched than maybe some of the other matches that we're going to see today here, Supities. How do we expect this next game to go?
I think game one, I'm going to do a drip here. I don't do this very often. Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman for Golden Guardians. And I think they're going to play Demon Hunter Death Knight Shaman for Mystery Org. That's what I think is game one. Blind.
Okay. All right. Ben, Seiko, what do you think?
Go ahead, Zika.
I think we're gonna see Seabrew, and I think we are going to see Sam I Am, and I think we are
Sam
going
on
to
what, though?
see
On what class? Comp. Just say the comp.
maybe double monk fire mage, or
Double monk fire mage.
or a melee cleave. They could also run a melee cleave and run at WizK. They could run Windwalker DK and run at WizK. I don't think we're gonna see Sidu on Shaman. It's gonna be either Pally or Mistweaver. I think Mistweaver. Actually, I think Pally. Sidu Jones.
Gosh. Okay. And also, if you guys can see that stat down below us, Golden Guardians have only played what we're calling the Mystery Org once on broadcast. Ven, did you have a comment? Sorry.
I'm going to throw something completely out of left field. Okay. I think that question mark is going to be playing Windwalker Fire Mage Paladin. That's my guess. I think it's actually a pretty solid option into anything Golden Guardians can run. If they got the Destro Warlock, that composition is kind of known for just running around the pillar and dampening really hard with big Windwalker damage, with the Tiger Eye Brew, and with Combustion. And I don't know for sure if that's something that they have practiced, but I know it's something that they definitely wanted to practice. So I actually think it is a really solid comp into what Golden Guardians have available.
Mm-hmm. And, something that we've touched on quite a bit also, this is a round robin format. So these teams have had quite a bit of time to practice as well. And given the fact that they have to sort of prepare for every team, it seems like the level of competition for this is just going to be so elevated. They've had so much time to prepare themselves for every situation because in a way, they sort of know who they're going to play, Zico.
Yeah,
I mean, they do know who they're going to play.
Oh, come on. Give me points.
What? I should get a point for that as well, no?
You named like 20 comps, Zico.
I said Windwalker Fire Mage, and I said Sidu on the Mistweaver. Actually, no, Sidu Jones. I get a half point. Ben called it spot on. You get a full point. I should get a half.
All right, here it is.
This
is actually going to be a really interesting matchup. So this is just one of those matchups where, for the team of Mystery Team, they're going to have a lot of burst onto WizK. This composition is very hit and run. It's durable. You can just run behind the pillar in line of sight when you really need to. And of course, both Trill and Samayam are going to be very, very tanky. 2 Peekaboo on that rogue. And we'll have to see what the Golden Guardians can get done.
Well, triple crowd control. They've isolated Trill, but Abster just polymorph. You can't really support. They go for the Infernal, double Shadow Fury, sap off the blind. Nice crowd control from the Golden Guardians throughout this initial engagement, but Touch of Karma stabilizes Trill. They switch to Sam. He temporal shields the Chaos Bolt, line of sighting, and healing himself back to full. Both teams stabilize. Peekaboo chasing down Trill, but Sidu is at his side, picking him up with the Avenging Wrath. Peekaboo pushed away. Trill switching back to WizK out in midfield. Sam I Am playing close to Absturge. Sidu charging in. Is he going to get the Hammer of Justice? He's looking for it. He does. Polymorph to follow up. Maybe a swap. They're going on to Absturge a little bit. Trying to mix it up. He is going to just walk it off. Avenging Wrath is up. He should recover. Kidney shot on Trill. Sidu responds with Avenging Wrath himself, but caught into a cheap shot. WizK moves in position for a fear. Gets interrupted by Trill. Good disruption. Touch of Death is rolling. How is Absturge going to deal with the Touch of Death here? WizK breaks out, goes for a double Mortal Coil, healing himself back up to full. Nice deflection by the Golden Guardians. Absturge looking for repentance. Sidu needs to line of sight it. He cannot afford to get caught in one of those cast it freely by Absturge.
Absolutely not. And we'll see if they can actually get the crowd control out. And I think this is one of those things we're going to see a lot in North America. Right now, North America is a tale of paladins. There is so many paladins. Now, Sidu going to be playing at Absurge as well, but WizK getting bursted down. Big damage coming in from Trill, that Windwalker Monk with the Tiger Eye Brew. Piercing through all that Warlock armor is going to be able to put out a ton of damage. We look at mana, though. Surprisingly, Sidu's a bit behind. I feel like as this game goes deeper and deeper into dampening, that's really when we see Mystery Team start securing their lead. So Golden Guardians are going to have to keep doing these setups, try to get that pressure rolling. And I think if we see the game go to about 40% dampening, that's when it's going to be a real struggle for Absurge to actually keep WizK alive.
Absurge paralyzed, WizK stunned up, big hit by Sam I Am. Unending Resolve, will it be enough though? They're cutting right through it. They just slapped right through all of WizK's defense. And Mystery Org are going to take game number 1 with an explosive amount of burst.
WizK getting absolutely melted there. Let's break down those final moments, Zico. I mean, it sounded like you guys in the opener there, or in the beginning of that game, when you saw the comps being revealed, that you thought that game was going to go into deep dampening, but they were able to shut it down in under 3 minutes, I think it was. What exactly happened there, Zico?
Well, they had that super clean setup onto Absturge. Sam popped his combustion. They got the follow-up there with the blind from Sea-Doo. Basically, they just had a super clean go, and also defensive mistakes coming out from the Golden Guardians, I would say. I think Absturge might have had to use his bubble there, or I don't think Peekaboo's defensive smoke bomb there at the end was going to be enough there. So I think Absturge, as soon as he got caught up in that poly, and they were trying to greed it a bit, but they should have probably traded out either the unending resolve or, traded it out a little bit earlier, or traded out the Absturge's bubble. Actually, did he even have bubble? I don't think he had bubble at the end there.
He did not have bubble.
Well,
I don't think he could have any of it.
Yeah, just use unending it a little bit earlier, I guess. I don't know. Mystery Org definitely bringing a lot of damage here. Is this because of the Warlock nerfs, you guys think? I swear a Warlock doesn't die that fast.
Well, remember, what's their name? There was one team in North America that was running this composition, the
M2KC.
Windwalker Fire Mage.
Brian.
Yeah. Was it M2KC?
It was Ceralion, right? Ceralion?
Yeah, I think it's M2KC.
Brian.
Ceralion, Drake.
And Drake.
So that composition,
right.
it always looked really, really solid into Destro Warlocks, and I mean, we were kind of wondering why no one else had really run it. Like, maybe they were just so much better at Fire Mage Windwalker Monk that no one else could run it. But it's a really good composition. Windwalker Monks absolutely shred Destruction Warlocks. Destruction Warlocks got very minor defensive nerfs, but for the most part, I mean, just the Windwalker Monk, you can gear yourself in a way where you're using like the Bile Tusk or the Bile Stain Krog Tusk to give you poison damage if you have high uptime on a target. You run a ton of versatility, the Tiger Eye Brew, and it just allows you to put out a lot of damage. Sam I Am as well, playing a ton of versatility. It's just you're so durable. It makes it really difficult for Peekaboo and WizK to actually set something up. And I think this might be a composition we see from a number of teams in North America.
Mm-hmm. And now Golden Guardians are down 1 point against Mystery Team here, Sea-Doo's team. And is this something that they maybe want to switch up? Like you guys were saying, there was a couple of moments there that they kind of made a few mistakes. Is Golden Guardians, though, going to try and play that same composition, do we think, Zico? Or do we think they're going to maybe switch it up a little bit?
I think they're going to swap out Absturge from the Pally to a Shaman for comfort. That's what I think.
You disagree, Ven?
No, I don't disagree. I was just looking at Trill's build. He's actually not running Tiger Eye Brew, which is really surprising to me, but opting for a little bit more defense with Grapple Weapon. And still, I'm surprised how much damage he was able to put out onto WizK in that matchup, basically soloing him there at the end. So I don't know what the Golden Guardians are going to get done. Maybe... Oh, they're actually... Okay, they're going to lock in the exact same composition. Just try to play it out a little bit better, but I don't know if they're favored in this one.
What about the map? Tiger's Peak here. Do you think that was Golden Guardians' map choice, and now we're seeing both of the compositions on the board here? Super Tees, what do we think? What do we think this is gonna do for them?
They just want to play a standard game, I think. The only concern is that normally the Fire Mage Windwalker could just run laps and then kill the Warlock in dampening. Now they're able to kill the Warlock before dampening, and I think it still remains true that they could do a dampening kill as well. You can't play the Shadow Priest, I think, into the Holy Paladin. It's just not going to be a good matchup for WizK. You could have switched to the Shaman, like Zico pointed out, for comfort, but I mean, it might be better at this time. I like that he didn't. So, but this is more or less they.
You like Absurge on the Holy Paladin?
I think compositionally, yes, but based on experience, maybe as much experience he has on Shaman, that he might perform better with Shaman, even though if he was like a robot and played them both perfectly, Paladin would be better. I don't know. They're just trying to play the same game. They're basically just going to kind of brush that last one off, try and play as if this was game number 1, I think, and then maybe we see an adjustment after this.
Zico, what about you? Did you want to comment on that?
Well, I think Resto Shaman is typically what we would see from the Golden Guardians. Like maybe they would go back to Resto Shaman, and if that didn't work, maybe they go back to Shadow Priest and play one game of just classic RPS. But I like that the Golden Guardians at the end of the last split, they started playing a lot more Destro Warlock. They started bringing out the Paladin, and I'm glad to see that they're still on that path. And Absturge feeling confident enough to bring it out a second time here. I do like that because compositionally, if they can get this Rogue, Holy Paladin, Destro Warlock down, this is going to be exactly what they need to deal with some of the comps that they cannot beat as that Rogue Shadow Priest Shaman. So I think for Golden Guardians, this is a really good kind of moment for them to grow if they keep playing these comps.
All right, well, we'll find out shortly enough. Is Golden Guardians going to be able to tie it up to 1-1 versus Sea-Doo team, or are they gonna get a 2-0 here against Golden Guardians?
I think they're in a good spot.
Definitely have to see. Yeah, I think they're in a good spot as well. So I think there might be something going on with us cutting each other off. I'm sorry about that, Sid.
It's okay. I understand. You're a mage, okay? You've got that reduced cooldown interrupt, and then I play balanced here. I got that 1 minute, so it's fine. Sea-Doo blinded. Everybody's crowd controlled. And Sea-Doo's sitting through it. He's not using Blessing of Protection. Sam is denying the connect with that Temporal Shield, and they make it through blind without really trading anything. That's a great start for Mystery Org.
I mean, it definitely is. Mystery Org, they're going to be looking to put out a ton of damage here onto Whiskey when they can. Paralyzed now onto Absurge into a full Blinding Light. Crowd control has been secured. Sea-Doo even throwing in some damage. Hammer of Justice now onto Absurge, and these crowd control chains are absolutely insane. WizK still getting low. Samayam and Trill just decimating WizK, but does look like he will be able to hold on. He didn't have to use the Unending Resolve, but that was his trinket. Absurge throwing out some defense as well, but he just can't top off WizK. What is going on right now? The damage from Trill is absolutely crazy.
I mean, he is well versed on that Windwalker monk. Years and years of experience, BlizzCon champion. I wouldn't be surprised to see this type of performance. Absurge is charging in. He's looking for a hammer. Is he going to find it? Actually, a Repentance. Sea-Doo just line of sights him nonchalantly. They set up with a cheap shot, but no one's in line of sight. They try and fear it. They don't find the fear. Sea-Doo pre-sacrifices all the crowd control. Stabilizing here with a Divine Favor in a moment. Double Mortal Coil, denying the Polymorph. Here, into the kidney shot. Good control by Peekaboo and WizK onto Sam. Sea-Doo sacrifice, though, got a lot of value, and they're actually just immediately using the Unending Resolve at a higher health margin, not wanting to get blasted down, but the pressure is just non-stop here from Mystery Org. If they can keep this up, I mean, Absurge is running out of cooldowns. They overlap a bit here on Sea-Doo. The Hammer of Justice and Fear at the same time, a miscommunication. Sea-Doo gets out of that crowd control, immediately stabilizes Sam, stuns Absurge on his Hammer of Justice, or on his Repentance. Double leg sweep by Trill, setting up for the Poly. Peekaboo breaks up to stop the Polymorph, but Absurge Divine Shields anyway. The damage is overwhelming. He needs to get some big heals here onto WizK, and man, Trill on this Windwalker, it's nice to see him back in form.
I mean, Samayam and Trill are just absolutely destroying WizK in this game. Sea-Doo actually using the Blessing of Protection on the blind. Now a Blinding Light onto Absurge, and WizK could just fall over. There's no Unending Resolve. Double Mortal Coil coming in into a Fear. Nicely done. Samayam interrupting the Chaos Bolt. Now, here's where the damage is really going to land with a Polymorph onto Absurge. A DR Polymorph as well. What are they going to be able to do? Infernals get dropped down. WizK and the Golden Guardians are looking to reverse the pressure here. They need crowd control on Sea-Doo. This is his Avenging Wrath right now, so his heals are empowered. And it just seems like Samayam and Trill are basically immortal to this composition. There was one moment in the game where Samayam got pressured, but I'm pretty sure that was the Vendetta and the Dressagath from Peekaboo. And unfortunately, they weren't even able to get the Cauterize out. So Golden Guardian is going to have to mix it up a little bit, because it seems like with the way this game's playing out, they're definitely not winning it.
Oh, Dark Soul's up, and it just faded. WizK gets no value there on his Dark Soul. He's caught in a double stun, devastating. WizK breaks out, but Absurge is stun locked. This could be it. Vitality Conduit rolls. A Polymorph lands. It's a full Polymorph. Vitality Conduit's over. Peekaboo tries to stabilize, stunning up Samayam. Going for a Smoke Bomb. Lobbying some Chaos Bolts, but now they're in position for a double Blinding Light. WizK spam-fearing Trill, trying to stall as long as he can. There's a Blessing of Protection, but he wants to line that up with the Touch of Death. Absurge in a tough position right now with Divine Favor, trying to go for a big heal. Doesn't want to get the spell stolen, counterspelled. He goes for it, gets the Holy Light, pops the Avenging Wrath. Needs to avoid Polymorph. He's not able to. A full Polymorph. No way to get out. Combustion pop. Touch of Death about to drop. WizK gates back over to Absurge. He pops off the Touch of Death just in time, but Samayam immediately strips it off. Peekaboo can't attack him now. Sam interrupted for a moment. Just spamming up polymers, trying to pause out here. Absurd charges in for Hammer. Wizk goes for Fear. Good crowd control by the Golden Guardians. Do they have any damage, though, onto Sam is the question. Doesn't look like it. And Sam actually snipes a counterspell on Absurge that could put Wizk behind. Goes for double Mortal Coil. Triple Dragon's Breath. Triple Leg Sweep. Beautiful punish by the Mystery Org. Can they keep it up here? 17 seconds to that unending resolve. Can they get one more poly? No, they can't. Sacrifice slips through the cracks. WizK stays alive. Golden Guardians keep on trucking, but they are behind.
A little bit behind right now, but they actually have a slight mana lead. Full blind onto Sea-Doo. Immediate Divine Shield. That's a kidney shot Drestagrath coming in from Peekaboo. That big burst damage. And Mystery Org is able to hold on. Chaos Bolt does land onto Sam I Am, and Golden Guardians have somewhat stabilized. Dragon's Breath, Sam I Am looking for some sort of crowd control, but the Garrote silence into a Fear. Peekaboo just controlling the entire team. Garrote on Sam I Am, Garrote on Sea-Doo, Cheap Shot on Sea-Doo, Kidney Shot on Sam I Am. Absolute control, but it's Absurge who's in the Hammer of Justice into a full polymorph. And now both Peekaboo and WizK are good targets. Peekaboo, honestly, with no Cloak of Shadow and no Trinket, there is a great opportunity here for Mystery Org to make a swap onto him. Let's see if they're able to capitalize.
All right, let's see. They've already got Peekaboo low health. Absurge out of crowd control is charging in. Hammer of Justice down. Can he get a Repentance? Oh, they're actually switching to Sea-Doo, trying to punish that sacrifice play. Is Sea-Doo going to flop? He popped that Vitality Conduit. He's stabilizing himself. His whole team is rotted a bit, though. No Avenging Wrath for a little bit. It's going to be difficult for Sea-Doo to heal through the pressure. Shadow Step kick by Peekaboo. Off to the side. Can he close it out here? Sea-Doo doesn't have a lot of answers. They paralyze
One
Peekaboo.
shot.
They go for a
Here
swap
it
to
is.
the rope. Big damage coming in from the Mystery Org. Excellent execution. Sea-Doo baiting them out in the open and immediately closing it out. They're on to match point.
Mystery Org now up 2-0 against Golden Guardians. Peekaboo going down at the end there. It looked like it was a bit of a back and forth though, Zico, until that very last moment. What exactly happened there? How was Mystery Org able to turn it around?
Well, it was actually going pretty well this time around for the Golden Guardians. They were able to survive a lot of these setups that they were struggling with in game number one. They were, actually forcing out, things like the Divine Shield, and they were having pretty decent pressure. Then they force out the Divine Shield. Peekaboo thinks, okay, I'm going to land the step kick. We're going to get a nice little stun, and we are going to be winning the game here. Problem, you're leaving Sam, one of the best mages in the game, free. He's going to land the polymorph. Trill, of course, sets that up beautifully as well with the paralyze into the leg sweep. Peekaboo completely out in the open, no trinket, completely exposed, no cooldowns on Absurge. You can actually see it here. This was so nice. Sam snipes out the poly, and then here he gets the spell on the Fear right there by Sea-Doo, and beautiful one shot right there by Trill, as well as Sam with that meteor damage. And Sea-Doo right there, canceling his Divine Favor to dispel Sam from that Fear, because he knows the most important thing right now is that my team gets to play aggressive, not that I survive. So nice decision making there as well by Sea-Doo.
Indeed, and in that last series we saw those two powerhouses, Wildcard Gaming versus XSET. That turned into a 3-0. I'm not sure anyone was really expecting that. Now we have these two other NA powerhouses, Golden Guardians versus Mystery Org, and it seems like this might be another 3-0 event. How likely do we think that is to happen?
Well, I think it's pretty likely at this point. It just seems like the composition that Mystery Org has been practicing, it looks really, really strong. There's just not a lot of openings for the Golden Guardians. I think going after Sea-Doo, it looked like it was nice, but the problem is when you do that, you leave Sam I Am open, unfortunately, and he can set up, big one-shots onto Peekaboo. Trill did such a good job with his Transcendence there, transcending back, getting the Paralyze into the full leg sweep, and those are the kind of rinse-repeat setups we can see if the Golden Guardians just allow Trill and Sam I Am to kind of do their thing in the match.
Mm-hmm. And now the pressure is really on for Golden Guardians. They really need to win this next game, or they lose this in a 3-0. Supatis, what do you think their options are here? Like the pressure has really got to be on for these guys, Golden Guardians.
This is going to sound really random, but I actually feel like this is a case where Jelly Beans would actually be useful. I actually think like a Shadow Priest Hunter Paladin into this comp, like only as a one-time counter pick because you know what it is. I feel like it wouldn't do badly. You have good answers for Combustion with Roar of Sacrifice. You have instant crowd control to remove Sea-Doo, and then you just train down the mage with Purge.
0 ranged kicks for the mage.
I don't know.
right.
I feel maybe then you play Shaman instead of Paladin. I feel like Scatterplay
What do you
wouldn't be that bad. Training the mage?
What do you think about that, Zico? Should they bring out Jelly?
I mean, I love watching Jelly as much as the next guy, but no. If Jelly's on a Hunter, I want to see him stay on the bench until he plays something else. Until he plays something else, or until Whiskey has mastered another class, which would have to be like Feral Druid or something.
Okay,
Or
what do you
Rat.
think their best option then is for Golden Guardians? Did you hear? Hello?
Is he
Are you asking
frozen?
me or Ben?
Wait, were you talking
don't
to me? I
know.
thought you were asking Zico.
I was asking Zico.
Wait, what?
Oh.
Wait, what? I thought you were asking Ben.
Ben. Did you
No,
say that?
man.
Well, two of us think you were asking Ben, and two of us think you were asking Zico. Like, what?
I'm sorry. What?
Dang. I don't even remember what my question is anymore.
Is he frozen? You said what would be their best option if that's not going to work for them?
Yeah.
Well,
What would be their best option, Zico?
I'm sorry, okay? Like, I was,
It's
I
cool,
was
it's cool. I'll
mesmerized by
forgive
Ben
you.
Rookie's camera, how still it was. I was like, is he DC right now?
I was
But,
waiting for your answer, man.
You were excited to hear it. I think the best answer, of course, is Rogue, Shadow Priest, Shaman. Do we have any members of the move? Let me know in the chat right now. Let's go.
What about
Oh,
Wiz
yeah,
K?
for sure.
Let's just see Wiz K
Go ahead.
Mage. Just play Rogue Mage Paladin. Just go for it. It's not a mirror.
3K on the ladder? Like, why wouldn't he do
Fake
that?
mirror.
Can
You
we
have
guess maybe
Peekaboo
a
on
little
Rogue.
bit?
Like, you've got Peekaboo on Rogue to guide you through what you need to do aggressively. Like, I feel like it's not actually that bad of an idea.
I don't think it's that bad of an idea either. I think it definitely would have a fair shot in this matchup.
I still
Can
think
we maybe
Hunter
guess a
Shadow
little
Priest
bit
wouldn't be bad.
more now that they've picked Ashermains?
They could run Destro Ellie, but I feel like it's even worse into this. Probably worse. Oh, there it is. Shabri's Rogue.
Oh.
But
Chad
you
is
guys
sad.
are actually owing the move Shadow Priest Rogue. You guys are actually like, oh, sad to see it. Like,
Because it's not with the
it's
Shaman.
I
guess.
wanted to see Jelly Beans play. Zico, you wanted to see Absterge on the Shaman?
Well, this is the combo I wanted to see from them because this is their bread and butter. This is what got them to where they are today. But I would
True.
say, I mean, compositionally, it's better to have Absterge on the Pally. But, you know, it's been a while since we saw him on the Shaman. I kind of want to see him on the Shaman because of that. But, you know,
Yeah.
if they're trying to win, I guess this is fine.
It's always good. But it's also kind of a difficult decision, right? In these moments is like, do you go with your comfort pick, what you know that you're going to do well in, or do you go with something that might be just a little bit of a better choice, like, say, the Holy Paladin that we're seeing Absterge play on Super T's?
The two
But
best
Ben
Shamans
really
in the
wants to
game are
say
both playing
something. I
Pally.
feel like Ben really wants to say something. Am I wrong?
I don't know if I like this comp. I don't like. So Sam I Am is already. There's two things that I really don't like about this composition. First of all, if you're the Golden Guardians, who do you go after? You go after Sea-Doo? I feel like that's probably their only option, to be honest with you. If Sea-Doo uses the Shadow Resistance aura, that's going to be reducing all the Shadow Priest damage as well as gushing wounds from the Rogue, so that it's massive. And on top of that, Sam I Am can play Dampen Magic, which is another 20% reduction on all Shadow Priest dots as well as gushing wounds. So I would never expect in a million years that Sam I Am would actually go down in a matchup like this. I think there's just too much damage reduction. The mages are inherently too tanky anyways. So I just don't know if Golden Guardians has good targets. Like, they could try to go after Trill, but I don't know. I think if he plays well defensively, there's just no openings here for the Golden Guardians, but hopefully they prove me wrong.
Oh, they're starting on Trill. Whiskey is marching in. Sea-Doo gets out of the sap. No follow-up. Absterge in a full polymorph. That could be devastating. Who are they going to go after? Whiskey is the target. Fist of Fury flying. Combustion pop. Big damage coming in on match point. Whiskey disperses just in the nick of time, but his team is still crowd-controlled. He's recovering with that dispersion heal. Absterge now in a stun. Line of sighting Sam I Am. Sea-Doo now in a stun as they look to reverse the pressure over onto Trill. Whiskey loading up the team with dots, but getting polymorphed and slowed down quite a lot by Sam I Am. Empiric Embrace keeping the team topped off here. They're waiting for the Hammer Justice and waiting for the Silence. It comes up in 17 seconds before initiating more crowd control. Seems like the name of the game is just attack Sea-Doo, Sam, and Trill simultaneously. They blind up Sea-Doo. He's going to bop off the blind. They go for the Karma as they're going to be an aggressive bop. Trill anticipates it with a Diffuse Magic. They drop a Smoke Bomb anyway in onto Trill, but Absterge is still locked down. Whiskey is still in trouble. Trill is absolutely destroying Whiskey. He fades on 10%. clutches out a couple Shadow Ments, but that was the Divine Shield to sacrifice basically everything from the Golden Guardians just to keep WizK afloat. They try to get aggressive here with the Repentance onto Sea-Doo. They need to probably just net a kill with this crowd control, otherwise they're going to get blown out of the water. Full Mind Bomb to follow up. Trill pre-Fort Bruce the stun. Touch of Death about to explode. It goes off, huge damage. He has to life swap over to Absterge. Now they switch to Absterge. He's got no Divine Shield. He's caught in the leg sweep. They're trying to put him over the edge. He has the Vitality Conduit. This game is burning down quickly.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it's only burning down here for the Golden Guardians. I mean, they have no defense left whatsoever. One Blessing of Protection available. Fade's almost back up, and Dispersion rotating up as well. So Golden Guardians obviously not completely out of it yet, but so far, I mean, Mystery Team, they are looking solid. Lots of defense with their composition, but let's see what they can get done. Interrupt onto WizK. Full Polymorph secured onto Absterge. Trill trying to get some damage out the Storm, Earth, and Fire. Big Whirling Dragon Punch. This is Combustion as well. WizK, he just can't get topped off. The Dispersion does land. Absterge trying to reverse the pressure here with a Hammer of Justice onto Sea-Doo. Kitty shot onto Trill. Is Trill going to be in trouble? Sea-Doo does have the Divine Shield and Sacrifice if he needs it. Trill just needs a few more seconds left for the Touch of Karma and the Diffuse Magic. And now he's just going to roll over and continue the assault. And right now, I'd say the Golden Guardians are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, WizK's trying to reposition and line of sight Sam while Absterge is Polymorph. Now coming back into the fight. Trinketing out of the leg sweep. Trying to pump out some damage, but the Golden Guardians are just finding no momentum. Absterge is still crowd controlled. WizK goes for the Vampiric Embrace. He's going to be healing quite a bit here while Absterge sits through crowd control, but I'm not sure it'll be enough on its own. A Dragon's Breath to follow it up. Big Drestigath out here by Trill. Absterge recovering with the Vitality Conduit. Sam slowly getting rotted down, but Sea-Doo immediately picks him up. Nice counterspell by Sam I Am here on match point into a full Polymorph. Beautiful execution. Sam I Am is going to close this out with a Fireball. He gets stunned right at the last second. They go for the power play. Do they have enough damage to close it out? Sacrifice. I don't think it's the ultimate sacrifice. WizK could still die through it. Trill is tearing in. He's on top of Absterge. Absterge might get interrupted as well if he's not careful. Sam I Am just trying to reset that combustion. He's got available, no dispersion. Full Hammer of Justice. Ring of Frost around the corner. Peekaboo's polyed. Are they going to stabilize? He restells off the poly. He stuns Trill. He stuns up the whole team, trying to get them back into the fight. Absterge uses Avenging Wrath, and they hold on for dear life. They're trying to pull off the move Miracle.
Ooh, interrupt on Absterge once again. Nicely done there by Sam I Am. Vitality Conduit will land on WizK and actually top him off. And now Sam I Am actually in a lot of trouble. Finally, some pressure here from the Golden Guardians. Really nicely done. That was almost the cauterize onto Sam I Am. A full kidney shot does land, and Peekaboo has been doing a great job with control on Sam I Am. Triple Blinding Light. Sam I Am blinks over, gets the full Polymorph. Once again, WizK with a preemptive fade to avoid some damage and potentially even get out of line of sight if he can. But Absterge doesn't have too many emergency healing cooldowns. He has a Divine Shield, but with no Avenging Wrath and no ultimate sacrifice, he's not going to be able to instantly save WizK, and that was the dispersion there, Sid. So at this point, the Golden Guardians, they are running out of options.
All right, let's see. Can they manage to pull this off? It would definitely be in Golden Guardians fashion if they can pull off a win like this. So far behind, backs against the wall, cornered on match point. Trill lands an interrupt that's going to put WizK behind. They have to use Vitality Conduit during that time. They might even switch to Absterge to try and pull him out of line of sight of Poly. Sam I Am blinks in. He secures it. WizK's in a lot of trouble. Fade comes up in 1 second. Is he going to just have to pop it immediately? Peekaboo stabilizes them with a cheap shot on Trill. Kidney shot on Sam. Dropping the smoke bomb. Looking to burst through for the cauterize, but Trill moves in. It's grapple weapons Peekaboo. He can't continue the attack onto Sam. Sea-Doo repositions to restabilize. He's afraid of a Shadow Step kick. Peekaboo rolls over with the sprint. Sea-Doo fakes the kick, I believe, but now he's silenced. Is this actually the miracle? They get the cauterize. If they Master Spell the Ice Block, they might close it out. WizK's not going for it. Holding on to the Master Spell. And now, but they keep themselves in the game. Sea-Doo is locked down and stuns by Peekaboo. He Dragon's Breath Peekaboo. Sam tries to stabilize. He gets purged on his Blazing Barrier. Kicked on the Polymorph. Absterge's running away from Sea-Doo's Hammer of Justice. Sam's trying to chase him down for a Poly. Gets stunned up. Sea-Doo pre-sacrifices this. But, I mean, Golden Guardians are keeping themselves in the game here. Oh no,
this is going a lot better than expected. Big setup onto Absterge. He uses the Blessing of Protection as well as a Vitality Conduit, and that is enough for him to breathe. But now after that, he doesn't have too much healing left. They might just continue the assault. Divine Favor! He gets the Divine Favor heal, and that will be enough. Absterge goes for a full Repentance, and now Sam I Am could be in a little bit of trouble. The grapple weapon coming in from Trill. Good backup there to slow down Peekaboo's damage.
But this game is a really close call. And I mean, you have to give credit to the Golden Guardians. I really didn't think they were able to get too much done in this matchup, but they are still managing to find pressure and keeping this one really, really close. I mean, Samayam at this point, he's going to be feeling a little bit scared. Whiskey getting low, but the dispersion does trade out. Touch of Death rolling there for Trill, does explode into the dispersion, so not too much damage value. Fade is traded out by Whiskey as well. Then this is the scary moment in the game. There's no fade, there's no swap. Actually does have Void swap available. Whiskey actually can swap life once again, so once again, the Golden Guardians do have an answer. Interrupt on Absurge, and Whiskey gets interrupted as well. Do they have the burst to take him down? It doesn't look like it just yet. Full Ring of Frost onto Absurge, and they're continuing this assault. Whiskey with the Void Shift onto Peekaboo, but they still are just so far behind in this match.
Blinding Light. Is Whiskey gonna hold on here on match point on 10%? Sacrifice slips through, but it's not the ultimate one. They're still pushing. Absturge, are you gonna recover? No Avenging Wrath, 12% dampening. Vampiric Embrace fades. Absturge has to power through. They mind control Trill. They're pulling Trill off into the distance. No one can help. Samayam can't finish the job. Whiskey drops the side fade. He's desperate to try and get some counter pressure here. Absturge keeping his team afloat. His Avenging Wrath comes up in 8. He goes for the Hammer of Justice. Are the Golden Guardians going to pull this off in a miracle fashion? There's just a match point. They've been devastated this whole series. They might be able to. Sam is so critically low. Big Divine Favor in from Sea-Doo. Dispelling out the Vampiric, but into a Mind Bomb. Nice Mind Bomb. Divine Shield forced by Sea-Doo. Sam is now so critically low. Avenging Wrath popped. Big heals coming in. Absturge bubbles out of the stun lock here to try and save Whiskey. Big Divine Favor comes in from him as well. Whiskey's interrupted. Holy Light's just bombing in one after the other. Whiskey retreating away from Sam, trying to just stay alive in this game. Sea-Doo charges in, but he walks into a full blind.
Ooh, full blind into a full sap. Samayam, what are you gonna do? Dragon's Breath over onto Peekaboo right now. Samayam spamming out the polymorphs right now. Samayam still just getting lower and lower. Sea-Doo with no healing cooldowns of silence into a Hammer of Justice, and the Golden Guardians do it. I didn't think it could be done, but they managed to prove me wrong, and not for the first time. Very nicely done there by the Golden Guardians, playing the Shadow Priest Rogue, and honestly, pulling out miracles.
It is now 2-1. Golden Guardians having just won that last game, and now they're finding themselves back in a place where they could potentially turn this series around for them if they win this next game. That's going to be a tie, 2-2 for these two teams here, Zico. Let's talk about that last game, how Golden Guardians was able to secure a victory. We saw them lose fairly quickly the first two games, and now they just won, putting themselves 2-1.
Yeah, Golden Guardians, they're able to,
1-2. Sorry.
Yeah, they still need to win 2 more to win the entire series. So there's still a match point against the Quadra question marks here, but I don't know what it is, but every single time the Golden Guardians, they just manage to barely hold on. Whiskey has no cooldown, and he's just spamming out the mind controls while Absturge is sitting at cheap, basically praying that he's going to survive. And they always hold on very, very narrowingly. And then somehow later on they find the kill, they get the blind, they get the sap, they get the silence and the Hammer of Justice and everything. And beautiful chain is gonna allow them to get that kill. But you always have to ask, how likely is this to happen again? I feel like Whiskey died at least 5 times that game.
Yeah, and like you were saying, they kind of barely pulled that off there, and now they don't even have the draft advantage like they did in that last game. Now it's going to be Mystery Org's map pick, and this is going to be a really tough next game for them then if they want to try and tie it up against Mystery Org.
Yeah, it definitely is. What I'm wondering is, what is Mystery Org going to be able to run? So if we see the Shadow Priest Rogue Paladin locked in blind, are we going to see the same composition come in from Mystery Org? I mean, that was such a close matchup. I wouldn't blame them if that did happen, but I'm kind of wondering if they have a better option here.
What do you think about that, Super Teams? How do we think this draft process is going to go? Do we have any guesses on maybe what map choice we're going to see, or what comp from Mystery Org we're going to see coming out?
I feel like they had that game. I almost kind of think that they should have switched to Peekaboo whenever he doesn't have Gladiator's Medallion, and if they have any stuns, like Blink, Dragon's Breath, Sheep, Absturge, and then Hammer of Justice Peekaboo, or something like that. It seems like they didn't punish Peekaboo enough in that game, and I believe he's running full Gushing. I mean, he has to be, right? So he's running full Gushing. You catch him in a stun with no Gladiator's Medallion, it's pretty easy KO. He's also Night Elf. He's not human, so that would be his only way of getting out of stuns. I think Seedu's team should play the same comp, but switch to Peekaboo a little bit more in the game.
Okay, so definitely looking pretty strong on the side of Mystery Org, and then as I was saying, of course, they do have that draft advantage. They have locked in Hook Point here. Now it's Golden Guardian's pick. Do we think now that we've got a little bit more insight into what this game's going to look like, they've got Hook Point locked in here, Zico? How do we think this next match is going to go? Do we know maybe what Golden Guardians is going to pick as a counter?
If I was Golden Guardians, I would just pick the same thing, blind, and hope for the best. I think that's what they're going to do. And depending on what they pick, I think we could expect to see what the 4 question marks pick. Yeah, Golden Guardians are going to play Shadow Priest, Pally, Rogue. So I would assume we're probably going to see the same comp as well from Mystery Org.
Okay. How likely is this go to go to a game 5? I mean, this is, they only need, Mystery Org only needs one more game to win here if they want to shut it down with a 3-1, and it just seems like Golden Guardian's struggling a little bit here in this matchup.
Well, I think for the Golden Guardians, this is definitely an uphill battle for them. I think Mystery Org kind of has their number with this composition. There was tons of close calls. I mean, WizK barely holding on. Someone in the chat said something really funny. They're like, warning, if you are a Move fan or you're a Golden Guardians fan, like, be prepared to have your heart rate or your blood pressure go up by quite a bit. I mean, their games are just so intense. The way they win, I don't know how a lot of the time they're able to do it. They really are just, battling uphill the entire time, but managed to find a win. But I think Mystery Org, especially with Super T set, if they can find more consistent setups onto Peekaboo, he can go down really quickly. And unfortunately for Peekaboo, the only thing that can save him is either WizK peeling like a madman or his Gladiator's Medallion. And if he doesn't have that, he doesn't have that same kind of freedom to dispersion as often as WizK or fade as often as WizK. And I think he's a lot more of a vulnerable target. You can't really train him, but the swaps are great.
I feel like the Golden Guardians...
And I think that's... What?
I was just going to say, I think the Golden Guardians are a team that like walking uphill both ways in the middle of a blizzard to get to school. They just like that. That's what they like doing.
And that's really why I think their team, the Golden Guardians, the Move, have such a strong, loyal fan base. These guys, they're one of those teams that really never gives up. They're super fun personalities. They always have super interesting gameplay and answers to comps that might be a little bit difficult to face off against. And I don't know, this is just a really, really... when I saw the schedule for today, this is probably one of the matchups that I was most excited about. Now, we're a little bit behind chat here with the stream, but I really, really hope that we're seeing the Move spam some emotes and some love for these guys. They really need your guys' energy. They really want to tie this up, of course, against Mystery Org here. And I'm just excited to get this game started here. But what do we think the win condition here for Mystery Org is going to be maybe in the opener here, Supatis? What can that opener look like for these guys?
You just train Shadow Priest until the Rogue opens himself up to getting swapped to. I think there are points where Peekaboo needs to trinket to save somebody else, and then when that happens, then you switch gears. And then you start going after the Rogue a little bit more. I feel like, actually, maybe even it's possible to just tunnel the Rogue and polymorph the Shadow Priest. There's not a lot of interrupts, right? So Sam I Am's going to have a much easier time in this matchup specifically. So I think it's all targeting. They just need to punish the Rogue for being an easier target to kill, especially with the Gushing Wounds build that Peekaboo is running. And I think if they do that, they'll close it out. They've picked a really small map. Could backfire if the Golden Guardians go after Trill. So I'm curious to see how it plays out.
All right, and the wait is over now. It is Golden Guardians versus Mystery Org.
Yep. And let's see. I mean, we'll have to see what kind of opener we do see from the Golden Guardians. Likely, they're just all about survival. It's all about big crowd control change on Seedu, and then try to take down Sam I Am. Let's see what Peekaboo does. He's sitting in stealth right now. WizK and Absurge are going to be sitting back. Peekaboo looking to create an opportunity with his team. Who is he going to be able to sap? If anyone, he's just playing it very patiently right now. I wonder what target he's looking for. Definitely does not want to get found. Trill kind of spinning around with spinning crane kick. Wants to find that onto Seedu if he can, but he's just going to be sitting there. This is a little bit risky from Peekaboo. I'm surprised not to see them kind of just go for it, but maybe Sea-Doo, Trill, and Sam had combat somehow, and that's why he's not able to sap, but looks like they are just going to be sitting back and waiting for their moment, their opportunity.
Pretty sure Abster's judgmented, and then Trill and Sea-Doo are just trading combat with Dispel. It's weird, because I'm wondering, like, does Mystery Org get an advantage by just waiting? Because it's the Golden Guardians who seem to always win when it gets into that deep dampening stage when they play the Shadow Priest variant, at least. So I'm not sure if choosing to wait is the best choice for them. Sam I Am is sneaking in on the right. WizK getting ready maybe to dot him up. Trill gets stunned as Peekaboo engages crowd control. Silence Mind Bomb onto Sea-Doo. Good execution. Sam I Am is isolated. WizK's trying to rip in here. Nice sap off the Mind Bomb. That's a cheeky setup play from the Golden Guardians initially here, but Sam blinks back with Temporal. That heals him for quite a lot. Divine Favor to follow it up shortly. He smoke bombs the Divine Favor heal. WizK purchases off the Divine Favor. Clutch play there between Peekaboo and WizK. If they can get an Avenging Wrath because of that, they might be able to etch a little bit ahead, but they're not finding it. Sea-Doo's charging in. Triple crowd control here by Mystery Org. WizK pre-fades, anticipating a lot of damage here, but the fade is now over. He's going to get bursted down by that Drestagath. He's mind control spamming Sam I Am. Trying to recover with Abster's support. Now Abster's charging in, getting ready to go for a Repentance. Looking to potentially get that out of the blind. Peekaboo without Vanish has to Shadow Meld. Gets the sap. They've isolated Sam. If they can get a Master Spell on the Ice Block, it could be a kill if they're not careful. Repentance out of the sap. Great crowd control chain by the Golden Guardians. Excellent early offense. Silenced on the break on the stun, but Sacrifice slipped through right before it, so Sam should begin to stabilize. I will say Golden Guardians offense here in game number 4 is a lot better.
It's looking really good, and as a result of that offense, it's been really difficult for Mystery Org to actually get anything rolling. They haven't gotten much crowd control, if any, onto Absterge in this match. A full Repentance lands once again onto Sea-Doo. That is super unfortunate. Sam I Am actually blinks in, looking for a Polymorph. Gets denied. Now a Mind Bomb out of that Repentance. Great crowd control here for the Golden Guardians, but unfortunately there's just no damage to follow it up. Polymorph on Peekaboo, Dragon's Breath Polymorph onto Peekaboo, but here's the Psyfiend immediately killed there by Trill. Paralyzed, rolling over, and maybe they're actually going to be going after Absterge. Big all-in, Blessing and Protection. It gets Hammer of Justice on it, and that is another option for them in this matchup. Whenever they do have that combustion, they can make a big setup over onto Absterge. As long as Sam I Am can polymorph WizK, then I think they're going to be okay to really get aggressive. And I think Absterge, if he runs out of outs, if he doesn't have, his every man for himself, he doesn't have the Blessing of Protection, he doesn't have the Divine Shield, it's going to be really scary for him to survive those setups.
Double Blinding Light onto Peekaboo and Absterge. WizK trying to reposition back out in the midfield. Absterge very close to Sea-Doo. Who's going to get crowd controlled first? Hammer of Justice, Cheap Shot into Repentance. I love the synergy of the Golden Guardians here. Great chain. Divine Shield is going to be forced on this attempt. Maybe even more. They Master Spell off the Divine Shield, really putting the pressure on the Sea-Doo right here. Looking to take it to a game number 5. They're going to get the Cauterize. They get the Ice Block. No Master Spell available for WizK, but they're holding that low health. Sea-Doo needs to get some big heals out right now. Avenging Wrath going to be more than enough. Peekaboo is just making this so annoying, silencing Sea-Doo now with those Garrotes. Trill suddenly low on health, has to use the Fort Brew. Pressure on multiple locations. I mean, this is a very improved Golden Guardians, but they're going for a swap again onto Absterge. He has to Divine Shield, and the Mystery Org keep themselves in the game.
That was beautiful. The first one, they get Blessing and Protection. The second, they get Divine Shield. It wasn't even that clean of a setup. That wasn't even combustion from Sam I Am. So, this is looking scary for Absterge. WizK, what he needs to do is hold on to his Gladiator's Medallion so he can use Void Shift. If he can get the life swap with his Medallion, that's going to be a great tool they can use to actually keep Absterge alive in the next swap. If he uses the Gladiator's Medallion to keep himself alive without trading out Dispersion, I think it's going to be a little bit of a mistake. So definitely have to hold on to that combo. Otherwise, Absterge is going to be a world of trouble. But we do see the Golden Guardians getting really aggressive here. Sap onto Sea-Doo. He gets caught into a Hammer of Justice out of that sap. He used a Blessing of Protection, immediate re-crowd control. And now Sea-Doo is moving forward, looking for a Blinding Light. Kick onto Sam I Am. Big damage onto Absterge, and it is WizK who trinkets. So WizK trading out his trinket is what does keep Absterge alive. And that buys the Golden Guardians just a little bit more time.
Well, Repentance from Absterge trying to snipe Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo line of sights hit. Good positioning by Sea-Doo. Absterge is still relentlessly going for it. He's got to be careful. He should just run away from the fight for at least 26 more seconds. He gets caught in a Ring of Frost. They could set up on this. They've got leg sweep available. They're just holding Absterge out in midfield. Looks like they're actually going after WizK. Ring of Peace on his retreat path, trying to switch it up. Maybe they're becoming a little bit too predictable, but now Sea-Doo is stunned up. It's really only Cauterize for Sam. Sea-Doo denies the stun with the every man for himself. Divine Favor, nice heal comes in from Sea-Doo. Both teams looking stable at the moment. Cooldowns, though, are starting to fall apart on both sides. Mind Control on Sam. WizKid just stalling the game in this position. We have a mana advantage, although I don't think this game ultimately comes down to mana. Holy Paladins have the Divine Revelations Azerite trait that effectively makes them have infinite mana, so this is likely going to be purely setup and swap-based victories for either team. Sam trying to control Peekaboo with that Frost Nova. Got Wrestling of Freedom removes it. Abster's in a Paralyzer setting up for the swap. Abster has Divine Shield, though. So he just simply trades that out for Combustion. Now re-engaging with crowd control on Sea-Doo. Big explosive pressure onto Sam. This is easily going to be the Cauterize if they keep this up. Side Fiend to try and deny some of its healing effects. So Cauterize's proc. Sam is just melting down. Full blind. No way to break out of the blind. There's no way Sam I Am stays alive. Is he really? No. 1 second away. Even a silence to follow it up. Golden Guardians battle it back all the way to a game 5. And that one looked so solid.
This is absolutely mental. Golden Guardians able to tie it up 2-2, and now at this point, it's anyone's game here going into game number 5 of this series. Ven, let's talk about that last match. Golden Guardians is really just shaping up really nicely in this series.
Yeah, I mentioned at the beginning of the game, it just seemed like their offense was a lot better. And the fact that they just had so much more pressure, so much more crowd control onto Sea-Doo, made it really difficult for Mystery Warg to actually get anything rolling. I really like the setups onto Absurge, but the ineffable Truth Paladin, it seems like he just always had an answer. I like what Absurge was doing. He wasn't messing around, so if he got stunned, it was an immediate Blessing and Protection. If he got stunned, it was immediate Divine Shield. Like, just trading them out, not getting behind on his cooldowns, not letting the Mystery Warg get too much pressure. But these setups from the Golden Guardians, I mean, that was a really long crowd control chain onto Sea-Doo. Unfortunately, there's not too much that Sam I Am actually could have done. And I'm wondering at this point if we see Sea-Doo, Sam I Am, and Trill switch it up a little bit. And if they are going to switch it up, what do we want to see them run?
Yeah, do you guys have any answers to that, Super Teaser Zico? What do you think we're going to see them run on the side of Mystery Org?
Moonwalker DK.
What if Warrior? What about Warrior Mage Mistweaver?
I feel like Sea-Doo will die. I don't know why, but I
work.
just feel like Sea-Doo is going to die if they do that.
I think they need self-healing.
Really good peels.
I feel like self-healing is good into the Golden Guardians.
Do you
like, why don't they just play Demon Hunter comp?
for Mystery Org?
Yes. Like a DH DK or something. DH Windwalker.
So, I mean, Golden Guardians are obviously on fire here. We can see Mystery Org stats on the screen. And, they've had this whole series against Golden Guardians to sort of try and figure out maybe how to get back on track here and try and secure that Game 5 victory. So, I mean, is this sustainable? Let's say that Mystery Org locks in that same composition. Golden Guardians also locking in their composition. Is this something that Golden Guardians can continue to do? Or is Mystery Org going to maybe be able to figure something out here, Suptees?
It's like they have so many options that it's like, what do they do? I mean, this comp looked really good on Ashamains. I thought that they were going to be able to win, but now seeing it play out on Hook Point, maybe it's a map thing. Maybe they should go for a bigger map. Maybe Hook Point wasn't good because it was a small map, although they did try to exploit going after the Paladin more with it, but it just seemed like Absterge had a good rotation of cooldowns. They couldn't really exploit it. So the Golden Guardians I don't expect will change anything. They'll just continue to play the Shadow Priest Rogue Paladin.
And this is going to be Mystery Org's map choice. Sid maybe had a couple of predictions on that. I want to hear your thoughts, though, Ven, on maybe that map choice that we're going to be seeing on the side of Mystery Org as it is their choice.
That's hard. I mean, it kind of depends on what they want to set up. Right now, Mr. Team, they have so many different compositional options. They could go for a cleave. I think more so than anything, Ruins of Lordaeron. What does Ruins of Lordaeron say? The problem with Ruins of Lordaeron for me is if Absterge is playing Paladin, he's going to be able to get out, lots of repentances. He's going to be able to close the distance very quickly to go for Hammer of Justice and kind of set up crowd control for his team. So I don't think this is that bad of a map for the Golden Guardians. However, what does this mean that the Mystery Org want to play? For some reason, I feel like they're going to play Warrior Mage Mistweaver. I've said that a few times today, though, so maybe I really like that composition or something.
If they pick that, my prediction is Sea-Doo flops.
Oof.
Really?
I think
If they
Sea-Doo
pick
will
that up,
flop.
my prediction is
Jeez.
that Golden Guardians are winning this. It's my prediction.
What's your prediction then, Bud?
Okay.
If they Mage Warrior,
I want to. Okay, so what does the Mystery Org need to play for your prediction to be that they're going to win?
melee cleave, like D-Edge, Windwalker.
I think melee cleave is kind of a nightmare, honestly. Like, what ends up happening, I think, is Peekaboo just kidney shots the Demon Hunter, and then WizK and Absol just get free reigning crowd control on the healer, and it's really, really difficult for the Demon Hunter to survive. I think.
I mean, you can just play rain from above, go up in the air, spit some lances. Like, I think you're chilling.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. That's what I want to see. Otherwise, for me, it's a hashtag Golden Guardians win.
All
Maybe
right.
Windwalker
Okay.
DK.
Yeah, that's
Windwalker
what the Coffin Dance was playing. I want to see the same comp.
Yeah, I don't like Demon Hunter.
Wait,
I
Windwalker
think Demon
DK or
Hunter dies in
Windwalker
the
Demon
shot.
Hunter? Windwalker Demon Hunter is what Coffin Dance was.
Wait, you want to see Windwalker DH? Sorry?
Yeah, he wants to see
DK.
Windwalker
I want to see
Death Knight.
Windwalker
DK
Death
DH.
Knight.
What?
No.
Windwalker,
Windwalker
Death Knight.
and a Death Knight.
That's what I asked. And you were like, no. DK?
No,
Windwalker.
no.
Our communication
No
today
Demon Hunter.
is not the best.
Yes,
No
that's
Demon
why I
Hunter.
asked.
You guys are
Okay, that's fine.
all
I
right.
got it.
They,
DK DH. Yeah, I would be down
All
with
right.
that as well.
okay, but
hashtag
they've locked
GG
in the
win.
composition. Okay, so we've got a composition from Mystery Org. They're going to be playing Holy Paladin, Fire Mage, and Windwalker. Now that we have the map, we have compositions from both sides. What do we think about this?
Well,
How do we think this is going to go?
Honestly, it's 2-2. It's the same comps that we've seen all the way, and it is what map is that, Sid?
It's a load run.
Can I say something before Sid does his thing? I just have to compliment these new fly-throughs of the map. I think have been the best we've ever seen. Like, they're
They are really
good.
pretty.
They're
Kind of
really
peaceful.
well
I
done.
kind of just
Whoever
sometimes just
did
want to
these new
stop talking.
fly-throughs,
and-
I definitely approve. I think they're great.
I think it was Spoon, if I had to guess. Spoon
was.
and
Good
Vanguard's
job.
probably made them.
Big
Yeah,
thumbs up.
they are really nice. It's cool to see all of the cool new things that we're adding here with the BFA AWC circuit. We've got those cool new fly-ins. We've got the player stats. We have the player cameras too from those of them that provided a camera for us. It's definitely cool to see that level of production step up, even with the fact that we are a remote broadcast. Everybody is working from their own home. And with that, Sid, do you wanna do your thing?
Wait, what thing?
Is he
What do you
muted?
mean?
I don't
You
know.
might be muted.
Wait, what?
What's happening?
What thing?
I'm not the only one with microphone issues today.
Wait, am I muted?
You were.
Yeah, you were.
Wait, no, I
I think it's
wasn't.
too soon
so
for the
awkward.
thing. I think it's too soon
Okay,
for the
okay.
thing.
I mean, yeah, we'll let him do it naturally.
It's
but
gotta be like
we are.
the time.
It's
Okay, so the
my
time needs to be
joke,
just
okay?
15
Let
seconds,
me do it the
Okay,
right
okay,
way.
okay. There we go. Okay,
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 do
okay,
it.
okay. All right, okay, do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Game 5, Golden Guardians versus the Mystery Org. We're on Ruins of Lordaeron, and it would be a fitting final resting place, as it is a cemetery.
You Mystery Org versus Golden Guardians. Take it away, guys.
Well, here we go. Sam I Am already taking big pressure. Silence onto Sea-Doo very early on. And we'll have to see. The Mystery Org, they're actually going to be doing it. They're going to be going after Peekaboo. They get the medallion right away. They tried WizK, didn't work. They tried Absurge, unfortunately weren't able to find the victory. And maybe third time's the charm. Going after Peekaboo, already burning through his Vanish, already burning through his medallion. Double Blinding Light. Peekaboo's still in some trouble. Kidney shot onto Samion, but Trill is just all over him at this point. Realizing it's unlikely Peekaboo will go down without some sort of crowd control on him, like a leg sweep, they're just going to be going after WizK to try to slow down the Golden Guardians.
Oh, big damage on a Sam. Sea-Doo stabilizing with the Sacrifice, Avenging Wrath. Absurge is polymorphed, though. Leg sweep comes up in 20. I can imagine that Trill wants to switch immediately when that's available. Sea-Doo's Avenging Wrath is rolling. WizK's just spamming mind controls during the Avenging Wrath timing, trying to stall out as much healing as possible. Setting up here with the side feint. Trill kills it immediately. Leg sweep comes up in 5 seconds. Touch of death available. Absterge and WizK need to get ready for this assault. Peekaboo immediately is retreated to the pillar and prepared for this. He knows he's going to be the target, so he's just trying to restyle. Samiam blinks and Frost Novas him out. Sidu, though, caught in a Mind Bomb Repentance chain. Sap out of the Mind Bomb, actually, instead. Sidu actually respects it. Divine Shields immediately. Goes for a big heal. Samiam stabilizes. Absterge paralyzing the leg sweep. They life grip the paralyzed. Trill can't connect. Actually switching to Absterge. Really mixing it up here by Mystery Org, and they get that maybe because the sacrifice was utilized there, so it was kind of a preemptive decision by Absterge. They're forced to go after him. Now Absterge charges in. Hammers are down. He's going to break out with every man for himself. Peekaboo caught into a leg sweep, full polymorph. That has to be the Divine Shield and the Void Shift, and maybe even everything else. It might not matter. Insane damage out from Mystery Org. They blow out the entire defensive lineup of the Golden Guardians in one swing.
Ooh, that was such a nice setup. Absterge using a lot of cooldowns there as well as Peekaboo, but the thing for Peekaboo is he has that medallion rotating back up, so that does mean he'll likely be able to survive the next setup that we do see from Mystery Org. But these consistent setups on the Peekaboo, I think, are a ticket to victory for Mystery Org if they can do it. But the Golden Guardians are looking to strike back right now. You see crowd control on the CU, Kading shot on the Samiam, but it doesn't look like they have anything more. And as a result, Cedu should be able to get out some heals and potentially top off Samiam. Actually going for a Blink Polymorph. He gets mind controlled on it. Really nicely done there by WizK. These mind controls have been crucial for them getting pressure in this match.
All right, let's see if they can keep it up here. Sam caught in a kidney shot. Sidu uses sacrifice, but it's not the ultimate sacrifice. They're cutting through it. They're looking for Connor Ice. Peekaboo gets freedom out of the Frost Nova. Sami blinks out of range. Polymorphing WizK trying to stall. They paralyze double leg sweep. Beautiful triple crowd control by Mystery Org. Hammer of Justice on the trinket, trying to power down through Vitality Conduit with the Touch of Death. Can they kill Peekaboo? Through all of this defense, he vanishes the Touch of Death. Shadow steps over, stuns up Sam, and stays alive for now. But it was two players medallions. Absterge sneaks in with the Repentance, trying to keep his team in the match here. Over onto Sam. Peekaboo looking to blind out of the Repentance. Sidu immediately Bloodstained protections that off. Sam likely to spell steal it and try and get some benefit. They've got Peekaboo and a Polymorph. They're going after WizK. Neither team really in a comfortable position here in Game 5.
Yeah, Peekaboo still just charging after Samiam. WizK with no Trinket and no Void Shift isn't going to be much of a help to Peekaboo, and I think this next setup is going to be huge. Absterge is going to have to respond appropriately as the Divine Shield as well as the Sacrifice, so I think it's likely that we see that traded out almost immediately if we do see Mystery Org get the stun on the Peekaboo once again, and that stun is coming up relatively soon here for Trill. Samiam, nice smoke bomb by Peekaboo. Samiam's completely locked down. Hammer of Justice now onto Sidu. Do they have any more crowd control? The Repentance does land onto Sidu, but some big heals onto Samiam will keep him alive. Yeah, Silence, so not completely out of it. Divine Shield actually trades out. Double Blinding Light, big setup on the Peekaboo. Divine Shield sacrifice should keep him alive, and that's the response I wanted from Absterge to actually keep Peekaboo up. Don't deny it, or don't wait too long. Keep Peekaboo alive, but now if you look, Golden Guardians, they don't have an answer for the next stun, and Peekaboo could still just fall at any moment. Polymorph onto Absterge. Is there any more crowd control? Dragon's Breath comes in from Samiam. Can he find another one? Unfortunately, no. The Vitality Conduit does land, and Absterge keeps Peekaboo in the fight.
These mind controls, these stuns by Peekaboo really keeping the team in this fight right now on match point as the Golden Guardians look to pull off the miracle and reverse sweep the Mystery Org. Can they keep it up? Peekaboo's grapple weapon. He can't really get any damage out at this time. Sidu is silenced. Mind Bomb, good follow-up. Do they have anything out of the Mind Bomb like Repentance? Absterge is charging into position, but no sap, no Repentance. The chain is dropped. Sidu is bombing in big heals. Sidu looks like he wants to maybe move in on top of Absterge for Hammer of Justice. WizK is moving close to Sidu as well. Both Paladins with no Divine Shield could be a swap target for either side. WizK is right on top of Sidu's retreat path, pushing him back into Absterge at the Tombstone. Who's going to get the first Hammer of Justice? Absterge is chasing. They go for blind. They bop off the blind. Is he going to stun the bop? Mind control spams here. Mind controlled on the blink poly. Beautiful timing. WizK caught in a stun. Immediate Vitality Conduit over there to try and recover. Both teams stabilize, so evenly matched. But Absterge is starting to almost be tapped on mana. It might be a problem in the immediate future. Pretty faint here, but Absterge gets counterspell. Beautiful timing. Evasion by Peekaboo. Dodging all the attacks. Shadow Step kick on the Polymorph. Nice shutdown by Peekaboo.
Yeah, Peekaboo doing a great job stopping the crowd control, and now they're actually making a swap onto Absterge. Hammer of Justice. Big Meteor lands as well. I think Absterge should be more than fine. Divine Favor. Entire Golden Guardian side topped off reset on health pools, but Peekaboo still just dancing with death in this game. Cloak of Shadow's not up for another 20 seconds. Evasion not going to be available. There's no Vanish either, so the defensive tools really lacking here for the Golden Guardians, but they're continuing to make this offensive push. Sam I am, unfortunately, really not pressured at this moment of the game. It just seems like momentum is heavily in favor of the side of Mystery Org. And it looks like Sam I am still going to be fine through that kidney shot. No crowd control on Sea-Doo, the Avenging Wrath. Big heals coming in. Now full polymorph lands. Peekaboo immediately using his Cloak of Shadows, trying to run, trying to hide. Touch of Death is rolling. The Blinding Light. Can Peekaboo survive? He uses the Feint. They're so close to taking him down, but Absurge with the Divine Shield and the Holy Lights keeps Peekaboo alive once again.
Close call time and time again here, but look at the mana. He's totally tapped, but he sneaks in a Repentance. They're pushing for the Cauterize. They need to get a Cauterize with this crowd control. I don't think they're going to be able to pull it off. They're so close. 1 second away from finding it. Mind Bomb to fall off. They need to get Cauterize during this. Trill is trying to deny it with some heals. Sam, no, the Cauterize triggers. If they get Ice Block as well, they're still in the game. They're powering through it. 10 more seconds to Avenger up by the silence. It has to be the Ice Block. Blazing Barrier gets stripped off. The Ice Block. He Smoke Bombs Sea-Doo, so he can't heal Sam. He stuns him into a Repentance. Sea-Doo has to Divine Shield. Excellent execution by the Golden Guardians to keep themselves in the game. The only thing is that WizK overlapped his trinket with Peekaboo. If he's crowd controlled and he can't use Void Shift, Peekaboo could go down. That one mistake could cost Golden Guardians the game, but both teams are in a position where they can win.
I think this is it. I think Mystery Org, if they can just get off one clean setup, it's going to be a win. There's the double stun, the combustion as well. Hammer of Justice does land. I don't know if Peekaboo's going to be able to escape. He shadow steps over to Sam I Am. Void Shift comes in from WizK, and unfortunately, I think that setup was just a little bit rushed. Polymorph does land onto Absurge, Blinding Light, and Peekaboo still on the run. Evasion, Feint, Vanish going to be available as well. I think Peekaboo's going to be able to survive, but I can't help but feel like if Mystery Org just played it just a slight bit more patient, they had a checkmate situation, and they might have just thrown away this victory.
Oh, full Mind Bomb. Maybe they still got a shot here. Double Dragon's Breath trying to stall. Peekaboo's trying to sap out of the Mind Bomb. He shadow steps over for the sap. Sea-Doo bops it off immediately. Absurge in a full polymorph. Peekaboo in a lot of trouble. He silences Sam. He's trying to pull away from the fight, but Absurge is still locked down in crowd control. Mind controls on Trill. These mind controls from WizK have been key to their survival in this. Absurge is healing with no mana left in the tank at 22% dampening. The next crowd control could close it out. I feel like Peekaboo is going to be looking like he's in a good spot in about 15 seconds. And mind control Sam at low health. Repentance gets counterspelled by Absurge. That could be a turnaround by Sam. WizK just smashed out these mind controls. Absurge walks in, but walks into a double stun, into a poly, but nice mass dispel immediately removes the poly. Absurge pre-sacrifices the second one, getting right on top of Sea-Doo, looking for that Repentance. Sea-Doo trying to run away, but he gets caught. Sam I Am stunned up. This could be the game. Psyfiend is out. Trill rolls over to kill the Psyfiend. Temporal Shield is ticking away. Sam gonna heal back up. Both these teams playing out of their minds. Game 5 completely down to the wire.
Yeah, it really is too close to call at this point. Golden Guardians, Absurge completely out of mana. Triple Blinding Light coming in from Sea-Doo. Do they have the setup? Peekaboo gets the full kidney shot onto Sam I Am. Vitality Conduit coming in from Absurge once again. That's the last little bit of mana, the last cooldown he really has to keep his team alive. Hammer of Justice now onto Sea-Doo. But a mind control on Sam I Am denies any polymorph, any setup that they have available. Combustion just gets ripped out by Sam. That gets dispelled immediately. A little bit impatient there. Not really able to get too much done, but a 30% dampening. Really just trying to generate some pressure and momentum from his team. You can't really blame him at this point. I mean, Golden Guardians, they have a bit of a reset. Divine Shield's still going to be available as well, as both these Paladins, Sea-Doo and Absurge, have some cooldowns to keep their team alive for a little bit longer.
All right, let's see. Can Mystery Org pull this off, or are they going to be reverse sweep? They need to buy at least another minute for that ice block. Sea-Doo breaks out of the stun. He still has Divine Shield if he needs it, but he's silenced on his Divine Favor. They could purge off that big heal. Mind Bomb. Is there going to be a sap? Vanish comes up in 3 seconds. Sea-Doo Divine Shields the chain. That was his every man for himself and Divine Shield in one crowd control chain. That's devastating. Sam is mind controlled on the Divine Shield. They smoke bomb him out of line of sight into a kidney shot. Excellent execution by the Golden Guardians. Sick plays. Pre-Vitality Conduit onto Peekaboo. He's going to stabilize. Sam still desperate. They go for a double Blinding Light. Hammer of Justice over onto Peekaboo. They dispel him out. They go for Sacrifice. Both these teams are playing absolutely insane at the moment to stall this game out as long as it has here in game number 5. They both want to win so badly. How is Abster still going? He's had 0 mana for like the better part of 2 minutes straight. Full blind. no way out, but Absterge gets counterspelled. Sam on the ropes, 24 seconds away from his ice block. Is he going to make it to that? 20 seconds. Trill is trying to stall. He paralyzes Peekaboo. Sam blinks, ring and frosts himself at the tombstone. He just needs 15 more seconds. Is he going to be able to make it? It's mind controlled in the divine favor. Big heal from Cedu, clutches out, but now into a hammer of justice. 8 seconds away. 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds. Touch of death is rolling for Trill. He's trying to counter press her. 2 seconds away from ice block. Sam lives to it. And he's going to have that in his back pocket. Big blast of damage onto Peekaboo by Trill. How are both these teams alive, then?
They're playing absolutely insane. What an incredible Game 5. The closest series we have seen today. 40% dampening. Both these teams are running out of time. Combustion's rolling. Peekaboo getting so low. There's no defense left whatsoever. Paralyzed onto Absurge. They just need a little bit more damage. Peekaboo still just hanging on by a thread and gets taken down. Golden Guardians almost with the absolutely amazing comeback. But the mystery team was able to do it with this Windwalker Mage Paladin. And they will secure their first win in this round robin.
You are absolutely right, Ben. That was one of the closest matches we've seen so far today. Mystery Org versus Golden Guardians all the way to a Game 5, but Mystery Org just came out on top at the last minute there, though, Zico. It looked pretty close several times where either side really could have gone down. What was it that turned it around for Mystery Org? Where did it start to go wrong for Golden Guardians?
Well, I think that the biggest thing was that Mr. Org started going more after the Rogue, and that's something that we discussed a little bit in the pre-game. The Priest is really durable, so if you can potentially crowd control him, you can crowd control Absterge, and find Peekaboo without his trinket, you can definitely take him down. And in the end there, it was, the extended CC chain, but also, of course, just because the game went on for so long, Absterge actually was taxed on mana. Absterge didn't really have that much to help Peekaboo with, unfortunately. And as a result, Peekaboo was already low when the crowd control started landing on Absterge. And you just couldn't do anything to pick him back up.
And we got there to 43% dampening. I think that's the highest we've seen it so far today. What does that do for that composition that deep into dampening, Supatis?
For the Golden Guardians or for Mystery Org?
Golden Guardians.
I mean, I don't know if it's like equally bad for both teams. I feel like its dampening isn't necessarily. It's good and bad at the same time equally for both sides. I don't think that it's biased in this specific matchup.
Mm-hmm. And we did touch on it quite a bit before that matchup started. These two teams, they're both pretty closely matched, as we did just see it go to a Game 5. So super strong playing on both sides. Both of those teams in that last game, especially Ben, were just playing out of their minds. Nobody wanted to lose that game.
Yeah, losing is not that fun. So definitely both of them playing their hearts out. I mean, every single victory in this round robin is really, really important. So unfortunate for Golden Guardians, they weren't able to get that one. But for Mystery Org, that's going to be a massive victory. I'm sure they're very happy about that one. Like I said, what a close series. You have to give a shout out to all 6 of these players because they played absolutely phenomenal. And that was a real treat to watch.
Do you see that? On behalf of the broadcast team, we'd like to thank you for the fly-through compliments.
They're the same from season 1.
They're the same from season 1?
They're exactly the same.
They look a little different. I swear, in season 1, we didn't see like the ruins flag turn away and like the goo in the cart. I don't think we saw that. I mean, they probably know better than me, but I didn't notice it before, at least.
I think their issue is they just need to learn to take a compliment, really.
Yeah, it's got to roast me for everything. Jeez.
Yeah, Ben is trying to be nice here. He's like, really good job here, production. And they're just like, you know what, Ben?
The next lower
You're
third
wrong.
better be a nice compliment to Venric.
Yeah.
Because
it's like if I didn't notice
a
a
friend's
friend's
something
haircut.
about his ice blocks.
It's like, what? You're not noticing a haircut? Is that what you said?
Yeah, it's like if a friend got a haircut and I didn't notice it, and then the next day I was like, wow, that's a really nice haircut, and they just get really upset at me, like, you didn't even notice me yesterday.
Wait, you didn't notice?
That's
my
production
haircut?
I actually did get a haircut today, and you didn't notice it. Just saying.
Chat's noticed it. I've seen some compliments for your hair in chat, for sure.
Yeah.
Wait, I got
Chat is
your
not my
hair always
domestic
looks good.
partner.
I feel like your hair always looks good.
Don't try to smooth talk your way out of this one, mister. Let's go to break, and we're going to discuss this in the break.
All right. Well, with that note, congratulations to Mystery Org, and we're gonna go to a break real quick, and when we come back to that break, we're gonna go to Cloud9 versus Turtle Series. So stick around, and we'll come to that series next.
Jazz. There needs to be a little bit more crowd control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game. Adamaster's going to fall. Adamaster's going to fall. Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Bledsoe. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li had the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadow step, the kidney shot, and Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We've had some super intense gameplay today. A couple 3-0s, one match that we just saw go to a game 5. Now we're on to our second to last series of the day, and that's going to be Cloud9 versus Turtle. Then, how do you think? Do we want to make any predictions for this series? How do we think it's going to go?
I think Cloud9's going to win. I think they're going to win 3-0.
Yep.
And I think they're going to play Mage, Frost Mage,
Whoa, why?
Destro Warlock, Mistweaver, and they're going to win against Turtle, playing whatever they play. I think they'll probably end up playing jungle, right?
Probably.
Why wouldn't they play Mage Warlock Pally?
Maybe they
No,
will, but I think
Cubs is
Cloud9, I think they're way more experienced and way more comfortable with the Mistweaver Monk. I don't think they'll lose either way.
I guess.
But I don't want to. I feel like I'm being very ominous towards Turtle right now. Like they have no chance. They have a chance in the matchup.
They have no chance. They have no chance.
I just feel until
man.
someone beats Cloud9, I feel like they're untouchable at this point.
Well,
I'll never bet against
them. A little
them.
harsh on Turtle. Soup Tees, you look like you're about to audition for American Idol with your new microphone. What do you have to say about that?
And
series,
Will always vote for 3-0 for Cloud9.
I will always not love you, Turtle. I feel like this is a series that is not gonna go well. Jungle into Mage Lock. Jungle into the best Mage Lock in the world.
It definitely will
no
be.
way.
It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for Turtle, but, we've seen upsets before. Definitely would not count these guys out before. Turtle is definitely packed with quite a bit of veterans, and we can see it. Channels from Cloud9, his stats up on the board here. Play rate of 100%. Any takeaways from this year, Ben?
Yes.
Cloud9 logo makes it look like he has wings.
Cloud9 in the Cup season played Chanimal and Destruction Warlock literally every game. That's it looks like little butterfly wings. Nice. But crazy high interrupt rate. High interrupt rate. Same actually as Raikou. So I think Raikou and Chanimal right now, from what we've seen at least, have the highest interrupt rates of any DPS casters or any DPS in general, which is really, really nice. And obviously Chanimal, he's been favoring the Destruction Warlock primarily. We're not going to see any Affliction shenanigans from him whatsoever. And if we did, I'd be very surprised.
And then Cloud9, of course, facing off against Turtle, and you can't talk about Turtle without talking about Dilly, and we have some stats for him as well. There he is. He has a 100% play rate as well, 21% win rate on that Survival Hunter, and I just feel like Dilly he's just, you can't talk about hunters without talking about Dilly. It's just time and time again, this guy's such a veteran. We see him, constantly pushing that jungle cleave as well.
I feel like his smile says I'm happy, but then his eyes say I'm fighting Mage Lock.
Jeez, you guys are so hard trying to gas him up, man. It's Dilly.
Dilly.
Nothing.
No, Dilly is an amazing hunter. He's one of the best hunters, in the game, of course. But jungle in this matchup, they're not going to be too favored. And Benruki is 100% right on that Cloud9 prediction. And look at that. We got the man of the hour himself, Dilly. Same look as in that picture. He knows. Yep, there it is. He's saying a little prayer before he goes in.
Well, I thought that was
the Mage Warlock.
Okay.
Look how much fun he's having. He's like, dumb. Already getting blizzarded.
You cannot love Dilly, man. You're right. So right. just laughing through this.
Already snared behind the
goodness.
pillar. I don't. It's just such a difficult match for them, but we'll see. One thing Cloud9 does really, really well is they try to split Dress to Gath damage by standing on their pets. So bringing over the Water Elemental in their time of need. You see Wealthy Man maneuvering it next to him. And that's just so when Cyfoxy and Dilly go for their big Dress to Gath all-ins, it's just going to split the damage, making it basically half as effective, if not more, if he's stacked with even more pets. So kind of takes away a win condition from Turtle, and just one of those little things Cloud9 does to play into their advantage.
Cubsy's playing Conflict. Like if there was any hope of trying to get a bursty kill, I mean, I think all three of them are playing Conflict. Cloud9 want this to go late, deep damp. So can a turtle make it to the water really here against Cloud9 in game number 1? A Frozen Orb is just cleaving them at the pillar. Triple Shadow Fury, Chaos Bolts, Blizzard. Look at them. They're just pinned at the pillar. Do they go out in midfield? They're surely just going to get blasted, but they're not exactly looking too good sitting at the pillar either. They're trying to push out. Now they're feared away. They bash Wealthy Man. Dilly jumps in, looking for a freezing trap. Gets caught in a polymorph. Infernal called in onto Cyfoxy. Big damage. He left the pillar for a second. He barely almost goes down. Gex picks him back up into the battle. Dilly, he's lobbing out Serpent Sting onto 3 targets, so I'm curious. Cyfoxy goes for a Cyclone and gets Nether Warded back onto himself. Perhaps Cyclone could be enough to alleviate some pressure, but Cyfoxy's just not having a good time right now. Fear onto Gex, stun locked up, has to trinket. He's still very low on health. He's just dying through survival instincts. He retreats back to the pillar, but now Dilly's left out there. He's pulled back, but now they're going to stack up for triple Blizzard, triple Rain of Fire, triple Frozen Orb, and this is just... Oh man, how are they going to pull this off?
Well, this is the most fun thing about playing Frostmage Destro, is when everyone's at the pillar just getting blizzarded, Frozen Orb. They play Fellfisher as well, so if you do stack up and you're not moving out of those snares, then healing is reduced. It's an absolute nightmare, and this is how Cloud9 play it. They play in the open, they force you back to the pillar, and then they cleave you down at the pillar. But a nice attempt here. Chanimal actually taking a surprising amount of damage. Cubsy holding on to his trinket, holding on to Life Cocoon. Wealthy Man doing a great job faking that premonition. Now big damage onto Cyfoxy. Nice Cyclone onto Chanimal, not allowing him to get any damage going out on that crowd control setup. Full Fear now onto Gex, and it does look like Wealthy Man will be trying to push in, but looks like with that line of sight, Cyfoxy, Dilly, and Gex are able to hold on, and they've actually had a good amount of damage onto Chanimal. Definitely a few openings here for Turtle. Can't count them out just yet.
All right, let's see if they can keep it going here. They're even attacking Dilly's little raptor pet, just hitting whatever they can. Getting icicles too. They're going after Cyfoxy. Dilly's stuck at the pillar in a blizzard at the moment. Blink counterspell by Wealthy Man. Cheeky play there. Curious if he gets punished for it. They're switching over to him, looking for Cyclones. They actually Cyclone Wealthy Man. But Gex gets Shadow Furied into a Full Fear. Chanimal fakes it out, but a Freezing Trap's on to Cubsy. Chanimal could be in trouble. Goes for a Mortal Coil into a Fear on Cyfoxy. Good control while Cubsy's sitting through a Freezing Trap. Now no longer crowd controlled, likely to heal Chanimal back to full. Cyfoxy getting blasted, has to run away. Ring of Peace knocks him back in the open for a second. Cubsy rolls up for a double leg sweep. Fortunately not hitting it there on Cyfoxy, only onto Gex, but Gex already down at half mana, a minute away from dampening, and that's just ultimately going to be the win condition for Cloud9, is they can the Priest and just whittle the health bars down until they just kind of fall over.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking good so far for Cloud9. Cubsy 100% mana, Gex already down to 50%, but they are going for a big attempt here onto Chanimal. Nice Infernal Stun, though, completely shuts that down, and now it's Chanimal's time to get aggressive. Cyfoxy's going to have to retreat to the pillar once again, and this is exactly what Cloud9 loves. You go for an attempt, they get smacked away back to the pillar. There's the Blizzard, there's the Frozen Orb, and this is just how Cloud9 plays this matchup and a lot of matchups, quite frankly, and it can be really difficult because while you're running away, you're taking damage, and while you're entering the fight, they have so much damage available. And if Chanimal sits on his Infernals, he sits on his Mortal Coil, his Dark Soul for every time Turtle tries to make a push. Turtle is just always so afraid to do anything that they're always constantly running away, and it's just going to be almost impossible for Gex to actually drink. So yeah, they're essentially on a time limit to make something happen, but with the way Cloud9's playing and how they build their characters, it's really difficult for them to get that momentum they need.
Full mana on Cubsy. He is straight chilling here in game number 1. Dampening kicks in at 3%. Gex is almost down to 40% mana. Dilly getting controlled by Polymorph. Cyfox is trying to run away, but they left the Hunter out in midfield. They could set up here. Leg sweep available. Cubsy goes for a Ring of Peace, trying to prevent them from retreating. Cyfox is pinned at the pillar. Curious to see if Cubsy maybe puts his Transcendence in the middle of the map and then rolls in for a triple leg sweep. It could be a good way to capitalize on the stacked up positioning. He does risk his own life to do it, but he's Conflict and Strife. I think maybe considering it could get a lot of cooldowns. They have Icy Veins available to back it up. Frozen Orb is just ticking away here on both Dilly and Cyfoxy. And Gex is trying to heal as efficiently as possible. On the Disciplined Priest, you get Atonement up with Powered Shield onto your team, and then you use Smite to damage and heal your teammates with the damage. But it's a very minor amount of healing, so you've got to always be mashing out damage to stay ahead of it. Freezing Trap lands, but Chanimal has Mortal Coil. Deflects the initial engagement, fears off the Mortal Coil. Cubsy's out of crowd control. Chanimal immediately goes back to full health. Multi-Man's casting Frostbolts freely. Ring of Peace knocks Dilly out into the open. These Ring of Peace, as well as leg sweeps from Cubsy, are definitely going to be what wins Cloud9 the game later on, but they are more than happy to just keep waiting for Dampening and watching that Priest just run out of mana.
I look at Cubsy just walking over and say, hey, you want a drink? I'll give you a nice little crackle, a little tickle there, stopping him, keeping him in combat, and that's exactly what's going to happen. They go after Wealthy Man, but look at Cubsy. He's just positioned so far away. At this point, Chanimal playing the Imp, and it just feels like it's a matter of time before we see Cloud9 win this game. They haven't forced an Ice Block. They did have decent damage onto Chanimal, but it just seems like Cubsy's always been able to Trinket, Life Cocoon if he needs it. I don't even think they've gotten Life Cocoon in this game yet. So definitely a struggle here for Turtle, and I don't really know what they're going to be able to get done. I mean, Gex 40% mana, Cyfoxy just almost dying. He's far away from his team, unfortunately. Wealthy Man getting interrupted. Dilly trying to set his team up, but Wealthy Man using Shimmer to get away back into the open, and it just feels like Turtle, they can't be in the open long enough to develop any sort of pressure, any sort of momentum in the match, and Cloud9 as a result just using their classes, their positional advantage as much as possible, really playing to the strength of their composition. I feel like that's one of the reasons why we see Cloud9 play Mage Lock. They really are just a different beast at this comp. I mean, the comp is really good, but they play it better than anyone. They've proven it. They played it basically the entirety of BFA, and they just do such a phenomenal job.
It's a bit ironic that like Turtle are named Turtle when Cloud9 are the ones that kind of just take it slow and steady, wins the race. But the Cyfoxy and Dilly are caught out in midfield. Gex is going to drop a barrier to try and soak up some of that damage. Really well positioned. It is reducing a lot of damage, but they're not getting any momentum. They're not even denting them. They're trying to go after Wealthy Man here, but Dilly is split. Are they going to go for split damage? Maybe an interesting strategy deep into Dampening if they can stay on target, but they are absolutely getting decimated. This is not good. They're trying to run away back to the pillar with that Stampeding Roar. Cubsy's rolling up with Crackling Jade Lightning on top of the Frozen Orb. Chaos Bolt lobbed in off the side onto Dilly. Double Shadow Fury snipes out here. Dilly's very far away from Gex. Gex is trying not to stack in the Blizzard by healing at that pillar while his teammates are on the other one. An interesting adaptation here. Moving in close to the 9-minute mark and basically no mana left in the tank. There's no Miracle go on Cubsy. He's Conflict and Strife. He's got Gladiator's Medallion. Maybe the only option would be Overwhelming Chanimal. Are they running Maledicts? I'm curious maybe if they're sitting with Gladiator's Maledicts in their back pocket. No Gladiator's Maledicts. Machimba's Bandages actually for Cyfox. He's full tank build. I don't know it's going to work, but they're trying to drag this on into Dampening, and I think Chanimal is going to be the target ultimately. See if Cloud9 are ready for it. We're getting into that deep Dampening territory, 27%. Chanimal is starting to feel the pain here. Maybe Turtle were holding back, and they're going to lead with a surprising amount of burst and try and catch Cubsy off guard.
Oh, I mean, Cubsy still has the Life Cocoon. They're going after Wealthy Man. A decent damage coming in, but Gex is running out of time in terms of mana. Just going for big smites. 28% Dampening. This is finally Turtle's time to actually get aggressive in the match, but Chanimal with his Dark Soul is going to force Cyfoxy back to the pillar. And at this point, with Unending Resolve, with that Ring of Peace, with Shadow Fear, with a big Chaos Bolt, it could just be GG. Cyfoxy does manage to survive a little bit longer, but as Dampening ramps up, it becomes a lot more difficult for the Turtle to maneuver, in and out of the pillar, while Gex actually tops them off. So you can move in and out, but if Gex actually doesn't top everyone off, then all of a sudden it becomes a lot more difficult to pull off these kind of maneuvers.
Let's see if they can keep going here. 32% dampening and sub 5% mana remains. Decent damage here on the Chanimal. Dilly's not even able to get over there. That was all Cyfoxy, but now he gets intercepted by Infernal Stun. Big damage onto both sides here. Chanimal's ramping up. Cyfoxy's in trouble. Gex is in a poly. Shadow Melt. Cubsy rolls up for a stun on the Trinket. Beautiful leg sweep timing here. Fear out of the polymorph. Cloud9 absolutely decimates Cyfoxy, and they play it out for 10.5 minutes to just totally get shut down. Cloud9 are an unbreakable wall.
It's really a difficult matchup here on the side of Turtle. Cloud9 has just been so dominant for this past season in the AWC in all of the cups that we've seen them. Really the question on the NA side is who is going to be able to take down Cloud9 with their mage lock, and Turtle is just going to have a really difficult series here, Zico.
Yeah, they ran out of water there at the end, unfortunately for Turtle. But I mean, even at that point, they got so much crowd control. You got sheep into fear, and you know that little ray of frost at the end as well. Just too much damage anytime, and this is just what it happens, right? You got Chanimal pulling back all the way to the opposite side of the map from Gex, which is the enemy healer, right? Then you have Wealthy Man standing between Chanimal and Gex in the middle there, as close to Gex as possible. So if Gex ever tries to leave the pillar and cross the map and play offensive, he's going to get crowd controlled. And what you just saw happen there at the end is going to happen. It's pretty rough for jungle, especially on the larger maps.
And Turtle is, you know, they're still really a strong team. They're really solid on that jungle composition. It's just into Warlock Mage, Venruki, there's just not a lot it seems like they can even really do. Especially against Cloud9's Warlock Mage.
Yeah, the cycle of life can be so cruel. That's for sure.
Wait, did they tell you that was going to be the lower third?
No, they
There's
just
no way you just
what?
said that along with the lower third.
No, I swear I didn't say that. I didn't read it. That's actually insane. So production apparently we're on the same. Yeah, no, I swear.
Wow, the synergy.
You like that?
Venruki God, they just
see.
Yeah,
very nice.
It can be cruel indeed, but Turtle not out of the running just yet. This is a best of 5 series. Now it's their map pick, as they did just lose that first game. What can they maybe be looking to do here, Supatis, if they want to try and gain any edge over Cloud9?
I mean, they could try playing Smooth on Mistweaver. That's what we saw nLite do into the Mage Lock matchup. Run the Mistweaver healer. But I still feel like Cloud9 is like an entirely different Mage Lock that it's just not going to work. There's not really any just like outstanding other options. Like this is all they got. They tried to make it work. They tried to get in a damp. The priest was Zoom. It didn't even really matter that he was Zoom. I think they just got totally crowd controlled when they were trying to even make anything happen. And that's the thing. It's not like Cloud9 are simply just like standing there and dragging the game on. If Turtle tries to make a move, they just get like totally shut down, neglect. There's nothing they can do. They just get completely blanked out by them. So I don't know, but the Mistweaver, if they're going to do this dampening strategy, would be better, I think.
Okay. So, what do you think, Ben?
Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not convinced that jungle can win this matchup. A lot of people, you don't often see Frost Mage on the ladder. But I think if you play it right, it's not super easy to pull off. Like your whole team needs to understand your win condition to actually pull it off. But if you can, like exactly what Cloud9 doing, they basically what they do is they just take away any condition where they can actually lose. So Turtle, they need to actually develop. They're not going to just one-shot someone. With the way Chanimal Wealthy Man are gearing right now and standing on their pets, they take away the Drestagath one-shots. It just makes it so Turtle, if they want to have pressure, they have to be in the open for an extended period of time. And with the way they're positioning, that means Gex has to actually get off the pillar if he wants to heal Dilly and Cyfoxy, inevitably leading to a polymorph, a fear. And as soon as that happens, that means that Dilly and Cyfoxy have to run away. And that just rinse repeats over and over and over until Gex is out of mana or Cyfoxy and Dilly get one shot. And it makes it really difficult. However, on the smaller map, I think they have a lot better of an option because Gex doesn't necessarily have to come off the pillar in order to heal Dilly and Cyfoxy, and that might allow them the uptime they need to actually get some damage rolling.
And is Black Root Cold, that was Turtle's map choice, is that something that's going to enable them to do that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the center pillar is... I feel like the center pillar is one of the best for like a priest to set up.
Well, Cloud9 versus Turtle. Cloud9 getting that game 1 victory. Turtle, like we've been talking about, is going to have a bit of an uphill battle here. Cloud9 is just one of those teams, time and time again, they do so well on that mage lock. But Turtle, a super strong team still. They do have other options. Potentially in the future, we may see them maybe switch it up a little bit. I would hope to see them. But they are, of course, known for that jungle cleave. And like we've said, this is a round robin format. They're not out of the running if they lose this. It's not double elimination or anything. We don't have a bracket going for them, but hopefully we'll see them turn it around in this game. The gates are opening soon here. The teams are ready. It is Cloud9 versus Turtle. Game number 2. Can Turtle tie it up, or is Cloud9 going to put themselves on match point with game 2 victory?
It's going to be pretty important here to see who actually claims the pillar, because if Gex stays in the room, I feel like this is a pretty advantageous position for C9. But maybe they just want to sit in the room and just try to wait for like dampening a bit before they make a big push, and just try to conserve their mana to the point when they get there. But I don't know if that's going to be the right line of play. We'll see if it works out for them. Right now, it looks like they're going to go for Wealthy Man here in the opening stages at least.
They are staying on target a lot better here initially, but Polymorph slips through. Crowd control into both healers, but Foxy, it's just anytime he's trying to get anything done, he's just dead. He's already so low on health, trying to run for the hills, but Gex is still interferes. This is going to be over under a minute. Huge damage. Cloud9 closes it out in under a minute here against Turtle.
Oh.
If you can win the long game and you can win the short game, I mean, you know what they say about Wizards? They just never die, man. Just never die.
Oh yeah, and you remember potion mixing every
Yeah, you
day?
remember?
Yeah, that's why we wizard. Oh my god, I haven't heard those songs in forever.
I have no idea what you guys are referencing.
We're going to have to update your culture after this.
This is
What is that?
We have to
it's
update
the Wrath of the Lich King anthem.
You're uncultured, if you've not heard that song.
It's a song that someone made on YouTube. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It was like a whole band. They were all dressed as wizards too, singing about mixing potions and sheeping people.
In game, or was it a fan made?
No, it had nothing to do with WoW even.
Oh.
It was just people dressing up as wizards.
I was like trying to think of like a WoW video, music video that someone had made. I'm sorry. Okay, well, someone tag me in it. Ben and I are clearly uncultured, but that is going to be a game 2 victory here. Turtle only 1 loss away from losing this series against Cloud9. Again, it is their map choice. It just seems like there's really not much they can do here to try and secure a victory against Cloud9. But maybe, what do we think? What kind of map do they want to go? They picked Black or Cold for that last one. Supatees. What are their options? What's their best option?
It's probably Dalaran, I feel like, is the next go-to. Pretty standard cleave matchup. I don't think Dilly or Foxy are playing any alts. Like, I'm trying to think if there's like any like if they should just try a random comp, because this seems so hopeless.
Yeah.
Like if there was gonna be a random comp, I don't know. Like Dilly's played Shadow Priest, Feral, Mistweaver, just something random. Just like throw something out there that's just totally like, and try and catch Cloud9 off guard. I don't know, because this is like. You just watch them die in less than a minute. You think my idea is that much worse? I don't know.
Zico sounds really distressed right now.
Cloud9 won 4 cups. They've lost 1 series the entire year. The secret weapon to beat them all along. Dilly on the Shadow Priest.
God.
Whiskey couldn't do it, but Dilly,
Dilly could do it. Yeah, Dilly could do it.
Dilly's gonna do it with one
believe
hand.
That, man. Oh my gosh. All
I
right.
believe in
Well,
Dilly.
we've got no Dilly on the Shadow Priest. He is going to be locking in Jungle Cleave with his team once again. Cloud9 with that same composition. We are going to Dalaran Sewers. However, that last game we saw, Foxy got just melted there. Quickest game we've seen all day. Under a minute. Yeah, what's something that they could maybe do? Like, what did they do differently in that second game that they just weren't? What?
Yeah, so this is basically what happens. In a situation like that, it can happen. So basically, Wealthy Man and Chanimal, they built up a lot of damage. Wealthy Man was able to build up his icicles, build up his flurry procs, and Gex running Relentless. What can happen is if he falls a little bit too far behind on healing and he gets caught in crowd control, that's when you see Infernals, Mortal Coil. Both Chanimal and Wealthy Man are running the Obsidian Claw, so you just overwhelm. Cyfoxy does have some really strong defensive cooldowns to keep himself alive, but if Gex can never heal him because he can never break crowd control with a polymorph, what we saw is a polymorph into a fear, and during that time, I mean, you have a mage with Icy Veins, with Obsidian Claw, with full icicles, you have Chanimal with Mortal Coil, Infernals, Dark Soul. It's just almost impossible for Cyfoxy to survive. So what either needs to happen is Cyfoxy can't stay in the open for that long, or Gex needs to just preemptively use stuff if he's going to get crowd control, because there was honestly nothing. Once Gex got caught into that polymorph, I feel like Cyfoxy was basically, there's nothing he could do to live.
All right, game number 3 of Cloud9 versus Turtle, 2-0.
All right, Chanimal getting that Demonic Gateway. Good defensive posture. Cataclysm on the right, Blizzard on the left, Frozen Orb straight down the middle. Cyfoxy knows that the AoE was coming. He's not even playing next to his team. He's just sitting in stealth, trying to minimize some of the damage here. But Chaos Bolts are even flying in onto Gex. They jump in onto Wealthy Man, but Cubsy's in a good position to pick him up. Chanimal even just repositions the gateway on top of Wealthy Man, like, here you go. If you want it, it's there. I got you. Polymorph's being casted here. Gex is out of line of sight. I feel like there's no way he's going to find it. Wealthy Man instead decides to blink back. Dalaran Sewers is nice because of this waterfall that comes down in the middle, and it becomes a point of line of sight, so you can utilize it when pushing out into midfield. Good crowd control here by Turtle. So far, the best that we've seen. Chanimal responds by trinketing out and Mortal Coiling, getting a little boost to health there and crowd controlling the enemies, but Glaire's Medallion is a good objective to get out of the way. Infernal's called in. Cyfoxy stunned up, gripped back on the stun. Ring of Peace actually knocks him out into the open. That could be scary. Chaos Bolts are flying through. A full polymorph, but looks like he got Premonition. Maybe the Infernal broke it. They're just going to focus on AoEing them down. Gex's mana, though, is more devastated than anything else. A minute in, he's already spent, like, close to 30%, I think.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Gex here. And he's going to have to spend even more because more Chaos Bolts are flying in here onto Cyfoxy. Anytime they're trying to leave the pillar, Chanimal is just already in perfect positioning, looking to play that goalkeeper role. Since Wealthy Man now is the target, you see Chanimal just looking to position himself between Gex and Cubsy. And that way, he's going to be able to do whatever he wants. And now, Chanimal suspects that he might be the target, so he's going to go back. And now Wealthy Man needs to play goalkeeper here. He's actually trying to build up some counter pressure. They're just trading the unending result early on. They want to get some counter pressure, and I think they're going to be able to find Immortal Connects. Big damn here to follow it up. Cyfoxy getting counterspell there on his Cyclone. And nicely done there. That was going to be on Chanimal's Dark Soul and deny that. So good play there. But now Cyfoxy is going to be able to clone Wealthy Man, and they are looking to set up another push here, man.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely are. Cyfoxy, Gex, and Dilly will reposition. And honestly, if Chanimal is in trouble, he can always position even further away if he needs to. The positioning right now makes it really difficult for Wealthy Man to get polymorphs onto Gex when Cyfoxy and Dilly do end up pushing, and that's the benefit of the small map. However, if Chanimal positions further away, then all of a sudden Gex doesn't have that same sort of freedom. So Cloud9 taking a little bit more of a risky position when they have their cooldowns available. Now that they don't, I think it's unlikely we see that same kind of positioning, but maybe. And if they do, if Chanimal's playing a little bit too far forward, that's going to be a chance for Turtle to maybe capitalize. Cyfoxy getting caught into a stun. Big power word shield. The Rapture shield should be enough for him to live. The polymorph does land from Wealthy Man, but I just don't think they have the damage to push through Rapture. It is such a powerful defensive cooldown from the Disciplined Priest.
Freezing Trap ending prematurely there. Did Chanimal maybe swap pets? I'm trying to look for an imp on the battlefield. I don't see
he's got imp.
Yeah, there's an imp right next to him. So switching over, that's going to totally remove Freezing Trap as an option. Mind Control on Wealthy Man, trying to pull him off the side. Cheeky play by Gex, but not able to find it. They're going to retreat back to the pillar. 3.5 minutes here, and Gex is already below half mana. They have been getting cooldowns at least from Cloud9, so I would say aggressively Turtle are looking the best in game number 3, but if they don't find a drink and they can sort of maintain this longer, it's not going to work out. Cubsy's actually just sitting down for a drink. Dilly jumping in, trying to get back on target. Chanimal jumps down so that Foxy has to line of sight Gex. Gex is moving forward with the team. Banish onto the Mindbender, interrupted by Foxy. Good teamwork there to protect that. They need to make sure the Shadow Fiend is attacking and generating mana back for Gex. Freezing Trap lands. Doesn't look like the Imp. Nope, the Imp is able to dispel that Freezing Trap, so Chanimal is likely to take no damage. Ring a piece on Foxy, interrupting him. They're trying to retreat away, but they left Dilly behind. Cubsy has leg sweep available. Is he going to go for a leg sweep onto Gex? They're stopping the drink right now. Cubsy just rolling over, making sure it happens, and Transcendencing away, looking to reposition it. Ultimately, Cloud9 do want to win on mana in the late game if they can't get a counter engagement victory before that point. Dilly repositions in his chair, getting ready for the late game. Dark Soul available. They've got to be ready for it. That's a scary moment that Chanimal could activate at any time. Foxy jumps over to Weltyman. Dilly gets feared. Weltyman blinks back to Chanimal. Chaos Bolt's lobbed out onto Foxy. That was a big one, even without Dark Soul. Gex stabilizes him with a Penance. Dilly's moving in on top of Chanimal. Chanimal jumps off the side, baiting them to chase him. They're not going to chase. They switch to Weltyman instead while Gex tries to reposition. Oh, he gets Pet Nova. Weltyman tries to catch him with a Polymorph on that. Gex avoids it. Good avoidance by Gex. Maintaining his mana at that sub 50% mark as Dampening kicks in.
Yeah, that was actually a drink tick there for Gex a little bit earlier on. So he has been able to hold on to his mana somewhat okay, but they need to get something going now. Chanimal has Unending Resolve still back off cooldown. Didn't have to use it in that attempt there. Wealthyman with beautiful denial. And honestly, Cloud9 looks like, this is how their spellbook looks when the game just started. They have all of their defense available. And on the flip side, Gex still looking for those drink ticks. He's starting to slowly lose that mana bar. So I think if you are Turtle at this point, you need to try to force that. Oh, big push here onto Dilly. He's going to trinket there with that human racial and use his exhilaration heal there, as well as that feign death to cancel any incoming cast. So I think if you're Turtle at this point, you have to push forward. You have to try to look for some fears. You have to try to look for some traps and potentially try to accelerate the game. Because if you stay behind like this, Gex is only going to lose mana, even faster. Look at him going for the first aid right now to just save a little bit of mana.
First aid debut in the AWC, potentially. It's kind of funny. Weltyman taking a little bit of damage, Chanimal as well, but look at Cubsy sitting behind on that Mistweaver Monk, now caught into a full stun, potentially a full trap as well, and it does get singed off immediately. And the thing is, Turtle's doing the best they can. They're always using the Entangling Roots on that trap to basically cause a 50-50 that dispel. But Foxy, he's caught in the open. It is going to be his trinket, the survival instincts, and basically everything to survive. Wealthyman just sitting on top of Gex right now, getting polymorphs now into a full fear. Dilly is forced to run away, and this is exactly what Cloud9 wants to happen. All three members behind the pillar once again. Triple Shadow Fury, triple Blizzard, triple Ice Nova, Fell Fisher on the ground, and this is an absolute nightmare. Turtle realizing it, trying to make a push and try to get some damage rolling.
20% mana remains for Turtle here. They're going to need a miracle if they want to make it out of this one. Gex in a full polymorph. Dilly feared into the distance. Foxy ducks for cover. Dilly's left all alone over here, trying to use that aspect of the cheetah to get back to his healer, but Gex is now in a full fear. They Cyclone Weltyman, they stall. Dilly's pushing out, interrupts the Chaos Bolt, but Weltyman's going to have free reign in a moment. They jump in for the Intim stun into the freezing trap. Unfortunate, Imp dispels it immediately, so this bash on the Chanimal is likely to get no value. These pet Frost Novas on the Gex look so annoying. He wants to cross the map, and then Weltyman snipes him with one of those freezes from his water elemental. Weltyman doing everything in his power to make this as difficult as possible for Turtle. Dilly gets pulled back to the pillar, but pulled into a frozen orb. Blizzard to combo that up in the near future as well. They're forced to retreat away from the boxes. Chanimal just building up some soul shards with those incinerates, getting ready for a push. Would like to maybe see him relay the gateway. It's already in a pretty good spot. Chaos Bolt cast. It's going to land on the Foxy. Once again, just tapping out Gex on mana. Cubsy rolls in, tries to land a double stun. Gex dodges it. Nice maneuver there by Gex. Positionally and strategically, I don't think the Turtle are necessarily making any major mistakes in this matchup. It's just such a difficult one to overcome. Can they manage to find a kill deep into Dampening? Their clock is running out.
We're going to see if they can. Infernals are down here into the Shadow Fury. Big damage here onto Foxy. He doesn't have his survival instincts here for a couple of more seconds. Cubsy now going to get trapped with the entangling roots, and the imp dispels the entangling roots. So this trap is going to be full. Chanimal's going to have to trade something here potentially. He does have his infernals out, so he's trying to just counter pressure, and it looks like it's going to be enough. Wealthy Man with DR Sheep there onto Gex, a triple DR Sheep even, and now he's going for a little bit of counter pressure with the Frozen Orb, with the Frost Balls. They're going to send everybody back to the pillar. Wealthy Man is going to be looking to get a Blizzard there already at the location. So that was Wealthy Man using his Icy Veins there to shut that push down. That's going to allow Chanimal to hold on to his Unending Resolve for even longer, and you can see there's not much time left at all in this game. They're really running the clock here on the side of Turtle Van.
They absolutely are. I mean, Dilly right now caught into a Fell Fisher. Back to the pillar once again. Wealthy Man actually using Shimmer to move forward. Paralyzed onto Gex. Cubsy just going in for crowd control and gets feared. Nicely done there by Gex, forcing Cubsy away. And actually the trap drops. Wealthy Man doing a great job sitting on that trap, avoiding the crowd control for Cubsy. And now it's going to be up to Cloud9 once again to get aggressive. Foxy now into a full stun, and once again, Turtle is just on the back foot. Full polymorph lands. Wealthy Man pushing in. Icicles will be landing. Can he get another polymorph? Nice denial there by Dilly, but now the full fear lands. Gex with a nice premonition. Good job there by Turtle in order to survive that. Really good job with the crowd control denial, but I mean, they're just holding on at this point. There's just, look at this. Cloud9, Cubsy has Trinket. They have Life Cocoon. Chanimal has Unending Resolve. Infernals are almost back up. Wealthy Man has his Icy Veins coming up in a minute. Every ice block available. Cloud9 just has Turtle in a chokehold at this point.
Yep, going after the Raptor, taking that out. Dilly's pet's actually dead. He's going for the revive. He gets it off. No disruption there. Repositioning, getting ready, waiting for leg sweep, maybe a Ring of Peace to knock them off the pillar. Foxy gets feared on his wild charge. Dilly harpoons into the fight, stack up for a double Shadow Fury. Chanimal looking to find it here with Dark Soul, gets stunned on. He trinkets out. Chanimal knows that he needs to get something done here. Infernal's called in. One Chaos Bolt into the Shadow Fury combo, into a second Chaos Bolt, into the leg sweep. This could be devastating for Foxy. They played it out for 10.5 minutes, but they're getting crunched here in what could be the final seconds. Gex spends every last little bit of mana to stabilize Foxy, but now they've switched their attention to Dilly. He's down to half health. How is Gex going to pull this off? He looks for a Shadow Mend. He gets counterspelled on it. Foxy looks for a Cyclone, gets line of sighted on it. Totally shut down at this point. They're just rotted away. Icy Veins gets popped. Wealthy Man looks to close it out. Dilly's trying to retreat away from the Icy Veins. Foxy needs to consider it as well. He's still playing in the deep end of the Cloud9 swimming pool. This might end up costing him his life. They go for the stun. They go for the freezing trap. They need to win the 50-50. They don't win the 50-50. Cubsy's out of the freezing trap. I think it's certainly the case that Cubsy should stabilize without any further crowd control. Gex is working with nothing here. That was the barrier to buy time for his team, but the Imp was getting lucky there for Cloud9. Frozen Orb is down. Are Dilly and Foxy going to retreat away from it, looking for Cyclone, counterspelled? Decent pressure on Chanimal and Wealthy Man at this point. If they could somehow keep this going, I mean, Cubsy has suddenly spent a lot of his mana as well. If they can maintain this pressure, they might be able to pull something off.
It's not looking too bad here for Turtle, actually, but so far, I would say Cloud9 still in a pretty big lead. I would say maybe one, max 2 setups left here for Turtle before they will be eliminated here. Well, not eliminated from the tournament, it's a round robin, but eliminated from this series here. And we're going to see Dilly take another big Chaos Bolt to the face. Chanimal surely going to have to activate his Dark Soul or his Unending Resolve. He's going to use his Mortal Coil and just the Vitality Conduit should be enough to keep him alive right now. Going for a big Chaos Bolt here onto Foxy. It's going to connect. Survival Instinct's not going to be traded out here by Foxy. Instead, he's going to take a massive hit there from those Chaos Bolts. Dilly in a full fear, Gex in a counterspell, and Wealthy Man is doing what he can to keep the pressure up. This is the trap. Chanimal's trying to eat it. He doesn't get it. The Imp does, though, and I think that was the final trap. They need to overwhelm Chanimal here with damage. Has the first Life Cocoon of the entire series, I believe, was just forced there by Turtle. Congratulations.
Yeah, very nicely done, but they just shred through it. Dampening is really high at this point. This game is getting spicy. Chanimal, of course, has that Unending Resolve. The Infernals drop down. Foxy with not too much defense left. He gets caught into a full stun. He trinkets out of the Mortal Coil, gets the Survival Instincts off, and Gex keeps his team barely alive with that Vitality Conduit, but now with no healing left. I mean, Dilly could fall, Foxy could fall as well. There's no Survival Instincts. Wealthy Man forcing them back to the pillar, but it's at this point in the game where that pillar is an absolute nightmare. Blizzard and Frozen Orb at 50% dampening are very scary at this point. Rapture Shield's coming in, but Gex, how could he ever top his team? Cyfoxy's going to be throwing in some heals. Cubsy, though, actually might sit down for some drinks. Big Drestagath on Wealthy Man. They're still going for the pressure. Nicely done there by Dilly. Ray of Frost channeled onto Dilly. Wealthy Man gets interrupted. Temporal Shield is available as he uses his emblem as well to boost his health so he doesn't have to use that ice block. But now Gex, I mean, he's still just no mana. Cyfoxy and Dilly, I don't know how much longer they could possibly survive.
Wealthy Man is looking to close this out. Ice Lance after Ice Lance. Frozen Orb on the whole team. They're trying to reposition, but look at them. This could be a triple kill for Cloud9 in the immediate future. They pull Cyfoxy back to the pillar. Dilly's retreating, but they stacked up for a double Shadow Fury Flurry combo into Dilly. He feign deaths the hit. He masters calls around the corner. Cyfoxy's trying to support. They're all at 30% health. They have absolutely no mana. Wealthy Man blinks in on the left. Chanimal repositioning. Cubsy's just going to go drink while his team finishes the job here. Mortal Coil into a Chaos Bolt. Huge damage on a Cyfoxy. Drain life around the corner. Cubsy rolls up. Triple leg sweep. Absolute decimation here in the final seconds of this game. How on earth are they alive? All at 10%. Cloud9 just want the triple. They're playing it out to make it look clean. Dilly holds on by a powered shield. Cyfoxy regrows. Cubsy spinning crane kick BM on the whole team here. Cubsy just punching them to death. Just fall over. Just end this. Cloud9 close it out.
That's going to be another 3-0 Cloud9 versus Turtle. You know, they honestly put up a pretty good fight there, especially in that last game on the side of Turtle, even trading off like a couple of defenses on the side of Cloud9, Zico. But in the end, you know, it's Cloud9. It's a super difficult matchup.
I think Turtle actually, they came pretty close, all things considered. You know, they're obviously in a massively disadvantaged matchup, but they were able to do a pretty good job there, still holding on. And then, you know, they were basically going for the strategy where let's not try to fall too far behind, try to keep as much mana as possible, and then go for a big all-in and dampening. Almost worked for them, but unfortunately for them, they got forced off of Chanimal. And once that happens, it is pretty much game over. At that point, Cubs is going to stabilize everyone. He can go drink. And, you know, the Wizards are going to start poking the team that is behind the pillar and slowly choke them out and win. And that's exactly what Cloud9 did.
My favorite thing about that score screen was Chanimal inflicted more crowd control than everyone else in the game combined. It shows you, I mean, Destruction Warlocks have absolutely insane control of the matchup. You know, with Shadow Fury, with Infernal, with their Mortal Coil. It just, I mean, Cloud9, they, like I said, they just play the matchup to not lose because they know eventually their consistent damage, their crowd control, having claws available, the burst damage that they do will eventually net them a win and just keep swatting the enemy team back to the pillar. They do a really good job. And for Turtle, you have to give them a big round of applause because they did a great job finding pressure in a matchup that is not easy to find pressure in.
Zico, do you wait till the cameras are on to fix your hair?
Of course he does. Are you kidding me?
It's literally part of his identity.
I didn't know the cameras were on. Were they?
Right. Yeah, you know, remember when the producer said cameras are on?
Well, oh, I didn't hear that.
All right, anyways, well, certainly a well-fought match by Turtles. That is not the end of them. We are going to see them, both of those teams, play tomorrow as well in this round-robin format. There is no bracket for this. Every team is playing against each other. And now we are moving on to the last match of the day. That's going to be M2KC versus Unitas. We're going to go to a quick break, and then after that, we'll see that matchup. Be right back.
I think the quality of competition has been the highest it's ever been the entire year. This tournament was probably one of the hardest tournaments to win that has ever been played in WoW.
We know that those players are the best at their respective classes, and it's always a challenge to face them.
Is a Benji Crusader just becomes a mill, but they dismantle it. They completely dismantle in game 2.
Chance falls and the Gosu through are 1 game away.
Blizzo 10% out. What is going on? They actually hit it. Ring. Temporal shield. Wildcard Gaming. Blizzo is undoubtedly the best warrior in World of Warcraft.
Blizzo is an unstoppable force. Literally nothing can stop him. Roots, nothing.
Adamaster's gonna fall. Bomb drop. Kidney shot on Blizzo. Massive damage. A big takedown. Wildcard Gaming and Archdroid 2019. BlizzCon champions. MIM sets up for the kill. 1-star surge. 2-star surge. Let's go.
Now another counter spell comes in though. That's a beautiful counter spell. Is there an execute? There is. And Wildcard Gaming upset the stock and go 1-up. 1 game away from the grand final.
Watson Raikou, they just need a little bit more damage. He saps it, but Looney just can't make it there. Is he gonna stay alive? No! Black tie it up.
Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadow.
No way.
Starts it in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are on the last series that we will be seeing today. That is M2KC versus Unitas. But before we get into talking about that series, we do have one final Twitter question for the day submitted by you as viewers. If you want to participate in more of these things, that's WoW Esports Twitter. And that question comes from Anna the Pally, and it is, what do you have keybound to your number 2 key? And I'll start with you, Zico. You're muted? Oh, you're muted, Zico!
No, we went the whole day.
Yes! You were so close. You almost made it through the whole day, man.
That one was on me as well. I can't even blame production for that. I was going to say, I noticed something. We're a little bit out of sync right now. I noticed all of you guys are holding your microphones or having them in your face somehow. So my number 2 key, really production. You guys are going to give me the same fate as Team Turtle over there that just got 3-0'd. It's Arcane Blast.
Off, but it's on a mic stand. Arcane
Wait,
Blast?
mine is on my mage. Arcane Blast is 2-2.
You see?
What is Ven's?
That should be your new main.
What is Ven's?
Okay, what's Ven's?
Counterspell.
2 is on counterspell?
Why not?
What do you not? I would fat finger that thing all the time if that's what that was. What?
I've got nimble fingers.
Like,
what?
Wait, can you do this?
Piano fingers.
Are you saying that Supatis has fat fingers?
what are you saying about my like?
What is
I'm not
that?
saying anything. I'm just saying.
I got.
I don't
You're
have that
shaming
problem.
his hands?
These aren't like these. You think these are chunk?
No, you got those are fine. What's on your main? What's number 2 on your main?
For
Then.
me?
Yeah.
Is what spec?
Guardian. Your main.
Yeah.
Actually,
Guardian.
don't remember.
Yeah.
Actually, don't remember what it's keybound on Guardian.
It's
You don't need-
actually.
I don't
need to
even need
remember
to know.
keybind.
I don't need to remember them on Guardian. I actually don't remember what it is.
You are just no way people are happy in chat right now.
On Resto, it's
Oh, gosh.
Rejuve. On Resto, it's Rejuve.
Okay. All right. What
I
about
actually don't
Balance and
remember what
Pharaoh?
it is. Boomkin, it's Starfire.
Probably don't even. Huh?
I don't play Feral, but I'm pretty sure it's Shred.
All right. Okay. I've got Obliterate on number 2.
I do too on my DK.
Dude,
That's a good
the
keybind.
synergy. It's great. It is a good keybind. Thank you.
Counterspell. Like, what is that?
I'm not gonna question.
2 is such a spam
him.
button. Why would you put something you can only press every 20-something seconds? On a
Because
spam
you have to be
button?
fast.
Ready to go.
You're really
you
distraught
want the-
about this, Sid.
Do you want the Raikou interrupt percentage, or do you want the Maro interrupt percentage, Sid? If you put it on 2,
Well, it's only
or
a
if you put it on
1%
7,
difference.
well, yeah, but still, that 1% difference is if you have it on
1%
2
counts,
or if you have it
man.
on
This
3.
is the AWC. Oh goodness. All right. Anyways, thank you to Anna for submitting that question. If you want to be involved in more of those things that we'll be having, WoW Esports on Twitter. So thank you to those guys for that question. Super fun. M2KC, we have their stats up here on the board. Win rate of 58% for this team. Any other anything important you want to take note of, Ven, for these stats?
Well, what? So, as Rogue Mage Paladin, they've never won a game, which is kind of weird. That's an interesting little stat. Now, this is the team we saw them really. I mean, they primarily did play that Windwalker Fire Mage Paladin. They're the ones that kind of patented this composition in North America or in the scene in general. So they play it extremely well. They play it in a manner where they go for those big all-in heavy hitter setups and then just line of sight and run around the pillar, just trying to avoid damage and survive. And they had great success with it during the qualifier season. I think that's going to be something we see from them a lot, probably throughout all these next 4 weekends.
And the game between these two teams, M2KC and Unitas, will be starting soon. Gates are opening shortly here. Is this yeah, okay, there we go. M2KC versus Unitas. Gates are open. Take it away, guys.
All right,
I was actually expecting. You go ahead.
I was expecting a Rogue Mage Pally as well versus a Rogue Mage Priest, but they're going to go for that Windwalker, surround him in a mind control, kidney shot on Brain. They're going for the Pally here on the side of Unitas. Let's see what they can do. Divine Favor from Brain is going to come out any second. Do they have a Dispel? Can they land a counter spell maybe? They're looking for it. Brain being very, very patient right now. Line of sighting the Mage, and now he's going for the Fake Cast CMD, going for the Blink Counterspell, gets juked there by Brain, +1 on his juke percentage right there, as we can see M2KC stabilize from that opener and start to take control.
Nicely done. Full polymorph secured onto Oxygen. It looks like Brain once again will be caught into the Groat. Is he going to be able to get away? If they get a full kidney shot, it could be trouble. Actually pulled the trigger on Combustion, which I'm a little bit surprised on. Ceruleum using the Combustion, I guess they do get quite a bit there from Aiden. They get the Trinket, the Cloak of Shadows, so definitely not a bad go. And Unitas slowly but surely is running out of cooldowns. And if you look, I mean, Oxygen with no Trinket, Aiden with no Trinket, there's a huge win condition here for M2KC if they have the damage and the stun lock available.
I feel like M2KC aren't even getting dented, and they've already put Unitas in a checkmate position. Like, this is absolutely abysmal for Unitas. Aiden needs to pre-evasion a leg sweep, but I think they're just going to use Hammer of Justice, so Drake's just going to wait. Brain is in position, has Hammer of Justice. They go for Dragon's Breath. Oh, they mistimed the crowd control. And now they can Dispel. That would have been game over if they landed a Polymorph right there. So kind of tripping on the finish line a little bit here. It gives Unitas an opportunity to come back. They Polymorph Brain, and they're actually going after him with the Combustion, trying to power through while Ceruleum is feared and can't spell steal it off. They did get quite a bit of damage, but they don't even get Divine Shield. That is devastating right now for Unitas. I actually think Brain might be, I'm double checking, one of the only Paladins who runs a little bit of Versatile to be more durable, but Aiden's caught into a stun lock. He pre-fainted, so he reduced a lot of pressure. Nice play on his part. They go for a blind. They're switching off the Paladin finally. They don't get the sap though. Crowd control chain is disrupted. Ceruleum should recover. Oxygen standing right on top of Brain. He's looking for a Psychic Scream maybe in the near future here. Drake rolls over, Rudy up Oxygen, trying to stall that Psychic Scream as long as possible. There it is, into a full Polymorph. Ceruleum could be in trouble. That Mass Dispel is still a threat.
All right, let's see what they can do here. Ceruleum going to get the Dragon's Breath here secured, but no Polymorph. He does get interrupted right there. Oxygen looking for some mind controls. He actually gets paralyzed. Potential here for follow-up. Ring of Frost gets denied. DR Polymorph and overlap with the Hammer of Justice. That small CC overlap could be what makes the difference here. If CMD has to block or not. Touch of Death going to explode right there, and there it is. Big damage from the dress there from Drake, but CMD catches that Vitality Conduit, and he's going to be blinking in aggressively here to look for some damage onto Brain. DR Sheeps are coming through, followed by the Garrote here. Aiden looking to put his team on his back. They do have the Fear as well here, potentially, to interrupt the Divine Favor, but Brain is going to get that off. Line of sighting Oxygen beautifully, and Oxygen actually in a full Polymorph here by Ceruleum. CMD in a lot of trouble here. They do shut down the Re. Can he get the Ring of Frost? No. Kidney Shot denies it, but Brain is there with the Blinding Light, and Oxygen is going to Trinket out of that one. There's that a Cauterizer that just triggered there for CMD as well, but he is going to be able to hold on to the ice, but gets a Sheep here onto Brain, and now Ceruleum is the one on the back foot. He gets the Dragon's Breath defensively. CMD gets kicked by Aiden. If they have a fear follow-up, that could be big, but Brain, with the Hand of Sacrifice, is going to be able to stop that assault, and Cerealium is going to recover, and they force out a lot of cooldowns here. The next time they get a sheep on the Oxygen, which is now, it could be the Ice Block here of CMD if they have a little bit more crowd control here, Ben.
Oh, it definitely could be, and CMD has to be careful. Doesn't want to get too low. Could be a sneak attack, Drestagath coming in from Drake, and that will be the first ice block, and potentially the only ice block of the game. I mean, Oxygen, his mana is not doing well, already down to around 15%, way behind in mana compared to Brain in this matchup. And Drake's still just putting out some consistent damage on CMD, and it seems like M2KC, they are target acquired right now onto CMD. If we see Oxygen go into any crowd control, Australian potentially looking for a Ring of Frost. Might have faked out the premonition. He gets interrupted into a full kidney. Blessing of Protection, Smoke Bomb comes in. CMD going absolutely crazy right now with his combustion. They managed to get the Cauterize out of the way, but still a nice block available. And now Cerealium going for the full sheep. Nice power word barrier there by Oxygen. Beautiful read of the situation. But Drake, he just knocks him out with the Ring of Peace, an absolute counter to that cooldown. Very nicely done, but still CMD manages to hold on.
I still need to get through Divine Shield to Brain and Ice Block. Meanwhile, no Gladiator's Medallion for Oxygen, no mana. This is devastating. Touch of Death available. I feel like this is game over for CMD in like the next 20 seconds. Oxygen in a full polymorph. They pull the trigger on the Touch of Death. Brain's in position for a Hammer of Justice. They're desperate. They kidney shot Cerealium. They cheap shot Drake. They're trying to stall, but the crowd control is just endless. Blinding Light, huge Judgment, big damage, but no Hammer of Justice. Oxygen gets out of crowd control, gets the Vitality Conduit. CMD stabilizes. Now Brain in a Psychic Scream. They're racing down Cerealium. Can they mass Dispel and Ice Block? They mind control him at low health, trying to stop the recovery of the Divine Favor, but they slip it through. Another full polymorph onto Oxygen. CMD controls Drake, blinking away from the fight, avoiding the Windwalker. Cerealium blinks in on top. Drake reconnects. Oxygen still locked down in the Dragon's Breath. Trinkets into a Hammer of Justice. Temporal Shield about to go off. Can CMD buy time here? Temporal goes off. CMD stays alive, but Oxygen has no mana.
So much damage here onto CMD, but he does recover from that situation. Oxygen completely tapped here. He's going to need to make miracles happen with the Sphere. Dark Archangel, Mind Control coming through, but he's not going to be able to find it. Cerealium blinking behind the pillar. And CMD looking to do his last bit of damage here while he still has that Dark Archangel active. Goes for the poly onto Brain. Brain, preemptive sacrifice right there is going to break out of that. Oxygen, nice premonition as well, is going to break his sheep. And Brain now getting swapped to with that sacrifice. But I don't think that kidney shot, I don't like that kidney shot by Aiden. I don't think they're going to be able to force anything here from Brain. Oxygen looking for the triple fear, gets it. Brain could be in a little bit of trouble here, but he does have those wings available and active, as well as that Divine Favor. Full Hammer of Justice. Ring of Frost gets counterspell, blinks in for the sheep. Shadow Step kick there by Aiden, denies it. And now Cerealium should be able to find a double ring here potentially. He misses it onto Oxygen. No, he gets it. Double, barely at the edge there. And that should be the game here. CMD has nothing. What a great ring there by Cerealium. I gotta say, a little bit lucky that he managed to get Oxygen there at the end, but he managed to get both of them, which was a little bit greedy. Personally, I probably would have just tried to get it on the Priest, but Cerealium makes it look easy, and that's going to be a win for M2KC.
Yep, game one win for those guys. Now it's 1-0 in this best of 5 series for the last series of the day. Unitas losing that first game. What could they? Where did it start to go wrong for them, Zico? What could they maybe do going into game 2 if they don't want to see that happen again?
Well, I feel like they started to get those good goes later on. I just feel like they forced out the cooldowns a little bit too late. I think they wasted too much time going after Brain. Brain, honestly, has been playing the entire season so well on that pod, and I don't think he's the guy you want to go for. Just look for crowd control on him, try to take down Drake, try to take down the mage.
Now it's going to be Unitas's map pick going into game 2 here, Ven. What do we have any guesses on maybe what comp they want to run, what map they want to choose? Because, obviously looking to tie it up here.
Well, I think for Unitas, we don't see them ever get off Rogue Mage Priest. I would be really surprised. I think this is going to be the matchup we see throughout the entire series. And luckily, it's one of those matchups that really can go either way. It comes down to little outplays, little decision-making. It looks like Unitas is going to be opting for a bit of a smaller map, and I think the main reason for that is just to allow Oxygen to potentially get a bit more fears. So pushing in, getting the Psychic Scream onto Brain. But unfortunately, what ends up happening is that Paladins crowd control priests also quite a bit. So when Oxygen pushes in, he's very susceptible to Hammer of Justice, a blinding light, and getting crowd controlled by M2KC. So definitely a dangerous game, but it feels like Unitas is on a bit of a time limit in this matchup, just to some of the mana restrictions of Oxygen potentially. However, I mean, Brian at the end of that game was almost completely out of mana, and we need to get clarification if it's Brian or Brain, because I feel like he changes his name very often.
His name used to be Brain.
I just noticed it was
Well, I just
Brian.
noticed
Yeah,
Brian,
last
but he's
time
Brian
we
on
saw him
the
was
lower third.
Brain.
Yeah.
His real
Okay.
name is Brian, I'm pretty sure, but he likes going by
Yeah,
Brain.
it's Brian and then goes by... That's hilarious.
I think
to
it's
me.
from Pinky and the Brain. I can't remember if he played with someone named Pinky, but I'm pretty sure it's Brain from Pinky and the Brain is why he's named that.
So who's the Pinky in the team then?
I don't know. I don't think it's anyone on his
Rosty's
current
the
roster.
Pinky?
I don't think it's anyone on his current team.
I
I think that was way back. I was like Warlords of Draenor. I swear it was Warlords of Draenor when I remember seeing Brain, and he had that icon or the picture of Brain from Pinky and the Brain when he streamed. Fun
fact. I
facts.
didn't know that. I thought he just was switching the letters in his name around because he was Brian.
I mean, it's also
and went by
that.
Brain.
It's kind of like a pun on his name as well as the
It's like
character.
a nice little 2-in-1
My
there.
voice is dying,
but
I think.
Yeah.
Does it
you know
sound
what?
like
I
it
was gonna
is?
say during that last game, you did sound a little.
I've been drinking
yeah.
water. I just drank this
Could be
giant
the
glass of
microphone,
water.
too.
No, it's not. I
Some
can
shit.
feel it. Like it's my throat.
That-
Tea or something.
Did that look like a giant glass to anyone? Because that kind of looks like a little
This is
teacup.
what a giant glass looks like.
Oh,
Does that not look
did
like
you?
This is what a
Did you
giant
looks like
glass
a-
What is a
looks
giant
like.
glass? This
That's
is
pretty
as big
small.
as a cup.
I think this is literally the bottom half of a blender, bro. Straight up.
All right, and this is your reminder in chat to stay hydrated. And with that, we are going to go into game number 2 of M2KC versus Unitas.
All
Looks
right.
like Aiden will be pushing in, gets a full sap onto Brain. And let's see how Unitas decides to open up. Who are they going to be going after in this matchup? Potentially looking for a Paladin opener. Cheap shot, immediate grapple weapon, and that will deny. But Aiden just trinkets out. Full on aggression. They might get punished for it. Brain getting low. Is he going to have to use a Divine Shield? He is so greedy and will ultimately be able to hold on just with the Vitality Conduit. But Aiden now super susceptible to getting blown up. Trinketing that initial grapple weapon. It's got to be an absolute disaster that they weren't able to get that Divine Shield.
Let's see how M2KC want to navigate this. They still have Touch of Death and Combustion. They could swap over to that Rogue Aiden at any moment here in the match. He needs to get ready for it. He's got Vanish and Cloak, but he's got to preemptively anticipate an attack here if he wants to stay alive. I would imagine Brain is moving in towards midfield. Hammer of Justice is down, paralyzed on Oxygen. He trinkets it, but will it be enough? Ring of Peace on the barrier. Aiden absolutely getting smacked. Shadow steps back over to try and get that damage reduction and barely stays alive. Still, Drake was patient and held on to Touch of Death. Now Oxygen won't have a way to escape that paralyze in the future. Aiden still doesn't have a way to escape. They're trying to get aggressive. Cerulean pre-temp shields the kidney shot. That's a big heal on that. Nicely timed by him, but Brain is still locked down in a Ring of Frost. Aiden is pursuing, trying to get the Cauterize. Saps out of the ring. Beautiful play by Aiden here. Dark Archangel rolling. Sacrifice gets mind controlled for a moment. Trying to cut through it. It's not the ultimate sacrifice. Avenging Wrath up. Brain dumps in a big heal. And it looks like M2KC will be stabilizing and counter-engaging shortly.
It looks like this is going to be a GG very soon here. Oxygen, no trinket. Aiden, no trinket. There's the full sheep. Hammer of Justice onto Aiden. Goodbye, Aiden. If they have any follow-ups down here. Ooh, nice. Dragon's Breath. He's going to keep him alive for a little bit longer. But no Cloak of Shadows. No evasion. Aiden is going to get destroyed from that trinket. That, honestly, if it got them the bubble, it would have been worth. But unfortunately for Unitas, they didn't get that trinket. So he kind of popped it aggressively and then got punished for it pretty hard.
That was a good line, dude. That was hyped.
Yeah.
I was right along with you in that action there. M2KC 2-0 now up against Unitas in this best of 5 series. Unitas now only one loss away from losing this final series of the day. Now it's their map choice. Not really having a lot of options here. They do, I guess, have the advantage of being able to pick that map first. And
No.
I don't know. What's the takeaway, Ben? Or I don't know who's.
I just wanted to say that I'm wondering if Wildcard Gaming, they could play this. They could play Windwalker, Fire Mage, Paladin into Rogue Mage Priest.
Is
I
it
mean,
supposed to
maybe
win?
it's
I don't
Yeah.
know.
maybe
I don't
maybe
think it's supposed
it's
to win.
unfair to compare. It's unfair to compare probably, but I mean, out of all the options that we've seen from them, maybe it could work. I don't know. Brain looks really good on this paladin.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really seem like M2KC looking to switch anything up. And you guys were mentioning it before. Unitas doesn't really have any other comps that they generally like to play. So are they just going to repeat the same things they did in game 1 and 2 then and hope for a different result?
Probably. I mean, I'm still not convinced. I don't think that Windwalker Mage Paladin, it can win, but I don't know if it, if you play it 100 times, I still think the Rogue Mage Priest might come out ahead. Maybe I haven't seen it play out that much, but just thinking about the matchup, I feel like right now things just aren't going in favor of Unitas. Unfortunately, M2KC is playing it really well, extremely well with this composition. I'd say they probably play it the best of anyone I've seen. So Unitas, I think it's really their only option. Play the Rogue Mage Priest again, just play a little bit better. If it's like Zigo said, trinketing that grapple weapon, if they could have gotten the Divine Shield, maybe that would have put them in a much more favorable position. But unfortunately, it's just not enough damage, and Brain was able to hold on. A little bit greedy, but it definitely worked out in favor of M2KC. Now for Unitas, I don't know if I really like going after the Paladin in the opener. Definitely can work, but I feel like if Drake is there with a grapple weapon, with a Paralyze, Rallium's there with a Kleptomania on the spell steal, it's really hard to pull off if Ceralium and Drake are expecting it.
What about you, Zico? Who do you think that Unitas should go after in the opener other than the Paladin?
The Mage, but I think, just stay back at the pillar for a sec, try to snipe, a few dispels, maybe a little mind control on Soral, and then you can try to set something up. I feel like when they're doing these goes, a lot of the issue is just that the goes aren't that clean. Drake is always there, disrupting everything with the Ring of Peace, with the grapple weapons, and counter pressuring a lot of the time as well. So I think they need to have better cross CC on Drake and the Brain and go for the Mage. And I think the easiest way to set that up, the biggest weakness of a Paladin, I would say, is that anybody who plays with the Paladin, if they get mind controlled, you can't really do anything about it other than interrupt the guy casting the mind control. You can't, like a Shaman, just purge it off, or a Priest, just purge it off, right? So, and Mage spell skill doesn't work on it, unfortunately. Blizzard fix.
Unfortunately.
Buff Mage, please, Blizzard fix.
Yeah, what? I was going to say, what do you mean?
Come on, guys.
Has the Mage lost any of the series they were in today? I don't think so.
Yeah, Maro lost.
Okay,
lost
to a
another
Mage.
Two Raikou, too, of all mages.
Wait, has a Mage actually won every series today?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
That was played.
Yeah. Probably.
Most likely.
Probably. Don't even need to look at the bracket for today, or the circuit for today, excuse me. All right, well, this match should be starting here shortly. 2KC versus Unitas here. Last game of the day. M2KC.
Potentially.
You're just counting them out already.
Potentially.
Jeez. Don't count out Unitas. Unitas definitely still has a chance. Full kidney shot. They're going for it. Once again, do they have the damage to actually take down Brain? It doesn't look like it. So unfortunate. Unitas, they commit the combustion. That's really it, though. Only the combustion. But still, they didn't get anything from Brain except the Vitality Conduit. That's an easy trade for combustion. But Aiden was able to luckily hold on to his trinket. I think just going a little bit quicker in the match didn't allow Ceralium and Drake to prepare to appeal for Brain, but they didn't get anything. So not really a big result in that initial pressure from Unitas, which is definitely not what you want. As the Rogue Mage Priest, you need to have a big opener and actually get some cooldowns.
I like the Psychic Scream on Drake to stop the grapple weapon, but Drake rolls over for a triple leg sweep into a polymorph. Beautiful setup here by Drake. Touch of Death is rolling. They're going after CMD. They drop the Drestigath, but they drop it into a Temporal. CMD's going to easily just walk that off, healing himself back to full. They did get Gladiator's Medallion from Oxygen as well as a Pain Suppression, so defense is starting to crack here for Unitas. Mana already starting to be dwindled away. Brain looks like he's still the target for Aiden. Kidney Shot secured. Is there a grapple weapon? There is. So Aiden's not going to do any damage here. They get landed double Psychic Scream, but not too much value from it. M2KC appear to be in a solid position here on match point.
Yeah, and we're going to see exactly how they can ride that momentum. Oxygen already trinketed and used his pain suppression. Honestly, if I was M2KC, bop the Windwalker, bop the Mage, and kill the Priest. I think they could easily do it. Priest has zero defense other than a preemptive barrier. But right now, an attempt here onto Brain. Oxygen with the mind control here. And this is what we were talking about. There's no dispel for those mind controls. Somebody has to interrupt them, or Oxygen has to interrupt them themselves. There it is. Nice fear. They're going after Drake right now. Drake with that nice Fist of Fury, though. I don't know if he parried the kidney shot there, but that was an excellent time to use the kidney shot. Aiden, though, held onto it. Cheap onto Brain. Kidney onto Drake. But I think he's going to be... What was that? What was that absorb he just got? Is he playing with the N'Zoth tank tree? Did they nerf that? I'm not sure. Drake.
He's using Machimbas.
Yeah, Machimbas is the substitute. Everyone's using Machimbas now instead of.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, no, I've seen it multiple times now. Oh,
Whoa,
big
whoa,
swap
whoa,
to
whoa.
Oxygen!
Oh,
he
that's what I said.
absolutely got dropped. M2KC 3-0.
That's exactly what I wanted to see. Oxygen, honestly, he trinketed the last couple of seconds of a polymorph to PS his mage, who already pre-temporal to go. So his mage got dressed in the setup, but he temporal shielded, dressed, and he was like 50% when the sheep was ending, and Oxygen just trinketed and PS'd him. And when he did that, I was like, okay, so they should probably just bop everyone on the team and just kill him. That's what they did. Excellent.
And that is another 3-0 that's closing out the day. M2KC 3-0ing Unitas in that last game. But once again, that's not the last we'll see of either of those teams. We'll see both of them play tomorrow. And here we are, the match results. Any takeaways from that game? You guys seemed pretty impressed with that final moment there.
I just think the biggest thing was Svallium, Drake, and Brain just firing on all cylinders. Defensively, they played a phenomenal game, and they found those offensive moments where they could get that big burst setup going. And I mean, this composition, they played extremely well, but it seems like this composition is actually just overall pretty strong. I mean, we saw Mystery Team a little bit earlier on. They actually took this composition from them and started practicing it, but look at that. Oxygen with no trinket, with no pain suppression. There's nothing he can do in that stun lock combo, and Svallium and Drake were just able to completely capitalize on that situation.
Yeah, no, overall, these games today, it's like the first time we've seen in such a long time this round robin format that we're seeing all these teams are going to be able to play against each other, and I just think this is a super exciting way to do it here, Zico. It's just cool to see everybody get a chance to play every single team. Like there's no avoiding any team if you're playing in this tournament.
Yeah, I think that's one of the super exciting things. If you are a team that's very consistent, this is a good chance for you to prove yourself. And if you are one of those teams who, you feel like you can beat maybe everyone except Cloud9, for example, and in the cups, maybe you got matched against Cloud9 right away, and you basically started out in the lower bracket. Even though you are a good team, this happened to Cedar's team several times. This happened to a lot of teams, right? In a round robin, you're not going to have that issue. You're going to go against C9 that one time, but if you lose that one and you win the other, games, you're still going to be in a pretty good spot.
Yep, and we can take a look also at the NE standings where they ended up after those games that we just saw play. You see over on the left side of our screen the teams that won today, and on the right side the teams that lost. So of course there were two NA teams that we didn't yet get to see play today. That's Charlotte Phoenix and Space Station Gaming. We'll see them play tomorrow. And so this is where NA has left off, and this whole region then is just looking super solid.
Oh, they definitely are. It's very competitive in both Europe as well as North America. I would say outside of Cloud9 and North America, it really is anyone's game. All these teams are very capable. And I really am excited to see Space Station Gaming versus the Charlotte Phoenix tomorrow and see which one of these teams will be on the winner's side of things. But yeah, phenomenal games today in both regions. And I have to say, this format has been a lot of fun, getting to see all these teams play and continuing to see all these teams play over the next couple weekends.
Yeah, I hope it's been as fun for you guys in the chat as it has been for us here on the desk, the virtual desk that we've got going on. We can see the European side of things as well, where those ended up. We saw those games play earlier today, and where the EU circuit left off. Once again, left side is those that won a game, right side is those that lost. Every time we see games, every time we see these regions finish, we're going to update you guys with where those current standing is for the regions. So that's EU and NA as well. Zico or Subities, any takeaways for the games for either region for today?
XSET coming in strong with the Rogue Mage Priest. I mean, Wildcard Gaming won 3 of the 4 cups, so I felt like they were looking like a strong contender, but XSET came in to play. They were definitely set up well in their series, and they look to dominate with that Rogue Mage Priest, I would imagine, in the future.
Yeah, there were a couple of surprises I think that we saw today as well, like you were just mentioning, Subities. What about you, Zico? Anything that really shocked you from today?
I think, well, kind of the same as Sid there. I think XSET coming in on their main composition and looking as strong as they did was a little bit surprising. I liked Team Mystery, bringing in, the Windwalker Mage. They looked pretty practiced on that. Golden Guardians, they looked strong. I think that was one of the best series we had all day. I think that was the one time where a non-mage almost beat a mage. So that was nice. I want to keep an eye out on those guys. Honestly, all of these teams that made it this far, that had to qualify to this stage, are all just super excellent teams.
Yeah, some of the best teams that we've seen in the AWC so far, and we can really highlight their skills with this round robin format. So we can take a look at the schedule for tomorrow on Sunday's games. We're going to start off the day with Wildcard Gaming versus Bergen boys. EU once again are going to be the first round of games, and then we're going to finish off the day with that NA region. Sid, what game are you looking forward to? We haven't seen Space Station Gaming or Charlotte Phoenix play, but anything you're looking to see?
I think XSET versus ABC could be really interesting. A Rogue Mage Mirror, potentially. Getting to see 2 former BlizzCon, most recent BlizzCon champion against former BlizzCon champion head-to-head. That's going to be exciting. The Jungle Mirror between nLite and F2K MyWay. I mean, that's
what I'm interested in. That's a grudge
Hydra,
match.
Zuniaki.
Hydra and Zuni, rivals for life. Finally, they're going to face off and settle the score here in a mirror match, in a tournament, once and for all. That's going to be so exciting.
Do you want to make any predictions on how that'll go?
I grew up, Hydra basically taught me how to play this game. I can't, I'm not making this is the one match where I don't make a prediction.
I think
you don't think he's going to win? Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think you not making a prediction is a prediction.
Okay, all right.
Fair enough. Okay, fine. Well,
I'll
everyone
let
can
you
read
guys.
between the lines, man. Everyone knows me as well as you do. I was getting away with it.
You're trying to be Canadian, but...
All right. Well, definitely tune in tomorrow for that. And if you want to be notified of when we can go live, or when we are going to go live tomorrow, Sunday, make sure you subscribe, turn on that notification bell, and you'll get a notification of when we go live. Also, following WoW Esports on Twitter, you guys can participate in those questions that were asked on broadcast today of our casters. That's WoW Esports. Once again, make sure you guys are asking any question you want, really, and we'll answer some of those tomorrow on broadcast. But yeah, super exciting games today. Looking forward to seeing those 2 teams that we didn't see play today play tomorrow. Once again, that's Space Station Gaming in Charlotte Phoenix. So the competition is so tough. Tomorrow, once again, 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, same spot, youtube.com/Warcraft. And I don't know, any closing thoughts from you, Subities?
Really good games. I'm excited to see the round robin format kind of play out, because it's been so long since we've seen it. So it's very exciting overall. You basically don't want to miss a single day of the tournament, because every single one of them matters a lot.
No, it's a good point, and these teams have been practicing so much in preparation for this. So we'll see you guys tomorrow, and same time, same place, youtube.com/Warcraft. Thank you so much for tuning in.